A splitting headache. The moment consciousness returned, Raditz felt something wrong. Before his eyes floated countless streams of data and points of light along with a translucent panel. Ding. Detected host soul match 100. System binding successful. Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. Initial identity Raditz. Power level 1500. Raditz froze for a second, then slowly lowered his head to see the iconic black battle suit on his body and the excessively long hair hanging down his chest. He had transmigrated. He had become Raditz from Dragon Ball, the Saiyan cannon fodder killed by Goku and Piccolo at the start with a power level of only 1500, a trash older brother not even worth one of Vegeta's fingers. Huh. A light laugh squeezed from his throat. The miserable Raditz of the original story had been completely overwritten by his soul. He cracked his neck, joints popping loudly. The air around him trembled violently, and the rocky ground under his feet split into spiderweb-like cracks. The original owner of this body was too weak, but the moment he crossed over, some ineffable power awakened within him, like a primordial beast imprisoned by 1,000 locks breaking free of its cage. Detected abnormal soul fluctuation. Detected hidden energy source. Warning. Unknown energy surging. The system's beeping became urgent, and the numbers on the panel jumped crazily. 1,500, 3,000, 10,000, 0. The numbers kept climbing, and the whole panel began flickering with garbled code. Finally, with a crisp sound, the system panel exploded, directly scattering into countless points of light. The system broke. Raditz raised an eyebrow and reached out to grab the air. Those light points gathered in his palm, then annihilated in an instant. He felt the power within him that could crush stars and twist timelines, and a slow smile curved across his lips. Trash system, your bad luck to bind me. He stepped forward, and beneath his feet the planet Vegeta, the homeworld of the Saiyan tyrant, trembled slightly under his chi. Alarms blared in the distant city, and countless Saiyan warriors soared into the air, converging toward his direction. Raditz ignored those small fries, his gaze falling on a round scouter hanging at his waist. The power scouter was a joke in the original story, prone to exploding, but in Raditz's eyes it was more like a symbol of this world's rules, class, and measurement of strength. He reached out and took off the scouter, pinching its metal shell with 2 fingers. A slight crack sounded as the hard alloy deformed, dented, and crumbled in his grip like chocolate. Debris fell from his fingers and scattered in the wind. Power level of 5. Trash. He spat out these words at the pile of fragments, his voice calm, but carrying undeniable mockery. He was mocking this world's laughable power system, mocking the pathetic life of the original Raditz, who spent his whole life chasing power levels. Everything in this world from now on I will redefine. The first Saiyan to arrive was a burly one with a standard Saiyan grunt face, fierce eyes, and bulging muscles. He hovered in midair, glaring down at Raditz. Raditz, what are you doing? What was that tremor? And you crushed the scouter. That's royal-issued equipment. Raditz raised an eyelid. He recognized this face. A grunt who didn't even have a name in the original story, probably sent to patrol. He couldn't be bothered to answer, simply blowing a gentle breath toward the other. That breath turned into a visible stream of air that struck the burly Scion's chest. The next second, the burly Scion flew backward as if hit by a planet, streaking across the sky, through clouds, through the atmosphere, past several satellite fragments orbiting planet Vegeta, and disappeared into deep space. He wasn't dead, Raditz knew he was, but he would probably drift in interstellar space for centuries before finding his way back. More Scions arrived, 20 or 30 combatants plus 2 elite warriors. Their scouters screamed frantically, trying to capture the energy fluctuations radiating from Raditz, but every reading was garbled code, and then the scouters exploded en masse. His power level. Unmeasurable. That's impossible. Murmurs broke out and fears spread across the faces of these bloodthirsty Scions. They were used to measuring everything with numbers, and when numbers failed, their courage to stand nearly vanished. Raditz finally looked directly at these former comrades. Scions. Not training hard, just bullying weak races all day, calling yourselves a warrior race. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread, aiming at the distant royal palace where King Vegeta resided. Your place, he said, is too small. His 5 fingers closed gently, crack. Like crushing an egg. The distant royal palace of Vegeta, without any external contact, spontaneously developed countless cracks. The entire palace, along with several kilometers of surrounding land, collapsed inward from the center, compressed, contracted, and finally became a black sphere the size of a basketball, floating in midair. All the Scions were stunned, staring at the floating black sphere. That was their palace, their king, their pride. Now just a ball. Raditz casually crushed the black sphere, shattering King Vegeta into pieces, then waved a hand at all the Scions, and they all exploded, ending an era's myth completely. All right. He clapped his hands as if dusting off, first thing done. Then, he turned, facing the direction of Earth. His merciful brother Kakarot, or rather son Wukong, was currently living a carefree life on Earth. One day he would become the savior of this universe, leveling up and fighting from Earth to Namek, from the other world to King Kai's planet, eventually meeting Zeno, and becoming part of the strongest faction in the universe. What an inspiring story. But that was for the original Raditz. The Raditz standing here now had already reached the end of that story in advance. Son Wukong, he said with a light laugh, I'm your brother. You'd better not try to reform me. He took a step and space automatically cleared a path under his feet. Planet Vegeta grew farther and farther behind him, the terrified faces of Saiyans becoming blurred points in his vision. He was going to Earth, to meet that savior, who was placed with so much hope, to meet that son Wukong, who reformed the universe with mercy and love, and personally tell him, this world doesn't need a savior. It needs a god, and the god has just arrived. Frisia's flagship hovered 3,000 light-years from the former coordinates of planet Vegeta. Beyond the viewport, the starry region was empty save for thin cosmic dust drifting slowly, remnants that had once been the Crimson Planet's outer atmosphere. Your Majesty. Frisia's subordinate Zarbin stood at the command console. His voice was barely above a whisper, as though afraid of disturbing something. Should we continue advancing in that direction? Frisia did not answer. His gaze was locked on the scanner screen, where the data continued to pulsate. The residual energy readings had far exceeded the instrument's upper limit, far beyond anything any known life form could produce. Are there any survivors? Frisia asked. Zarbin shook his head. All life signals carried by every Saiyan have dropped to zero, including the king of all Saiyans. Frisia's slender fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his throne. The metal rang with a crisp sound. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps. Then he smiled. That eternally elegant face bore a dangerous probing smile. How interesting. Very interesting. There exists a power in this universe even I cannot comprehend. Your Majesty, then this power, Detour, Frisia said. We do not touch it. Zarbin froze. He had followed Frisia for years. This was the first time he had ever heard the Emperor utter the word avoid. In Frisia's dictionary there had never been retreat, only crushing and conquest. But today Frisia chose to take a detour. Your Majesty, didn't you say the Saiyans are troublesome monkeys that need to be eliminated as soon as possible? I said the Saiyans. Frisia interrupted him, his purple lips curving slightly upward. But the one who crushed planet Vegeta, do you think he looks like a Saiyan? Zarbin fell silent. The nature of that energy's destruction truly did not resemble a Saiyans. Saiyans loved close combat, loved tearing their opponents apart bone by bone, savoring screams and blood. But the destruction of planet Vegeta was instantaneous. The entire planet was erased at the physical level. Even the explosion seemed far too clean. It was more like divine punishment. Notify all fleets. Frisia stood up, walking toward the viewport. Our objective changes. Let us first see if there are other civilizations worth conquering. What about the Prince of Saiyans? Zarbin suddenly remembered. Vegeta and Nappa, they are still on an assignment outside. Frisia's footsteps paused for a moment. Let them continue their mission, he said. If they're alive, they live. If they go looking for the killer, that is not our concern. Zarbin stared at Frisia's back, realizing for the first time that the monarch he had followed for so long was capable of fear. Meanwhile, in another star region, Vegeta's spherical spaceship was passing through an asteroid belt. The rocky fragments struck the hull with dull thuds, but the prince himself paid them no mind. He stood in the ship's training chamber, throwing wild punches at a sandbag. Every fist channeled that thing he had carried since birth. It was called pride. Your Highness, Nappa's voice crackled through the communicator. We've just received a message. Vegeta stopped his fists. His breathing was steady. He hadn't even broken a sweat. Speak. Planet Vegeta has disappeared. The air in the training chamber froze solid. Vegeta turned around. His young face was expressionless, but through the communicator Nappa heard a faint sound, the creak of bones being squeezed tight. What did you say? The entire planet's coordinates no longer exist. All Saiyan life signals, 0. Including your father. Vegeta was silent for a long time. Then he smiled. A cold, deeply twisted smile. Dead. They're all dead. Your Highness. That old bastard finally died. Vegeta's fist slammed into the training chamber wall, the metal caving inward with a fist-shaped dent. But the one who died doesn't include me. He raised his head. Something dangerous burned in his black pupils. Who did it? Data insufficient. The only certainty is that the energy level exceeded the Frisia force's detection limit. Vegeta stared at the communicator screen. Nappa, are you afraid? Nappa's voice paused for a few seconds. Your Highness, I'm just thinking, if we encounter that person. So what if we do? Vegeta cut him off. The Prince of Saiyans won't cower just because one planet was destroyed. That killer better pray I never find him. He turned back to face the sandbag and threw a punch. The entire training chamber shook. Because I will make him regret being born into this universe. In a way far more brutal than his own. On the other end of the communicator, Nappa swallowed hard. What he hadn't told Vegeta was that the energy wave from the planet's destruction contained a kind of aura, one he had only heard of in legends. That was a realm no Saiyan could ever touch. But where the prince went he had to follow. Such was a Saiyan's loyalty, and the foolishness of Saiyans. 12 hours from Earth, Raditz lay sprawled across the control console of his ship. Through the viewport above, starlight streaked backward into flowing lines. In his hand he clutched a scouter he dug out of a storage locker, standard Frisia Force issue. The numbers on the screen remained stuck at error. It can't even read my power level. He rolled his eyes. Who invented this thing? He casually crushed the scouter in his fist. Fragments fell from between his fingers like candy crumbs. Earth grew closer. He could sense the life auras on the planet. Faint scattered, but the brightest among them was training on a small island. Son Goku's combat value at this point in the original story was roughly 800 Piccolo, around 300. The rest barely reached 100. 800. Raditz laughed. What was his current power level? He couldn't even be bothered to calculate it. Every concept of power level in this world was meaningless to him. He was a transmigrator carrying an overwhelming understanding of the entire plot along with upgrades granted by that inexplicable system. In other words, he was the greatest bug in this world. Son Goku, Son Goku. He stretched lazily, his Saiyan joints cracking in a series of pops. Will you weep and kneel before your big brother? Don't let me down. The ship began to decelerate. The blue planet grew larger and larger in the viewport. Clouds and ocean textures clearly visible. Earth had arrived. Raditz stood up and walked to the hatch. His hand pressed against the release button. The corner of his mouth curved upward. Newbie village, here I come. The fiery friction of the spacecraft tearing through the atmosphere split the night sky above the Pacific, leaving a deep crimson trail like a wound carved into the heavens. Raditz stood at the hatch listening to the howling wind as it shredded the metal hull. The ship he had swiped from Frisia's fleet was holding up well enough to withstand re-entry temperatures. No need for him to waste his own energy on a protective barrier. Earth, he murmured, watching the clouds plummet beneath him, revealing a vast blue ocean, then islands, mountains, and verdant vegetation. This planet had something he had never felt on planet Vegeta: silence. Those Saiyans were always howling, brawling, guzzling high-density nutrient drinks, and taking out their frustrations on the walls. Earth was different, at least this Earth was. No Frisia, no god of destruction, no pudgy, punchable Grand Zeno. Just a handful of martial artists, with power levels under 1,000, amusing themselves. The ship finally crashed into a wilderness, its landing point far from precise, carving out a crater 20 meters in diameter. Soil sprayed everywhere, and the shockwave flattened a ring of surrounding trees. Raditz jumped out of the hatch, landing on the soft ground, and took a deep breath. Not bad air, he commented. Better than the sulfur stench of planet Vegeta. He strode forward, his boots crunching over dry twigs and fallen leaves. But after just 3 steps he stopped. Someone was approaching, medium speed, 3 directions, in a pincer formation. The one in front had the brightest ki, around 900, exuding a thick aura of protagonist. The 2 behind were around 500 and 300 respectively, the former green-skinned, the latter short and bald. Raditz tilted his head, watching the 3 figures darting out of the underbrush. Quite the welcome party from Son Goku. The bushes burst apart. Son Goku landed first, fists clenched in a fighting stance, his iconic orange martial arts (GI) gleaming dully in the moonlight. His expression was wary yet curious, his black eyes sizing up the Saiyan. Before him, long hair, tall frame, the standard Frisia Force battlesuit reflecting metallic glints. Who are you? Son Goku asked, his voice taut, but not hostile. You fell from the sky just now. You startled me. Piccolo emerged from the left, arms crossed over his chest, his face dark enough to wring water from. Kakarot, this guy's ki. Something's off. Krillin hopped out from the right, the 6 burn marks on his forehead reflecting the moonlight. Off or not, that outfit looks familiar. Raditz's gaze swept over the 3 of them. Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin. 3 who would survive until the end in the original story, 3 heroes who had saved Earth countless times, and yet the sum of their power couldn't even touch a single finger of his. Kakarot. He curled his lips into a Saiyan grin, fangs showing. You gave yourself a new name on Earth, Son Goku, right? Son Goku's pupils contracted. How do you know my original name? Because I'm your brother. The air went silent. Piccolo's brow furrowed deeper, Krillin's jaw nearly dropped, and Son Goku's expression shifted from alertness to confusion, then to something complex, neither surprise nor suspicion. I have a brother. Son Goku pointed at his own nose. I never remembered having one. You got your head knocked around. Raditz cut him off, his tone as casual as a weather report. After you were sent to Earth, you hit your head on landing, and you forgot you're a Saiyan along with the purpose of your mission. Son Goku opened his mouth, but no words came out. Piccolo stepped forward half a pace. I don't care who you are. Your way of speaking rubs me the wrong way. And what are you going to do about it? Raditz turned to Piccolo. Blast me with your demon-penetrating ray, eh? Piccolo's expression froze. He had indeed been charging his attack, a green glow gathering at his fingertips, but before he could even release it, his opponent had already named the technique. How did you? I know a lot more, Raditz said, pointing a finger at Piccolo's head. Like how your antennae are a weak point and how you and Cammy are split from the same being. And also that your daughter will be named Piccolo Jr. But oh well, that hasn't happened yet. Son Goku stepped forward, extending a hand. Wait, brother, if you're really my brother, I think there might be a misunderstanding here. Can we sit down and talk it over? Sit down. Raditz laughed. That laugh made Krillin take a step back. I flew thousands of light years to see you, and you asked me to sit. Little brother, have you worn away all your Saiyan pride on this planet? He raised his left hand, his index finger glinting faintly in the moonlight. How about I help you remember? Son Goku instinctively dropped into a defensive stance. Piccolo's ki spiked to its peak, and Krillin brought his hands up to guard his chest. But Raditz's fingertip wasn't aimed at them. It pointed skyward toward that asteroid drifting beyond Earth's orbit, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The planet of King Kai, the North Kai's realm. You just said your name is Raditz, Krillin stammered. Do you know the North Kai? The funny one. I do. A small orb of light gathered at Raditz's fingertip, so tiny it looked like a firefly. But the space around it began to warp. Blades of grass floated off the ground, and the moisture in the air crystallized into ice, then instantly vaporized. But not for long. The orb shot out. It wasn't fast. It looked like a signal flare slowly rising into the sky, and Son Goku even had time to tilt his head and watch it vanish into the clouds. Then the North Kai's planet exploded. The Kai's planet silently split apart in high orbit. Those training hills, that long and tedious snake way, and that green fat guy with antennae who loved bad jokes, all reduced to atomic fragments in a fraction of a second. Raditz lowered his finger. There, he said, looking at the three dumbfounded Earth warriors. Now do you understand? I'm not here for a reunion. I'm here to tell you one thing. His Saiyan tail swayed gently behind him. From today on, this Earth belongs to me. You can resist, or you can kneel. Your choice. Son Goku remained silent for a long time. Then he clenched his fists. Brother, did you just kill Lord Kai? I did. Why, oi? Because I wanted to. Son Goku's eyes turned red. Then I'll have to beat you down and ask properly. He charged forward. Son Wukong's speed was among the elite at the combat power level of 900. His body crouched low, hands drawn to his waist, the dirt beneath his feet exploding into a puff of dust from the sheer force of his movement. In that instant, his fist had already reached Raditz's face. The blow carried no restraint. He meant business. Raditz did not move. The gale of the punch grazed his nose, pushing back the long hair on his forehead, and then Son Wukong passed clean through his body. Not teleportation. Raditz's speed was simply too overwhelming for Son Wukong's eyes to track. The Saiyan struck nothing but empty air, stumbling and barely regaining his balance. When he turned back, his pupils were filled with utter bewilderment. You? Son Wukong spun around. Did you not just move? I did. Raditz stood in place, hands tucked in the pockets of his battle suit. You simply didn't see it. Son Wukong's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He reset his stance, this time no longer charging in a straight line. His body left several afterimages beneath the moonlight, the high-speed movement technique he had learned from Earth's martial arts halls combined with ki sensing to lock onto his opponent's position. Left fist, right elbow, knee strike, sweep kick. A seamless combo of attacks, each strike flowing into the next with such fluid precision that no openings existed. Piccolo watched from the sidelines, nodding silently. Among this group, Son Wukong's combat technique was undeniably the finest. His punches clean and crisp, his choice of strike points devilishly cunning. Yet every attack missed its mark. Raditz swayed like paper caught in the wind. Every punch Son Wukong threw stopped precisely where it had brushed against his enemy's clothes. He never raised a hand nor shifted his feet. Merely a subtle twist of his body dismantled the entire assault. Huh. Son Wukong backpedaled 3 steps, chest heaving. How do you do that? Do what? Raditz tilted his head. Little brother, you're asking the wrong question. You should ask, why are you so pathetically weak? Son Wukong's expression shifted. I've been training every single day. I know you've been training, Raditz interrupted. That training method from King Kai, correct? Gravity room, weighted clothing, running 100 laps, pushing yourself until you vomit blood. He smiled, a smile that sent shivers down Piccolo's spine. You've trained for so many years and your combat power is merely 900. I crossed over less than 30 minutes ago, and I could casually breathe stronger than you by 10,000 times. You call that training? Son Wukong's fists trembled, not from fear, but from rage. He was a warrior, a born warrior. Having someone openly mock all his efforts as worthless was intolerable to any Saiyan with a shred of fighting spirit in their veins. You're right. Son Wukong suddenly raised his head. I truly am not strong enough. But that is not a reason for me to stop fighting you. He charged again, faster than before. He gathered in his palm, forming a blue orb of light. The Kamehameha. Close-range firing was a tactic he had learned from Piccolo, using a devastating attack to shatter the opponent's rhythm. The orb expanded. Me. Blue light erupted with blinding fury. A beam of energy 2 meters in diameter blazed from his palms, melting clean through the mountainside behind Raditz, carving out a cavern tens of meters deep. Rocks exploded skyward, scorching heat billowed outward, and massive trees, triple the girth of a grown man, were torn from the earth by the shockwave. Smoke and dust billowed thick. Krillin shielded his eyes nearby. Did it work? No. Piccolo's voice was grim. The dust began to settle. Raditz remained exactly where he stood, not a single crease on his garments. As the Kamehameha passed through the center of his chest, his body had seemed to turn to mist. The energy beam had shattered the mountain behind him, yet the man himself was utterly unscathed. What? Son Wukong's hand still shook. Do you know what the flaw in your technique is? Raditz glanced down at his own chest. The charge time is far too long. A true master would never grant you the time to finish uttering 4 words. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Again, enough. Piccolo struck. The special beam cannon shot from his fingertips, a spiraling purple column of death-bringing energy with the force to pierce through all aimed directly at Raditz's unguarded back. This ambush had been meticulously prepared by Piccolo. The angle was vicious, the timing flawless. Raditz faced Sun Wukong directly, seemingly caught, with his guard down. The beam struck true, but it struck only empty air. Raditz materialized behind Piccolo, one finger pressed against the base of his skull. Sneak attack well executed, Raditz said. But not fast enough. Piccolo's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense the force gathering on that single fingertip. Minuscule, less than the impact of a small stone striking his body. Yet he could not move. His body had been locked in place, muscles rigid, blood flow, slowing, even blinking became impossible. Krillin charged forward at the sight. The 6 dots on his forehead glowed brilliant as his palms came together, gathering energy. Destructo disc. How insufferable. Raditz snapped his fingers. The ground beneath Krillin erupted. He was launched into the sky by some invisible force, tumbling end over end before crashing into distant foliage, motionless. Krillin. Sun Wukong cried out. Don't worry, he's not dead. Raditz withdrew his finger. Piccolo collapsed to the earth, gasping for breath. If I truly wished to end you both, there would not be a single cell remaining of either of you. He stepped before Sun Wukong. The two brothers stood face to face. Moonlight stretched their Saiyan silhouettes long across the ground. Sun Wukong looked up at him. There was no fear in his eyes. Only a flame burned there. It was light born of fury and curiosity intertwined, the unyielding spirit etched into every Saiyan's very genes. You are strong, Sun Wukong said. Stronger than anyone I have ever encountered. Naturally. But I must still ask, what is it you truly want? You did not come to Earth merely to slaughter me, did you? You had every opportunity to kill all of us, just now. Raditz lowered his gaze to this brother of his. A moment of strange nostalgia stirred within him. In the original story, Raditz had died at the combined hands of Sun Wukong and Piccolo. That doomed Raditz had laughed in his final moments as he left his dear brother with the dying wish to be resurrected through the Dragon Balls. That was the final desperate grasp of a loser. But he was not that Raditz. What do I want? He crouched down, meeting Sun Wukong's gaze at eye level. I want to tell you something. There are wonders in this universe beyond anything you can imagine. Piccolo is one of them. King Kai is another. And that tail behind your neck is yet another. And then, and then I want you to become stronger. Sun Wukong stood frozen. I thought you said you would conquer Earth. Conquer Earth? Raditz rose to his feet, stretching languidly. Why would I bother conquering a speck of cosmic dust like this? What I want is for you to become my plaything. He turned and strode toward the wilderness beyond. Train diligently, little brother. When you believe yourself strong enough, come find me. Then I shall show you what constitutes true power. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette faded into the distance. Sun Wukong remained rooted where he stood, fists still clenched tight. He knew that even if he pursued, he could not win. That brother's power operated in an entirely different dimension from his own. Yet he felt no despair, only exhilaration, for he had found a new purpose for growth. Wait for me, Sun Wukong murmured quietly. I will catch up to you. In the distance, Raditz heard him. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. I am waiting, Kakarot. I hope you will not keep me waiting too long. After leaving that wasteland, Raditz didn't hurry to find shelter. For him now, sleep was superfluous and eating or not made no difference. He simply drifted along Earth's air currents, feeling the faint but numerous life signals of this planet. Humans, animals, plants. There were also anomalies mixed in. Those that flew, those that glowed, those that moved objects with their minds. This planet was more lively than he had imagined. But the strongest are just those 3, he muttered to himself. The rest don't even count as combat power. They're just breathing decorations. He stopped at the edge of a desert, found a rock to sit on. The moon overhead was huge and round, casting a pale glow on the sand. This tranquility was something he hadn't felt in a long time, or rather the soul that had transmigrated before hadn't felt it. The memories in Raditz's body were all about slaughter and bloodshed with no connection to peace. But no sooner had he settled than his brow furrowed. About 3,000 kilometers to the east, something was emerging from underground. Its energy was stronger than the Piccolo he'd just encountered, no, far stronger. That energy was ancient, cold, and laced with intense malice, utterly unlike the young green-skinned Piccolo. This felt more like something rotten crawling out of the earth. Demon King Piccolo. Raditz raised an eyebrow. In the original story, there was this segment: Demon King Piccolo was sealed in a rice cooker for centuries, and Pilaf and his gang released him to conquer the world. That old monster went on a killing spree, seized the Dragon Balls, restored his youth, and was finally pierced through by Son Goku's fist. A classic scene. By my calculations, it should be around now, Raditz said, rising and brushing the sand off his pants. Since I've caught it, might as well go watch the show. He took a step forward without any effort, yet his body appeared a kilometer away. Another step, another kilometer. As casual as strolling across the desert. Demon King Piccolo was swelling. The ancient ceiling temple exploded into powder, and a withered green monster with 2 antennae on its head crawled out of the ruins. His skin was like bark weathered for centuries, his nails long and sharp, and his mouth split into a grin revealing yellow teeth. Pilaf knelt nearby, trembling with excitement. SSS success. Great Demon King Piccolo has revived. Demon King Piccolo glanced down at him, his aged face void of any expression. You released me. Yes, we did. Pilaf-sama. Annoying. The Demon King raised his withered hand, a burst of black energy, surging from his palm, sending Pilaf flying through 3 walls. Shoo and I screamed and fled, but Demon King Piccolo didn't chase. His gaze passed over the ruins toward the distant city. Earth? I'm back. He took a deep breath. But that breath was never finished. The sky above him suddenly darkened, not from clouds, but something blocking the moonlight. He looked up and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. A figure descended from the sky, too fast for him to react. Raditz's right foot precisely struck the crown of Demon King Piccolo's head. No charge up, no technique, no flashy energy gathered at the soul. Just a single stomp. Pure physical impact. Demon King Piccolo's spine began to shatter from the skull, bursting apart segment by segment like a crushed bamboo pole. His eyeballs flew from their sockets from the pressure, and the scream that never left his throat was forced back into his chest by the knee. His entire body was slammed into the ground in an instant. But Raditz didn't stop. He continued to press down. The ground began to collapse. A circular area 200 meters in diameter sank as a hole centered on Demon King Piccolo. Bedrock cracked, groundwater gushed forth, concrete and rebar crushed like tofu. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. The shockwave radiated outward, flinging the struggling Pilaf and others across several mountains. Raditz landed. He stood at the bottom of the deep pit where there was no trace of Demon King Piccolo left. Only a splatter of dark green slime and a few broken antennae stuck in the crevices of the rubble. Just a pit. He looked up at the surrounding debris, then stepped over the edge and returned to the surface. Pilaf crawled out from a distant pile of rocks, bloodied and covered in mud. When he saw Raditz emerging from the pit, his face went pale. Why you? You killed Demon King Piccolo. Stomped him dead. Impossible. He was invincible. You didn't see how fragile he was, Raditz said, patting his boot. I hadn't even put any force into it before he fell apart. Pilaf's lips quivered, unable to form words. Raditz ignored him, his gaze fixed on a small floating object in the distance. A Dragon Ball. That orange sphere with red stars inside was drifting out of the ruins as if sensing something. Oh, Raditz reached out and caught it. This thing. The Dragon Ball grew warm in his palm, pulsing with some ancient energy. He could sense that this stone was connected to something far grander. The wish-granting mechanism when all 7 were combined. The Namekian's magical creation. A universal tool that had revived countless dead and altered countless destinies. Your Dragon Balls. He squeezed it. A fine crack appeared on the surface. Raditz paused. He looked at the crack, thought for a moment, then loosened his fingers. I'll keep it. Might come in handy. If I ever run out of money for ramen, maybe I can wish for some cash. He casually pocketed the Dragon Ball and turned away. The deep pit still steamed behind him, while in the distance Pilaf knelt on the rubble wailing. His centuries-old ambition had been shattered by a mysterious alien's single stomp. Nothing left but dust. And Raditz had already walked far away. The Dragon Ball in his pocket glowed occasionally, as if startled by his power. Where to next? He mused as he walked. Right, Frisia should be coming soon. When he does, I'll have some fun with him. Under the moonlight, the lone Saiyan figure gradually disappeared beyond the horizon, while the deep pit behind remained like an extra eye of the earth, forever watching the sky. Raditz walked along the edge of the desert for about half an hour before suddenly stopping. He glanced down at the Dragon Ball in his pocket. The orange sphere was radiating a faint heat like a beating living heart. There exists a certain resonance between the 7 Dragon Balls. The one in his hand seemed to be calling out to the other 6. Interesting. He closed his eyes and released a thread of chi to track that resonance. The connection between the Dragon Balls spread like a web from his palm, enveloping the entire earth. He could sense the 6 orbs scattered across different locations, some on islands, some deep in mountains, some at the bottom of the sea. The last one was within a colossal palace, its aura ancient and intense. That one in the palace. It must be the one above the shrine, the one kept by the Guardian. Raditz opened his eyes, a smirk curling at his lips. Since you're all idle, why not gather you all for some fun? He no longer walked, he simply took to the air. The first Dragon Ball was on a mountain in the east, carried into a cave by some nameless animal as a plaything. Raditz reached out, tore open the cave roof, and took the orb from the startled brown bear's embrace, flicking the bear's forehead as a thank you. The second lay 2,000 meters beneath the sea. The Dragon Ball glowed on its own, resting in a crevice of coral reefs, surrounded by a few curious tropical fish. Raditz dove into the water, retrieved it, shook off the droplets, and pocketed it. The third was locked in a vault by a wealthy merchant with a 3-tier security system and 6 armed guards. Raditz simply walked through the wall. With 2 fingers, he twisted off the iron door of the safe. When the merchant woke, he saw only a hole and an empty cabinet. The fourth was in an ancient temple deep in the mountains where monks had venerated it as a holy relic for 100 years. When Raditz walked in, the monks were chanting sutras. He said, "Just borrowing this," and took the Dragon Ball, leaving. The monks chased after him, but seeing him take one step and vanish at the horizon, they knelt in a row. The fifth was buried deep beneath the desert floor, interred for millennia. Raditz stomped the ground, flipping up the entire earth layer, and the Dragon Ball rolled out from the crack. The sixth was in the Guardian's palace. As he flew to the top of the shrine, an old man clad in white with a kind face was sitting in meditation. The old man opened his eyes and saw Raditz standing before him, lifting the sixth Dragon Ball from the altar. You? The Guardian's voice was tinged with surprise. You are that Saiyan. My name is Raditz, Raditz said, pocketing the sixth orb. The last one is with me. Now they're all together. The Guardian's expression shifted several times. You cannot use the Dragon Balls. Their power belongs to this world. Belongs to this world. Raditz tilted his head. Now they belong to me. He pulled out all 7 Dragon Balls from his pocket, cupping them in his palms. The orange light seeped through the gaps between the spheres, growing brighter and more scorching. The 7 Dragon Balls automatically lifted from Raditz's hands, suspended in midair, forming a circle, and began to spin. The sky changed color. The previously clear blue-white sky darkened rapidly. Dark clouds converged from all directions, forming a massive black vortex above the shrine. Lightning churned within the clouds and thunder rumbled, causing the entire shrine to tremble slightly. The Guardian staggered back a step. You actually summoned the Eternal Dragon. Raditz looked up at the swirling clouds. A pillar of golden light descended from the sky, piercing through the pitch-black clouds and striking directly at the center of the 7 Dragon Balls. Within the brilliance emerged a colossal silhouette, red scales, a coiling body, a fierce head. A pair of golden slit pupils opened within the halo, gazing down at the minuscule figure below. I am the Eternal Dragon, a deep voice resounded from the sky, carrying ancient echoes. I can grant you any wish. Speak, mortal. Raditz stared at the dragon's colossal face. Eternal Dragon, he said, do you think I am strong? The dragon was silent for 2 seconds. Your chi is exceptional. I can sense that your power far surpasses that of mortals, even all living beings on this planet. Then do you think I am stronger than the Dragon Balls? The dragon's slit pupils contracted slightly. The power of the Dragon Balls originates from Namekian magic, capable of granting most wishes across the universe. Though your power is great, but... Then try it. Raditz pointed at himself. Teleport me to the moon. The dragon's eyes glimmered. As you wish. Golden light shot from the dragon's mouth, enveloping Raditz's entire body. Space began to warp and the teleportation halo swirled around him. But then the halo suddenly halted. Then it shattered. Like glass, it peeled away from Raditz's body, crumbling into golden powder that scattered in the air. A visible flicker of disturbance passed through the dragon's eyes. Huh. Raditz raised an eyebrow. The dragon gathered light again, this time with greater energy. The golden radiance nearly engulfed Raditz entirely. The teleportation force intensified 3-fold, then 5-fold. 10-fold. But Raditz still stood in place. Not a single step moved. Your wish. The dragon's voice finally wavered. Cannot be fulfilled. Why? Because your existence has exceeded the bounds of the Dragon Ball's power. My abilities cannot affect you. Your soul, your body, your chi. All lie beyond the scope of my wishes. Raditz smiled. So your Dragon Balls are useless against me, huh? Yes. He turned around, shrugged at the stunned Guardian behind him. Hear that? Your almighty wish Grantaire has no effect on me. This thing is only good for the ants of Earth. The Guardian's mouth hung open, his expression frozen in shock. In all his years he had never seen the Eternal Dragon fail to grant a wish. What kind of monster was this Saiyan before him? Then let me ask one more. Raditz turned back to face the dragon. Can you revive Piccolo, the Demon King? The one I just crushed underfoot. The dragon hesitated. I can, but... Don't revive him, Raditz cut in. I was just asking. You can leave now. The dragon stared at him for 3 seconds, then its massive red body began to turn translucent. The golden pillar of light receded back into the clouds. The 7 Dragon Balls fell from midair, bounced a few times on the ground, and turned into gray stones. The Dragon Balls had lost their power, requiring a year before they could be used again. Raditz bent down, picked up one gray stone, examined it, then casually tossed it to the Guardian. Here, return it. I'm done with them. The Guardian clutched the gray stone, his hands trembling. Raditz turned and walked toward the edge of the shrine, preparing to fly away. But then he remembered something and glanced back at the Guardian. Old man, he said, if you want to live a bit longer on this planet, you'd better not mention today's events to anyone. Especially that monkey named Kakarot. The Guardian nodded. Raditz leaped off the shrine's edge and vanished into the clouds. Wind roared in his ears as he plunged through the clouds. The smile on his face gradually faded into calmness. The Dragon Balls in his pocket had all been returned, leaving his hands empty. The Dragon Balls are useless to me, he muttered to himself. Then the rules of this world can't bind me either. He turned over, lying face up toward the sky, letting his body fall freely. Good. That makes it easier for me to do bigger and bolder things. The ground drew closer. He halted 3 meters above the ground. The wind, kicked up by his feet, toppled a nearby sapling. He landed on a patch of grass and brushed the dust off his arms. Let's rest a bit, he said, walking toward the distant city lights. Might as well see what delicious food Earth's night market has. I'm free anyway. The night market was bustling. As Raditz stepped onto a snack street on the outskirts of the city, the aroma of grilled squid and tepid chow mein wafted around him. Neon signs flickered in vivid hues, the air thrummed with a sea of voices, and the charcoal grills from skewer stalls bathed half the street in warm golden light. His Frisia Force standard battlesuit stood out sharply among the earthlings in their shorts and slippers, yet none of them seemed to notice him. He suppressed his energy completely, even if he stood right in front of someone they would never sense him. That one, he pointed at the street vendor's grill. 10 skewers. And 3 orders of those fried noodles. The vendor, a portly man in a white cap, flipped the meat skewers with remarkable speed, acknowledging the order without even looking up. It was only when he handed over the food that he paused, glancing at the spot where someone had just been standing. Yet in the blink of an eye it was empty. Raditz squatted on the steps at the mouth of an alley, eating his skewers. The hem of his battlesuit had been rolled up and tucked into his belt to avoid getting dirty. Saiyan teeth tore through meat with ease, leaving not a scrap clinging to the bone. Earth's seasonings are decent, he murmured, chewing on cumin and chili powder, offering a rare word of praise. 10,000 times better than the nutrient paste back on planet Vegeta. A drunken man stumbled past and kicked over the box of fried noodles sitting beside Raditz's feet, muttering curses without a care for where he was going. Raditz glanced down at the spilled noodles, then up at the swaying figure receding into the night. After a moment's thought, he did nothing. Never mind. I'm not worth the trouble. He finished the remaining skewers and flicked the bamboo sticks aside. They embedded themselves 3 inches deep into the concrete wall across the alley, perfectly straight, as though measured with a ruler. Tomorrow morning someone would likely assume those skewers protruding from the wall were some artist's prank. Raditz rose to his feet, ready to leave, but suddenly halted mid-step. Someone was coming. A familiar energy signature was rapidly approaching from the east, moving faster than Son Goku had been during his earlier encounter. That energy was one he knew well. Green, gloomy, radiating a bitter resentment that reeked of resentment toward the world. Piccolo, the younger version. Raditz leaned against the alley entrance, arms crossed, watching the green figure descend from the sky and land in the open space at the center of the snack street. Piccolo had changed his clothes, the white cape billowed in the wind, and a layer of bitterness darkened his expression even further than the day before. You killed my father. Piccolo's voice was low and chilling. King Piccolo. The crowd in the snack street erupted into screams and scattered. When a 2-meter-tall green-skinned monster appeared suddenly in the heart of a bustling district, ordinary people had only one option: flee. Raditz watched the scattering crowd and let out a resigned sigh. Couldn't you find a quieter place? Don't have to fight right where people are eating. Piccolo's lip twitched. Save the chatter. I'll settle the score for my father's death today. Oh, you mean the one you called your father? Raditz scratched his head. Do you realize that father is actually yourself? That egg you spat out, the man you called daddy, is literally a part of you. This isn't revenge, it's attempted suicide. Piccolo's fists clenched. Raditz tilted his head, thinking for a moment. By the way, does Son Goku know you came looking for a fight? None of his business. He definitely doesn't know, Raditz sneered. If he found out, he'd try to stop you. That monkey loves this kind of stuff. Kindness, friendship, unity, spouting moral lectures all day, trying to reform everyone he meets. Piccolo took a step forward. I don't need his permission. I know exactly what kind of Saiyan he is. Then why come? Raditz raised his right hand. Piccolo instinctively half-stepped backward, recalling the scene from yesterday in the wasteland. How Raditz had pressed a single finger to the back of his head, rendering him completely motionless. Don't worry, Raditz said, noticing the retreat, smiling. I won't kill you. You're more useful alive. What do you mean? I mean you stay alive to be sparring practice for Kakarot. If he doesn't have an opponent, how slowly would he get stronger? Piccolo's expression froze. What did you say? Raditz walked toward him, each step slow, yet Piccolo felt the surrounding air growing heavier, as though the pressure of the entire snack street was collapsing onto his shoulders. I like this expression of yours. Raditz stopped 3 paces away. Hating me, but unable to beat me, wanting revenge, but lacking the strength. It's a fine state, maintain it. He reached out and patted Piccolo's shoulder, the gesture as light as brushing off dust, yet Piccolo felt his scapula nearly snap. Go back and train. When you feel you're ready, come find me again. I don't mind stepping on you a few more times. Piccolo gritted his teeth, nails digging into his palms. Just wait. I am waiting. I already said so. Piccolo turned and flew away faster than his arrival, as if desperate to escape the very air around him. Raditz hadn't lifted a finger, yet his silhouette standing amidst the night market's glow sent a chill down Piccolo's neck. Raditz watched him vanish into the night sky. Not bad, he stretched. Got enough exercise for today. He turned to continue strolling through the night market, but stopped after 2 steps, sensing someone in a nearby alley watching him. A short man in a cap, holding a camera, his fingers trembling. A journalist. Raditz glanced back. The man's legs gave out, and he sat hard on the ground. What are you? The journalist held his camera up to shield his face, his voice quivering. Are you an alien? Like that green guy just now? I'm your grandfather, Raditz said. Stop shooting. Run. Or I'll send you and your camera to the moon together. The journalist scrambled away on hands and knees, not even bothering to retrieve his camera when it fell. Raditz watched his figure disappear into the alley entrance and shook his head. These earthlings have no courage at all. I was talking to him perfectly fine. He picked up the discarded camera, checked the screen, and saw photos of his confrontation with Piccolo, blurry but clearly showing two figures facing off. He withdrew the memory card and crushed it, then tossed the camera into a trash bin. Well, then he clapped his hands. Looks like the night market is ruined for today. He looked up at the starry sky above. Where planet Vegeta once shone, there was nothing but emptiness. But he could sense a vessel approaching at tremendous speed, carrying strong energy and that unmistakable pungent Saiyan scent. Vegeta, he smiled, finally arrived. He threw the napkin he'd used to wipe his mouth into the trash and vanished into the depths of the alley. Aboard the vessel drawing near Earth, a short Saiyan stared at the scouter's screen, his lips pressed into a cold, unyielding line. Earth, Vegeta whispered. Let me see if the one who destroyed planet Vegeta is still here. Vegeta's spacecraft descended upon a desolate wasteland on the outskirts of West City. Nappa was the first to leap out, his towering frame striking the Earth with a thunderous impact that sent tremors through the ground. He drew a deep breath, his Saiyan lungs greedily devouring Earth's atmosphere. Your Highness, the oxygen concentration on this planet is acceptable. Combat shouldn't be a problem. Vegeta strode leisurely out of the cabin. Though he was far shorter than Nappa, the oppressive aura emanating from him made the surrounding grass and vegetation bow their heads. The detector screen flickered with readings of all life signatures on Earth. They were weak. The strongest barely exceeded 1,000 while the rest were utterly worthless. So this is the planet Kakarot chose to dwell on. Vegeta snorted coldly. Pathetically weak. Disgusting. Nappa chuckled wickedly. Your Highness, shall we charge right in? Let's dispose of Kakarot first, then hunt down the one who destroyed planet Vegeta. Silence. Nappa immediately fell silent. Vegeta's gaze swept across the wasteland toward the distant silhouette of the city. His right hand clenched and released, knuckles popping with a crisp sound. I know where the culprit is. That key is strange. Far fainter than what the detector shows, as if deliberately suppressed. Then let's go. We'll wait for him to come to us. Vegeta leaned against the ship's hull, arms crossed, eyes closed. Nappa didn't understand, but whatever His Highness commands is law. He stood guard nearby, barely daring to breathe. They waited approximately 10 minutes. Then Raditz arrived. When he descended from midair, he barely stirred, the wind landing soundlessly. Nappa spotted him first, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized the Frisia Force combat uniform, the long hair cascading past his shoulders, and the distinctive Saiyan tail dangling from his waist, gently swaying. You? Nappa's voice cracked. Raditz, weren't you supposed to be dead? Raditz finished his sentence with a smile. In the original story, yes. Unfortunately, I didn't follow the script. Vegeta opened his eyes. He straightened from the ship's hull, surveying Raditz from head to toe. His black pupils held no surprise, only scrutiny and calculation. Was it you? Planet Vegeta. Raditz nodded. Yes, it was me. Do you have any idea how many Saiyans were on that planet? Thousands, give or take. I can't quite remember. Vegeta remained silent for 2 seconds, then broke into a twisted smile, one brimming with undisguised malice and dark satisfaction. Well done. I've long dreamed of destroying that wretched place with my own hands. Nappa stood frozen beside him. Your Highness. You are also a Saiyan. Vegeta ignored Nappa, his gaze locked on Raditz. Yet you are stronger than all those monkeys combined. That intrigues me greatly. Raditz raised an eyebrow. Fancy a fight? Absolutely. Vegeta stepped forward. But not now. I am not yet strong enough to kill you. My instincts tell me you are still suppressing your ki. For the first time today, a spark of genuine interest flickered across Raditz's face. Smart. But I will grow stronger. Vegeta halted 5 meters from Raditz. When I have surpassed my current self, I will personally tear your head off. Then you can tell me whether the screams of the Saiyans sounded pleasant as planet Vegeta shattered. Raditz studied him for several seconds. Then he laughed. You are far more interesting than your father. He said. Very well, I'll be waiting. Just don't keep me waiting too long. He turned to leave, but paused after a single step. By the way, he glanced back slightly. If you seek to fight Kakarot, he dwells on that dumpling mountain to the east. Don't kill him. He is my younger brother. Vegeta's brow furrowed. Your brother? That's right. Weaker than you, but far more entertaining. With those words, Raditz vanished from sight. Vegeta glared at the empty grassland, his teeth grinding. Raditz, just you wait. Nappa cautiously inquired. Your Highness, shall we still go find Kakarot? We will. Vegeta clenched his fist. But before that, I need to determine exactly how powerful this Raditz truly is. When he stood before me just now, I couldn't move. Nappa's expression shifted. Couldn't move? His ki pressed down upon me. I couldn't even lift a finger. Deep within Vegeta's eyes, flames danced. This humiliation. I have noted it. Meanwhile, Raditz had already flown beyond Earth's atmosphere. He floated in the vacuum, gazing down at the slowly rotating blue planet beneath him. Vegeta's reaction was more amusing than Raditz had anticipated. The short Saiyan's eyes held no fear, only burning hatred and ambition. That kind of fire pleased him. Keeping him as a plaything wouldn't be bad. He turned and flew in another direction. There existed a barrier invisible to ordinary people, between life and death, connecting the mortal realm with another space. The Hall of Yama. As Raditz passed through that barrier, ripples formed around his body. The dark cosmos transformed into a misty gray space. A stone-paved path appeared beneath his feet. On both sides grew grotesque trees, lanterns hanging from their trunks burning with ghostly blue flames. At the path's end stood a massive gate. Above it hung a plaque inscribed with 3 characters: the Hall of Yama. The guardian demon at the entrance saw someone approaching and immediately raised his trident. Halt! The living are forbidden to enter. Raditz walked past him without even a glance. The guardian's trident struck Raditz's back like piercing diamond. Sparks flew, the trident snapped in two, and the demon stared in stunned bewilderment at the remaining half in his hands. You. Just dropping by to say hello. Raditz pushed open the Hall of Yama's grand doors. And perhaps tear a few things down. In the grand hall beyond, the king of the underworld sat behind a desk poring over the book of life and death. Hearing the doors burst open, he looked up to see a long-haired Saiyan striding in with arrogant confidence. Who are you? The king of the underworld leaped to his feet. This is sacred underworld territory. I am Raditz. He walked to the desk and glanced down at the book of life and death. I hear you decide where people go after death. Naturally. The book of life and death determines fate. When one's mortal lifespan ends, they fall under my domain. Perfect then. Raditz reached out and snatched the thick book of life and death from the king of the underworld's hands. I'll borrow this for a while. The king of the underworld's face turned ashen. How dare you? That is a treasure of heaven and earth. Raditz casually flipped through a few pages. Names densely covered every page, each corresponding to an earthling's lifespan and cause of death. He saw Goku's name, Piccolo's name, Bulma's, Kuririn's, Chi-Chi's, and even his own name. Raditz's Saiyan dies on Earth, killed by Gohan. He tore out that page. The paper burned to ashes between his fingers. That entry is gone now. The king of the underworld collapsed into his chair, lips trembling. Do you even understand what you're doing? This is interfering with the laws of reincarnation. Laws? Raditz snapped the book of life and death shut, tossing it back onto the desk. The moment it landed, the entire Hall of Yama began to tremble. Dust rained from the rafters, walls cracked, and the ghostly blue lanterns shattered one by one. After all these years I've lived king of the underworld, Raditz turned to walk out. The thing I despise most is people lecturing me about laws. When his foot stepped over the threshold, the Hall of Yama's main plaque cracked in two with a sharp snap. I'll tear down the rest next time. His figure vanished into the gray mist. The king of the underworld stared at the fallen plaque, then at the book with its burned page, and remained silent for an extraordinarily long time. This Saiyan, he murmured quietly. King Enma's death was not without reason. Ladizzi did not walk back after leaving the Yanwang Hall. At the end of the gray stone-paved road, a fork appeared, one branch extending upward, passing through layers of clouds, leading to a place he had only seen in the original story. The realm of the Grand Kai, theoretically the place where all Kais cultivate, and a paradise for dead martial artists to continue growing stronger. Since I've come to the afterlife, I might as well finish the job. He stepped onto the upward branch path. On both sides of the path appeared some ghosts he recognized. A martial artist killed by Tao Bai on Earth, several young disciples in Turtle School GI, and a bald old man doing push-ups by the roadside. When they saw Ladizzi passing by, everyone stopped moving. That she was so powerful that even these souls who had died once trembled instinctively. Who is that? Asked one martial artist to the person beside him. Don't know. A living person. How can a living person enter? Just now there seemed to be a tremor from the Yanwang Hall. Ladizzi ignored them. With a single step the surroundings whizzed backward, clouds split on both sides of his body into two white walls. He walked along that path as if teleporting. Each step covered hundreds of meters. He had arrived at the realm of the Grand Kai. It was a platform floating in the void with lush green grass, a clear lake, and an ancient wooden palace in the distance. Beyond the edge of the platform was endless gray, nothing at all, pure emptiness. Several Kais in different colored robes were sitting on the platform, drinking tea, one in red, holding a fan and laughing heartily. North, you're telling that joke again. Ha ha, it's not funny, but your expression is hilarious. North Kai sat among them, sporting his iconic antenna with a smile uglier than a cry. I'm just livening up the mood. Anyway, I don't have a planet to stay on now, so what else can I do but find some amusement? East Kai waved his fan. Is your Kai planet really completely gone? Completely gone. North Kai's smile faded. Not even a trace left. I was telling a Snake Road joke when I looked up and the sky went dark. Then there was a crack. My whole being was left with half a breath. The me you see now is a shadow recondensed, at least half weaker than before. Do you know who did it? North Kai rubbed his hands. I heard it was a Saiyan, a long-haired Saiyan, named something like Ladizzi. A voice came from above them. The four Kais looked up simultaneously. Ladizzi was crouching on the roof of the Grand Kai's palace, chin resting on his hand, looking bored at the tea party below. I could hear you talking about me from far away. What, already starting to miss me? North Kai's face turned pale instantly. That green fat man bounced up from his chair, his antenna wobbling into a spiral. How did you get here? Came through the Yanwang Hall. Ladizzi jumped down from the roof and landed lightly beside the tea table. The road was easy, just a bit winding. East Kai stood up, raising his fan to his chest in a defensive posture. You're a living person. Trespassing into the realm of the Grand Kai is a grave offense. Grave offense. Ladizzi tilted his head. Where's your Grand Kai? Have him come out and discuss with me what constitutes a grave offense. West Kai and South Kai also stood up, the four Kais surrounding Ladizzi, their chi surging. Though they were not as strong as the god of destruction or the angels, they were still deities governing a universe. Their combined pressure could at least overpower most mortals. But Ladizzi yawned. Don't be nervous, he said. I just came to say hello to an old friend. He looked at North Kai. North Kai's back was drenched in cold sweat. His lips trembled, and that mouth that could once casually tell 100 bad jokes couldn't squeeze out a single word. Old North, Ladizzi walked up to him, his Saiyan height, forcing North Kai to look up to see his face. When I crushed your Kai planet, you were telling a joke, right? North Kai nodded with difficulty. What joke? It's that one. Why is the Snake Road longer than the Milky Way? Because the person who designed it was named Long Longhand. North Kai's speech slowed, his voice fading because he saw Ladizzi's expression, one of extreme disappointment, like buying the most expensive movie ticket only to find the weather forecast playing. That's your joke? Ladizzi asked. North Kai shrank his neck. Not funny. Not funny. Ladizzi extended a finger and pressed it to the center of North Kai's forehead. And your existence itself is a joke. North Kai's body began to turn transparent, the energy that had just recondensed dissipating rapidly, like sand slipping through fingers. His antenna snapped, his round belly deflated, and his green skin faded to grayish white. Wait, I can tell you a funnier one. Really, I've got a lot stored. No need, Ladizzi withdrew his finger. I can't laugh. The last trace of North Kai's presence vanished into the air. This time he was truly gone, not even a shadow remained. When his Kai planet exploded, he could still condense a residual shadow. Now even that shadow was gone, completely erased from this universe. East Kai's fan dropped to the ground. West Kai and South Kai stepped back several paces simultaneously. The three exchanged glances, sweat beads rolling down their foreheads one after another. Ladizzi turned to look at them. Don't be afraid, he smiled. I have no interest in you. One fat guy who tells bad jokes is enough, I can't be bothered with more. He walked toward the edge of the platform, his steps as casual as strolling in his own yard. By the way, he turned back at the edge, any of you know the Grand Kai? East Kai's voice trembled. He's not here. He went to pay respects to the Grand Priest. Oh, Ladizzi nodded. Then pass a message to him for me. Tell him the Kais of Universe 7 are under my control now. If he doesn't accept it, he can come find me. I live. Never mind, I wander around. Let him find me himself. With a step beyond the platform's edge, he plunged into the gray void and vanished. The three Kais slumped on the grass, none speaking. A cup of tea on the table still steamed, but its owner had just been completely erased before their eyes. After a long silence, East Kai said hoarsely, "This era's Universe 7 is finished." After plummeting from the edge of the Grand Kai's realm platform, Raditz's body pierced through layers of gray clouds as the scenery around him transformed from void into a sinuous, infinitely extending white path. The Snake Way, the sole conduit connecting the Grand Kai's realm to the mortal world, stretched for 1,000,000 kilometers. It was said that an ordinary martial artist would require months of travel to reach its end. He twisted his body midair and landed squarely on the Snake Way's surface. 1,000,000 kilometers, he mused, gazing down at the winding white stone path beneath his feet. Even at light speed, that would take seconds. Tediously slow. Crouching, he pressed his fingers against the stone. The slab quivered beneath his palm, as if it were a living creature breathing. He sensed the entire structure of the Snake Way. It was constructed from a peculiar spatial material, not ordinary brick or stone, but something akin to a folded dimensional connective tissue. If it's a dimensional connector. Raditz rose to his feet, arms spreading wide at his sides. Then I'll simply tear it apart. He surged from his palms, forming two opposing forces. The energy in his left hand swirled right while that in his right hand swirled left. The instant these two forces collided on the Snake Way's surface, space began to warp. The white stones wrinkled like fabric creases, radiating outward as cracks exuded a pitch-black void. Open. He wrenched his hands apart in a sudden motion. The Snake Way snapped. That ancient corridor bridging the afterlife and the mortal world for countless millennia had been forcibly rent asunder by a pair of Saiyan hands. Spatial fragments crackled at the edges of the tier, cascading down like shattered glass. Through the rift, blue sky and white clouds were visible, the scenery of Earth. Raditz stepped into the fissure. A blinding white light exploded before his eyes, then faded. He felt solid ground beneath his feet once more. Grass carrying the fresh scent of dew, while birdsong and the murmur of a brook drifted from the distance. He glanced up at the sky where the sun hung directly overhead, casting warm light upon his face. Back, he said, scanning his surroundings. The landing spot is quite accurate. Near Mount Pausa. He recognized the oddly shaped dome-topped mountain in the distance. It was Sun Wukong's home. The little house on the mountainside was nestled among the trees, a thin wisp of cooking smoke curling from its chimney. Chi-Chi was preparing lunch. Raditz cast a glance toward that direction. He recognized the key emanating from the house, Sun Wukong's. It had grown slightly since their last encounter, but only marginally. It seemed the monkey was still training diligently, albeit with limited results. At this pace he'll still get beaten when he meets Vegeta. As the thought crossed his mind, a violent energy tremor erupted from the east. That ki was familiar, Saiyan ki, ferocious, piercing, saturated with unvarnished bloodlust. It was Vegeta, and the energy was on the move, heading straight for Mount Paozu. Oh, Raditz raised an eyebrow. That fast? He settled himself against a large tree nearby, folding his arms behind his head and crossing his legs. Fine, let's see how long my little brother can last. I can always step in afterward. Above Mount Paozu, Vegeta's silhouette hovered beneath the clouds. He looked down at the small house on the mountainside. The scouter displayed a battle power fluctuating between 900 and 1000. So this was Kakarot, the low-class warrior sent to Earth, the one his father had called a failure. Oof. Vegeta sneered, a cold smile curling at his lips. A low-class warrior is nothing but a low-class warrior. Not even worth a single finger of mine. Nappa hovered behind him, suspended in midair. Your Highness, let's just crush them outright. Crush? Vegeta shook his head. No. I want him to die on his knees. He extended a single finger, condensing a sphere of light at its tip. It was small, only a dozen centimeters in diameter, yet the compressed energy within was enough to level an entire hill. With a casual flick, the sphere shot forth, speeding straight toward the small house. Boom. The explosion was deafening. A 30-meter-wide gap was blasted into the mountainside of Mount Paozu. Trees, splintered rocks flew, and dust mingled with roaring flames. Kakarot. Vegeta's voice boomed from the sky. Come out and greet your comrade. From the dust, an orange figure burst forth. Sun Wukong emerged, clutching a small boy in his arms, while shielding Chi-Chi behind him, with his other hand, his face etched with shock and fury. Who are you? Why did you attack my home without provocation? Vegeta stared down at him condescendingly. So you're Kakarot. A waste with a battle power of just over 900. You've been living too comfortably on this backwater planet. Sun Wukong shoved the child into Chi-Chi's arms, muttering, Take Gohan inside. Don't come out. Chi-Chi's face was deathly pale, but she knew that words were useless at a moment like this. She clutched Son Gohan and dashed back into the ravaged house, slamming shut the door that was already hanging askew. Sun Wukong turned back, gazing up at Vegeta in the sky. You're a Saiyan too? The Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta. Vegeta lifted his chin. I have two purposes for coming to Earth. One is to find the culprit who destroyed planet Vegeta, and the other is to see how laughable the legendary low-class warrior truly is. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. His energy surged, anger awakening the Saiyan genes within him. His battle power climbed from 900 to 1100, then 1200. Vegeta let out a low chuckle. Oh, it rises. Interesting. Sun Wukong kicked off the ground, launching himself skyward, fist cocked back, and driving toward Vegeta's face. The punch was swift and heavy, carrying the striking techniques he had honed for years on the Snake Way. Enough force to send a dinosaur flying. Vegeta did not dodge. He reached out and caught the fist, his 5 fingers locking around Sun Wukong's wrist. With a sharp twist and a crack, the wrist dislocated. Up. Vegeta drove a kick into Sun Wukong's chest, stomping him down from the sky. The monkey's body crashed into the ground, bounced twice, and smashed through 3 large trees before finally coming to a halt. Dirt and grass flew everywhere. A clear boot print was stamped onto the orange of Sun Wukong's training GI. Is this all you've got? Vegeta landed and strode toward the figure trapped in the crater. A low-class warrior will always be a low-class warrior, forever unable to catch up. His footsteps halted. Sun Wukong crawled out of the pit. His right wrist dangled limp at his side, clearly broken, but he pushed himself up with his left hand, gritting his teeth as he rose. Those black eyes held no fear, only a fire burning ever brighter. Again Sun Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood. I can still fight. Beneath the distant shade of a tree, Raditz watched the scene, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Quite stubborn, he murmured. Just like my brother. Wukong clenched his left hand into a fist, his body slightly crouched, his dislocated right wrist dangling at his side. Waves of pain pulsed from the fractured bone, yet he bit down on his back teeth without a sound. The Saiyan's regenerative ability was decent. His wrist had already begun to warm, tiny hairline fractures slowly mending. But he couldn't wait that long. Oh, Vegeta noticed his drooping right hand. A broken wrist bone, and you still want to fight. As expected, an inferior warrior's mind is insufficient. Wukong didn't respond. His ki circulated wildly within his body, and a blue light began to coalesce in his left palm. He had only used that move once before, a new technique he'd attempted while training on King Kai's planet, compressing the charging time of the Kamehameha to its absolute limit, having its power but doubling its speed. The sphere of light exploded in his palm, a slender beam of blue energy shot straight toward Vegeta's face. Vegeta tilted his head to dodge the light, grazing past his ear and singeing a few strands of hair. He touched the tips of his hair, his expression shifting slightly. It actually grazed me. Wukong had already charged forward. Unable to use his right hand, he threw punches with his left, coordinating with knee strikes and headbutts, turning every usable part of his body into a weapon. His fighting style was even more ferocious and reckless than before, each strike carrying the momentum of mutual destruction. Vegeta absorbed a dozen of his moves, then swept him off his feet with a kick, sending him crashing to the ground. A fighting style like a mad dog, Vegeta stepped on Wukong's back. But you can't even make me take this seriously. Blood trickled from the corner of Wukong's mouth, but he was still smiling. You say? You can't. Then why did your kick just land harder than before? Vegeta pressed a little harder with his foot, and Wukong's ribs emitted a sickening crack. Kakarot, Vegeta said in a lowered voice. I originally wanted you to live a few minutes longer, but you're too noisy. He raised his right hand palm aligned with Wukong's head as a sphere of light began to condense. Under the distant shade of a tree, Raditz twitched a finger. But he didn't intervene. Because another figure burst out of the damaged house, Sun Wufan. That tiny boy only about 4 years old clutched a wooden stick in his hand, tears in his eyes charging toward Vegeta. Don't hit my dad. The stick struck Vegeta's leg and broke. Vegeta looked down at the little one who barely reached his waist, and his lip twitched. Another brat. Wukong struggled to get up, but with Vegeta's foot on his back, every bone in his body protested. Wufan, run. Sun Wufan didn't run. He stood in front of Vegeta, looking up, his tiny fists clenched white, his face a mix of fear and anger. Let go of my dad. Vegeta paused for a second, then smiled. A cold, cruel smile. Interesting. A tiny cub who doesn't even know how to fight dares to roar at me. The Saiyan bloodline in you is indeed more pronounced than in Kakarot. He withdrew his hand from aiming at Wukong and reached towards Sun Wufan instead. Let me see what you're capable of. Sun Wufan's ki exploded in that instant. A 4-year-old child knows nothing, but deep within Saiyan genes lies one thing called rage. Father injured, mother startled, home destroyed. All those emotions detonated the moment Vegeta reached out toward him. His combat power skyrocketed instantly from single digits to 1,000, then 1,500, then 2,000. Vegeta's hand was pushed back half a step by that wave of ki. For the first time, a genuine look of surprise crossed his face. What? Wukong was also stunned. Wufan. You. Raditz whistled from a distance. Impressive potential. Stronger than I expected. Sun Wufan's ki continued to surge. A white aura spiraled around his tiny body. The ground cracked beneath his feet and gravel began to float. He raised his small fist and swung it at Vegeta. No technique whatsoever. Just a pure punch carrying the impact of 2,000 or 3,000 in combat power. Vegeta reached out to block. The fist smashed into his palm, and he was pushed back a full 3 meters, his boots carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Remarkable, Vegeta's voice ground out through clenched teeth. A 4-year-old cub actually made me retreat. Nappa stood beside him dumbfounded. Your Highness. Shut up. Vegeta shook his numb hand. The smile on his face vanished completely. He had been repelled by a 4-year-old child, and right after he'd mocked Kakarot, as an inferior warrior, the kid's son had slapped him with a reality check. Enough. Vegeta's pupils turned deep crimson. I'm done playing. His ki surged violently. Nappa wisely retreated 100 meters away. Vegeta's battle suit strained against the ki, crackling audibly. His hair stood on end, and his overall aura became 10 times more terrifying than before. He drew out his tail from his waist. The Saiyan tail began to swell under the impact of the ki flow. The brown fur thickened and darkened, and the bones inside elongated and deformed beneath the skin. Great ape transformation. Raditz rose from under the tree. Now this is getting interesting. But Vegeta didn't complete the transformation. His tail had only swelled halfway when something grabbed it. Vegeta looked down and saw Raditz standing behind him without him noticing. One of Raditz's hands had clamped onto his half-transformed tail. The coarse hairs on the tail were caught in Raditz's palm like iron pincers, completely immobilized. Transformation is quite slow, Raditz said. Mind if I clip your tail, eh? He closed 2 fingers. Vegeta's tail snapped off. Blood gushed from the severed stump. A scream tore from Vegeta's throat, and his entire body fell from midair. Deprived of his tail, the Saiyan felt as if his spine had been extracted. All his muscles instantly went limp, and his combat power plummeted straight down. The great ape transformation process halted, and green smoke rose from the tail's severed end. How is this possible? Vegeta knelt on the ground, his hands propping him up, gasping heavily. His face was twisted into a grimace of excruciating pain and humiliation, veins bulging on his forehead. Raditz casually tossed the severed tail aside and brushed the blood off his hands. See, I told you you'd kneel faster than I expected. Vegeta raised his head. For the first time, a hint of something akin to fear appeared in his eyes. He had already overestimated Raditz's strength as much as possible, but in that split second just now he hadn't even seen how Raditz had approached him. You were here all along. From the moment you threw your first punch, Raditz said, looking down at him calmly. When my brother was getting beaten, I didn't intervene because I wanted to see if he could give you some surprise. Turns out his son did provide a surprise, but you weren't surprising enough. Vegeta's fingernails dug into the soil. Raditz walked over, bent down, and patted Vegeta's shoulder. Don't lose heart. Come back when you're stronger. Next time I'll wait a bit longer before breaking your tail. He turned around and walked towards Sun Wukong, who was still lying on the ground. The monkey was being supported by his 4-year-old son, his face a picture of bewilderment. Brother, Raditz didn't turn back. Your son is stronger than you. Train him well. Wukong opened his mouth. But, no buts. Raditz had already walked several steps away. I'm leaving. I'll leave Vegeta to you. If you can't beat him, take it out on his son. Hearing this from a distance, Vegeta nearly ground his teeth to dust. Raditz, I will kill you with my own hands. I'll be waiting. Raditz's figure vanished into thin air. All that remained on the spot were 3 broken hairs from Vegeta's tail blown away by the wind. After walking several hundred meters, Raditz suddenly stopped. He turned his head to glance back at the battlefield. Vegeta was still kneeling on the ground, clutching his severed tail, while Goku had been helped to sit up by his son. The father and son were covered in wounds, but neither was in serious condition. The atmosphere temporarily eased, as if everyone needed a moment to catch their breath. But something was wrong. My. Raditz frowned. At the far end of his vision, suspended in midair, Nappa was gathering his energy. The bald Saiyan, over 2 meters tall, spread his arms wide as his muscles swelled like inflated balloons, a dark yellow aura rippling across his skin. His expression was twisted and grotesque, his mouth stretched, so wide it seemed to split his face. From his throat came a low, beast-like growl. Ayua. You? How dare you? How dare you lay hands on his highness? Raditz watched Nappa from afar, his brow creasing more deeply with each passing moment. Nappa's roar continued unabated, growing louder and louder like a bomb building toward detonation. The thunderous cries reverberated across all of Mount Paoju. Flocks of birds erupted in panic from the treetops, while pebbles on the ground trembled and jumped from the sheer force of the sonic waves. What a noise! Raditz turned around. One stride, then he pushed off the ground. The earth exploded beneath his feet, carving out a crater 5 meters in diameter. He rocketed toward Nappa like a cannonball. Nappa was still gathering energy. In his palm, a colossal sphere of energy had formed, over 2 meters in diameter. Purple-black light churned and rotated within, radiating an aura of absolute destruction. This was his most powerful technique, condensing every ounce of his ki into a single sphere. When unleashed, it could raise an entire city to the ground. Take this, D. The energy sphere was released. The purple-black orb screamed through the air toward Raditz, tearing the surrounding atmosphere into a vacuum. Trees were shredded into splinters by the shockwave. The ground plowed into a deep trench. After the roar, Nappa burst into laughter. Let's see you stay so cocky now. You think you can survive my ultimate attack? But in the next instant, his grin froze on his face, because Raditz had charged straight into the energy sphere. The purple-black orb struck his chest like an egg, splattering against the steel wall. Cracks spiderwebbed across the sphere's surface. Purple light scattered into countless fragments as the energy detonated into a magnificent ring of light before Raditz. The explosion's aftermath sent everything nearby flying, yet Nappa saw it. The man at the epicenter hadn't even had his hair disturbed. Raditz emerged from the fading light and landed less than 3 meters from Nappa. Your lungs are impressive, he said. I could hear you screaming from hundreds of meters away. Nappa instinctively stumbled backward. His legs were shaking, his teeth chattering so hard they rattled. That technique had channeled every ounce of his power. Even Vegeta would have been gravely wounded taking a direct hit, but this man had absorbed it with his bare chest. Not even his clothes were torn. You? What exactly are you? A Saiyan? Raditz reached out and seized Nappa's throat. The hand locked around his windpipe like an iron vice, cutting off his breath instantly. He swung punches at Raditz's arm, but they crashed against it like striking steel. His knuckles cracked and splintered with each impact. Stay still, Raditz lifted him off the ground. You were bellowing so loudly just now. Time to keep quiet. Nappa's feet left the earth. His legs kicked frantically at empty air while his throat produced only wet, rattling sounds. His face shifted from red to purple, then from purple to white. His eyeballs bulged outward, the blood vessels within bursting one by one. Raditz tightened his grip. A sharp crack echoed from Nappa's neck. His spine shattered. The towering 2-meter body went limp in an instant, limbs dangling like a chicken with its neck wrung. His tongue lolled from his mouth, eyes rolled back, the last vestiges of life ebbing slowly from his nostrils. Raditz released his grip. Nappa's corpse thudded to the ground, landing in a crumpled heap, his bald head lolling sideways. No breath remained. In the distance, Vegeta witnessed this scene. His pupils contracted to pinpoints. He knew Nappa's strength. His trusted companion of many campaigns, an elite Saiyan with a battle power exceeding 4,000, crushed as easily as an insect. Goku saw it too. He covered Gohan's eyes with his hand. Don't look. Raditz glanced down at Nappa's body and nudged it with his foot. Dead. He raised his gaze, sweeping across the devastated battlefield until it landed on Vegeta. Your lackey is gone. Any objections? Vegeta's lips quivered. Through gritted teeth, forcing each word between them, he spoke. No. Objections. Good enough. Raditz wiped the blood from his hand on Nappa's clothing. Rest up. I'm leaving now. He turned and strode into the depths of the forest, his gait as unhurried as a stroll through a marketplace. Behind him, the sound of Vegeta's breathing, stifled to its absolute limit, echoed across the ruins. The proud prince knelt in the wreckage, blood still seeping from his severed tail. His own subordinate had been strangled before his eyes, and the killer hadn't even deigned to glance his way. This humiliation cut deeper than death itself. But he did not charge forward, because he knew, even if he did, it would only end in his death. Raditz, Vegeta's voice dropped low, almost as if making a vow to himself. You may mock me today, but I swear, one day I will make you kneel before me. I swear it. Deep in the woods, Raditz's ear twitched. He had heard, yet he merely smiled, never turning back. Go ahead, short stuff, he muttered to himself. When you've trained to be even a fraction as strong as my fingertip, I'll consider playing with you properly. He disappeared into the dense forest, leaving behind only a ravaged battlefield, one bald corpse, one kneeling prince, and one monkey, cradling his bewildered son. Goku remained silent for a long while. Then he lowered his head and spoke to Gohan. Gohan, remember that man. He's your uncle. Gohan asked in a small voice, is he a good person or a bad person? Goku considered this, then shook his head. I don't know either. But he saved us. But he killed that man. That man wanted to kill us too. Goku ruffled his son's hair. There are many things in this world that can't be clearly divided into good or evil. But you only need to remember one thing. Grow stronger. Become as strong as your uncle, and only then can you protect the people you care about. Gohan nodded, understanding dawning dimly in his eyes. Far away, Vegeta finally rose to his feet. Clutching his wounded, severed tail, he stumbled toward his crashed spaceship. He didn't even glance at Nappa's body. Dead is dead, he murmured. Trash doesn't deserve burial. He crawled into the ship. The hatch sealed shut. The engine roared to life. The vessel wobbled into the sky, heading toward some desolate, uninhabited wasteland. He needed time. He needed to heal. He needed to grow stronger. And Raditz was already in another city hundreds of kilometers away, seated at a barbecue stall, shouting at the menu boss. 50 lamb skewers, extra spicy. Vegeta's spaceship crash-landed in an uninhabited desert, and as the hatch opened, a wave of heat and sand blasted his face, but he paid it no mind. He rummaged through the storage compartment, pulled out a medical kit, and sprayed a Saiyan-specific hemostatic spray onto the stump of his severed tail. The wound sizzled with a faint blue smoke as it slowly knitted itself closed. Painful, but bearable. Raditz. He muttered the name, as if chewing on a shard of barbed iron. The ship still held a cache of supplies. Emergency rations issued by Friesia's 4 spare parts for a gravity chamber, and a metal case he'd tossed into a corner and nearly forgotten. Cyberman seeds. He dragged the metal box out from under his bunk and opened the lid. Inside lay 6 dark green orbs, their wrinkled surfaces like desiccated walnuts. These were meant for Nappa and Raditz's mission, he said, pinching one seed between his fingers. Now it's just me. He stared at it for a few seconds, then tossed it into the soil outside the ship. The second, the third, all 6 were planted. He funneled a bit of his own ki into the ground, and the outer shells began to crack, dark green tendrils reaching out from the fissures and burrowing into the sand. Within minutes, 6 Cybermen burst forth from the earth. They were squat and muscular, their featureless faces split only by a horizontal mouth lined with needle-sharp teeth. Each one boasted a power level around 1200, slightly above Goku's base form, but nowhere near his full output. Listen up, Vegeta commanded. Find me a man with long hair, a Saiyan wearing Friesia's battle armor. When you locate him, attack him with everything you've got. All 6 Cybermen let out a synchronized hiss, then scattered across the sand, launching themselves in different directions. They moved at blinding speed, each stride covering dozens of meters, vanishing beyond the desert's edge within a few breaths. Vegeta leaned against the ship, cradling his wounded tail, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Let you play with these minnows for a while, Raditz. How many you kill, I'll grow twice as many. One Cyberman sprinted eastward for half an hour, its nostrils flaring as it caught a residual scent in the air, a marker it had extracted from Vegeta's blood sample. The smell of a Saiyan wrapped in an overwhelming, oppressive aura. It found its target. At the edge of a mid-sized city, the night market blazed with lights, skewers of meat sizzling over charcoal grills. The Cyberman crouched on a rooftop, its face turned toward the street below. A long-haired man sat on a plastic stool, 3 plates of grilled skewers and 2 bottles of beer in front of him, eating with great gusto. That's the one. The Cyberman's mouth gaped open in a gleeful shriek as it unleashed its full power, the rooftop cracking beneath its feet, and launched itself like a cannonball, claws aimed at the back of Raditz's head. Found you, kill. Its voice cut off on the 3rd word, because Raditz turned around and blew a breath at it. Just an ordinary breath, like blowing out a birthday candle. A soft whoosh. The Cyberman's body began to disintegrate midair. Its skin cracked from the tips, muscle fibers peeled away like dried paper, and bones dissolved into white powder in the wind. The entire process took less than 1/3 of a second, transforming it from a full-grown Cyberman into a puff of green dust scattering under the night market lights. The dust settled on the grill, clinging to the skewers before blowing away. A man at a nearby table rubbed his eyes. Did something just fall from the sky, eh? Raditz finished the last skewer, using a bamboo stick to pick his teeth. Nope. You must have imagined it. The man scratched his head and returned to his beer. Raditz stood up, paid, and walked toward the corner. His tail swayed lazily behind him, and his expression was that of an ordinary young man out for a stroll after dinner. But his ki was expanding outward, an invisible web spreading across the entire city. 5 left, he murmured. The second Cyberman lurked in a park to the west, hiding under a tree, waiting to ambush him as he passed. It lunged as Raditz walked by, only to have its head caught and slammed into the ground. The earth churned, and a human-shaped crater was left behind, a smear of dark green fluid at the bottom. The third one was by the river attempting to bombard Raditz with a barrage of energy blasts from a rooftop. A dozen glowing spheres raining down. Raditz raised a hand and caught them all, snuffing each one out between his fingers like cigarette butts. He then flicked his finger toward the building. A gentle breeze passed, and the Cyberman vanished from the rooftop. The building remained. The creature was simply gone. The fourth and fifth were together, having set a trap in an abandoned factory, stacking steel beams and pipes into a wall they expected Raditz to crash through. Raditz walked straight through it. The wall never moved. He passed through, and before the two Cybermen could react, he flattened them with both hands like swatting mosquitoes. When he lifted his palms, 2 green stains were smeared on the wall. The sixth one was fleeing. It knew it stood no chance. Its 5 brethren had died without a sound. The only thing it could do was run back toward the desert to deliver the news to Vegeta. But it only made it 3 kilometers. Raditz appeared in front of it. The Cyberman screeched to a halt, gravel flying from its feet. It opened its mouth to scream, but the sound was choked off before it could escape. "Go back," Raditz said, gently patting its head. The Cyberman's body stiffened, its limbs contracting, its torso shrinking, its skin hardening until it reverted entirely to its seed form, a dark green wrinkled orb that rolled twice on the ground. Raditz bent down, picked it up, and slipped it into his pocket. Souvenir. He turned and walked back the way he came, his long hair streaming in the desert wind, the path behind him empty. Vegeta sat by the ship waiting. No Cyberman returned. Not a single one. Of the 6 key signatures he'd released, all had vanished. Some instantly zeroed out, others faded slowly, one simply snapped off. The last signal had vanished 3 minutes ago from a position less than 10 kilometers away. Vegeta closed his eyes. His fists clenched and unclenched, clenched and unclenched. 600, he muttered. He'd planted 6 Cybermen, each with a power level of 1200, and they'd been wiped out within an hour. And the culprit's power hadn't even fluctuated. Throughout the entire ordeal, Raditz's reading had remained locked at a number Vegeta couldn't comprehend, a figure that had degenerated into garbled nonsense on his scouter. Vegeta rose and entered the ship. The hatch sealed, the engines ignited. "Raditz," he said, settling into the pilot's seat, his fingers pressing against the navigation console. "When I come back, you won't find it so easy." The ship lifted off, broke through the atmosphere, and soared into the vast cosmos. All that remained in the desert was a shallow indentation and 6 seeds that would never sprout again. And 800 kilometers away, Raditz was buying an ice pop from a street vendor. "Strawberry," he said, taking a lick. "Earth is wonderful." Raditz walked along the roadside, biting on a popsicle. The street lamps above him receded one by one behind him. The strawberry flavor melted on his tongue, sweet to the point of cloying, but he couldn't be bothered to be picky. Earth snacks were 10,000 times better than the nutrient paste on Planet Vegeta. Even if they scraped his throat, he'd endure it. Halfway through the popsicle, a gust of wind came from behind him. He recognized that key instantly. Orange GI, over 900 in base combat power, and that stubborn air of, "I figured it out, and came to talk to you." Goku had arrived. Raditz didn't look back. He kept walking, not even pausing his popsicle biting. "Healed yet?" Goku dropped from midair, positioning himself 2 steps behind Raditz. His right wrist was wrapped in bandages, face still bruised, the wound at the corner of his mouth crusted over with a scab, but he stood straight and breathed steadily. Saiyan recovery really was impressive. The broken wrist bone had knitted together in just a few hours. "Almost healed," Goku said. "Chi-Chi bandaged it for me. Your wife isn't afraid." "She is. But she knows she can't stop me." Raditz bit off the last remnants from the popsicle stick and flicked the wooden skewer into a nearby trash can. "So what are you here for?" "Looking for another fight. You're no match for that Vegeta guy, and certainly not for me." Goku was silent for a few steps. "I want to talk to you." "About what?" "About what you said. About Science." Raditz stopped walking and glanced back at him. The lamplight drew a dim dividing line between the two brothers. Goku's expression was earnest yet tinged with confusion and longing, like a lost dog seeking its way home. "What's there to discuss about Science?" Raditz turned around, leaning against a lamppost. "A bunch of bloodthirsty wild apes scouring the universe for planets to plunder, then blowing them up, then hunting for the next one. You call that warriors. I call it brainless vermin." Goku's brow furrowed. "But you said I'm a Saiyan too. You are one, but your brain got damaged. That's why you're different from them. If you hadn't suffered that brain injury, you'd be one of those wild monkeys howling to conquer Earth, just like Vegeta." All that talk from Vegeta, the pride of the Saiyans. Raditz laughed, a small laugh, but filled entirely with mockery. "Pride. That's what you're calling pride. Vegeta's pride is built on a bunch of trivial things. Being a prince, having noble blood, being stronger than his father, being able to surpass everyone else. But what good did any of it do? When I crushed his tail, he knelt on the ground gasping. That pride shattered more easily than glass." He reached out and slapped Goku on the shoulder. Not hard, but the monkey felt his entire arm go numb. "Let me tell you what real pride is. When you pin your opponent to the ground and trample them, you don't waste words. When you snap their bones, you don't give them a second glance. Once it's done, you walk away. Whether they remember you doesn't matter, whether you can remember them matters even less. Power and results are all that matter. Everything else is nonsense." Goku pressed his lips together, thinking for a long moment. "Then why did you save me and go on?" "Save you?" Raditz tilted his head. "I didn't save you. I just didn't want Vegeta to kill you. What would I have to play with if you were dead? Play with me. That's right, play. You're my toy. Your son's my toy too. And that green Piccolo, and that bald guy named Krillin. Having all these breathing things on Earth to keep me company is far more interesting than staring at stars in the void of space. Goku's fists slowly clenched. You say we're toys. What else? What do you think you are? Friends? Brothers? Family? A thin smile played across Raditz's lips. Don't flatter yourself, brother. The word family doesn't exist in the Saiyan dictionary. Your father hurled you to Earth to conquer it. When I was born, I'd never even seen my old man's face. Our kind was never meant to have such things. The lamplight cast a long silence between them. Then Goku lifted his head, his eyes burning with intensity, burning brighter than before. You're wrong. Where am I wrong? You claim Saiyans are inherently undeserving of kinship. Goku's voice was steady yet resolute. Yet I have Gohan with Chi-Chi. I share friendship with Krillin. I've lived my entire life on Earth. These people have fed me, sheltered me, trained me in martial arts, and fought beside me. None of this can be reduced to your notion of mere toys. Raditz raised an eyebrow. I'm Saiyan, yes, but I'm also an Earthling, Goku continued. Choosing to call them family doesn't make me weak. I can grow stronger, strong enough to protect every single one of them. He met Raditz's gaze with neither rage nor dread, only a quiet, unwavering resolve. You want to play? Fine. I'll play along. But I didn't grow stronger to become your plaything. I did it so that someday I could stand before you and prove every word you said is wrong. Raditz studied him for a long moment. Then he laughed, but this wasn't like his mocking laugh before. There was genuine amusement woven into it. Interesting, he said. Earth really has warped you. Though I suppose the distortion has its own appeal. He pivoted and strode forward, his footsteps sharp and distinct against the empty street. Then get stronger. When you finally stand before me and say those words for real, I'll listen. Until then, don't die. Your spot as my plaything remains open for you. Goku's mouth opened slightly, about to speak, but Raditz had already passed beyond the lamplight, his silhouette swallowed by the darkness at the end of the street. He stood there, his right wrist still aching faintly, the scab at the corner of his mouth prickling in the night breeze. Just you wait, brother, he murmured. I'll make you take that back. Darkness enveloped the figure in orange GI as he turned and flew toward Papaya Mountain, the night wind scattering his words into the empty air. Meanwhile, Raditz had settled at a barbecue stall on a different street. Boss, 20 more kidney skewers, go light on the spice. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a wooden skewer twirling lazily between his fingers, his expression utterly indolent. Not bad, that little speech, he murmured to himself. But still too green. He tucked the skewer between his teeth and squinted up at the night sky. In the direction of that distant star, Vegeta's ship was hurtling into the cosmic void. The short prince was probably grinding his teeth in some high-gravity training chamber right now. Get stronger already, he snapped the skewer between his teeth. I'm starting to lose patience. The night market lights flickered off one by one, leaving only the one above his table lit. The Scion's shadow stretched long under the lamplight, spreading across half the street. Around that shadow lay nothing. No companions, no rivals, no one who could truly grasp his words. Yet he felt nothing. He had grown accustomed to solitude. Raditz wandered about Earth for 3 more days, devouring 8 sessions of barbecue and washing them down with 17 bottles of soda. He slept 2 nights on a bench in some park, and on the side, he drove off 3 pickpockets who tried to rob him. His days were as leisurely as those of a retired cadre. But on the evening of the 3rd day, as he lay on the grass gazing at the stars, he suddenly sensed something. From the depths of the cosmos far, far away, a massive surge of energy was gathering on a certain planet. That aura was cold and malevolent, like a venomous serpent coiled within the darkness, devouring the weak life forms around it. Frisia, and Frisia's target was crystal clear. He was approaching a specific planet, one that harbored some ancient form of life energy. Namek. Raditz rose from the grass. The timeline has arrived. He mused to himself. In the original story, the Namek arc dragged on forever. Krillin died, then came back to life. Piccolo died, then came back to life. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and fought Frisia. Countless twists, melodrama after melodrama, waves of blood-pumping excitement. If he just stayed put and let the plot unfold on its own, he could certainly enjoy the show. But then he thought otherwise. Why should I wait? He stood up, brushing the grass clippings off his back. I'll collect all the Dragon Balls on Namek, and when Frisia arrives, I'll face him directly and tell him the Dragon Balls are gone. The look on his face will be far more entertaining than the pixelated tears of Zeno. With his mind made up, Raditz did not hesitate. His body soared from the ground, piercing through Earth's atmosphere and cutting into the void of space. Earth shrank beneath his feet, becoming a blue marble, then vanished into the endless darkness. He flew through the vacuum with no spacecraft beneath him, no propulsion device of any kind. He propelled himself using chi. The sensation was somewhat like swimming, but incomparably faster. Stars streaked past his sides, nebulae parted like colorful fabric only to close again, and countless light years receded beneath his feet in an instant. Where's Namek? He closed his eyes to sense the direction. Oh, that way. He adjusted course, accelerating toward a region of sparse starlight. A thin shield of chi formed over his body, warding off cosmic radiation and temperatures more than 200 degrees below zero. He flew faster than any vessel, leaving a faint trail of light across the void. After several hours, an emerald green planet emerged in his field of vision. Namek. The verdant land glowed with brilliance, the sky a pale blue, and the binary star system painted two parallel ribbons of light across the firmament. The planet's surface was carpeted with dense fungal vegetation and bizarre plant-based architecture. Those structures rose like inverted stalactites, rounded at the top, tapering at the base, with white spots and vine-like patterns covering their surfaces. Raditz slowed as he hovered outside Namek's atmosphere, gazing down at the planet. He could sense hundreds of life signatures, most of them weak, a combat power of mere dozens or hundreds. But among them were several particularly bright ones. One was on the opposite side of the planet with a battle power around 40,000 locked in combat with the weaker life forms around it. That presence carried a cruel, playful savor, like a cat toying with a mouse. Frisia's men are already here, Raditz furrowed his brow. They moved quickly. He dove downward, piercing through the clouds, and landed on a vast plain blanketed in lush vegetation. The ground beneath his feet was soft and spongy like a thick layer of moss. The air was humid and warm, carrying a strange, sweet metallic scent. The moment he steadied himself, an explosion echoed from ahead. A purple beam of energy shot across the distance, striking a stalactite-shaped building. The structure's crown blew apart, debris scattering. Several small green figures tumbled from the ruins, screaming as they fled in all directions. Those were Namekians, short in stature with two antennae sprouting from their heads and light green skin. Chasing after them was a tall figure, gray-skinned and clad in the standard combat uniform of Frisia's army, with a red headband tied around his brow. His battle power was around 40,000. Another sphere of energy gathered in his hand as he grinned broadly, aiming at the fleeing Namekians. Stop running. Hand over the Dragon Balls like good little subjects. His voice cut off abruptly, because Raditz had appeared before him. The gray-skinned brute froze for a moment, then looked down at this long-haired scion, who had materialized out of nowhere. Who the hell are you? That uniform you're wearing looks familiar. Oh, Frisia's army. Which squad do you belong to? Raditz did not speak. His gaze swept past the brute's shoulder, landing on the Namekians huddled in the distance, trembling with fear. They had taken shelter behind a collapsed building. Several elders shielded the children behind them, their eyes filled with terror. What's your name? Raditz asked the brute. The name's Dorian, elite soldier in Lord Frisia's service. Never heard of you. Raditz reached out and seized the top of Dorian's head, his 5 fingers digging into his scalp. Dorian tried to resist, but his body suddenly would not obey. An unimaginable pressure radiated from that hand, freezing his bones, muscles, and blood circulation completely. Those Namekians, Raditz tilted his head slightly. How many have you killed? WH. What? I asked you how many. Dorian's lips quivered. F4. I killed 4 old-timers when we first arrived. Raditz's palm closed. Dorian's head burst like a crushed tomato in his palm. Red and white matter spurted through his fingers. The headless corpse wavered, dropped to its knees, then toppled backward onto the ground, the combat uniform splattered with gore. Raditz shook the blood from his hand and turned to walk toward the Namekians. Those people scrambled backward in terror at his approach. An elderly Namekian stepped forward, thrusting out trembling hands. WH, who are you? Are you with Frisia too? No, Raditz cut him off. I'm not with that bald freak. I'm here for the Dragon Balls. The old Namekian's expression shifted. The Dragon Balls are our clan's most sacred treasures. We cannot surrender them to outsiders. Don't worry. I'm not making any wishes. Raditz crouched down to meet the elder at eye level. I just want to gather all your clan's Dragon Balls together, and when Frisia arrives, I'll crush them one by one right in front of him. Let him make the trip for nothing. Drive him absolutely livid. The old Namekian stood there, mouth agape, utterly speechless for a long moment. Raditz rose to his feet and clapped the old man on the shoulder. Give me all the Dragon Balls. Leave not a single one. I promise you this. None of Frisia's men will leave Namek alive. He grinned, revealing the sharp-pointed canines distinctive to Scions. DLA. The old Namekian stared at Raditz for a long while, fear and hesitation warring within his aged, cloudy eyes. But glancing at the trembling children behind him, then at Dorian's headless corpse lying on the ground, he finally grit his teeth and nodded. I agree. Raditz clapped his hands in satisfaction. Splendid. Where are the Dragon Balls? They are scattered across 6 villages. The old man pointed in several distant directions. The nearest to the east is about 7 kilometers away with 1 ball there. The rest are distributed. No need, Raditz interrupted. I can sense them. Stay hidden with the children, do not wander about. I will gather all the Dragon Balls before dusk. The old man opened his mouth as if to add something, but Raditz had already vanished. All that remained was a swirl of green fragments kicked up by the air, as though a miniature whirlwind had materialized from nothing. Raditz flew low, skimming close to Namek's surface. He could feel the pulse of the land beneath his feet. The life energy of Namek was far richer than Earth's, and fine spores floated in the air, each breath nourishing every living thing on this planet. But those lives were being slaughtered. As he flew over the first village, he saw corpses, 3 Namekians lying at the village entrance, their bodies riddled with charred energy blast marks. A Frisia 4 soldier in armor crouched beside the ruins, rummaging through the rubble for Dragon Balls, cursing under his breath. Raditz landed behind him. His footsteps were light, but the soldier still heard. He spun around sharply and saw a long-haired human standing behind him. An expression of impatience immediately crossed his face. Another Namekian. Know your hair. Raditz raised his foot and stomped down on his chest. The soldier's armor caved inward, and a row of ribs snapped with a crisp cracking sound. He tried to scream, but his lungs were crushed, the sound trapped in his throat as nothing more than a wheezing hiss. How many of you came? Raditz asked, looking down. The soldier's lips trembled, and in a dying whisper he managed to 30 or so. Only 30 odd. Does Frisia look down on Namek that much? Raditz pressed down slightly, and the last breath left the soldier's body. He lifted his foot, bent down, and unfastened an orange sphere from the soldier's belt. The Namekian Dragon Ball, the first one acquired. He continued flying. The second village was even worse. The entire settlement had been leveled, buildings reduced to rubble, the ground pockmarked with craters from energy blasts. 3 Frisia 4 soldiers were cleaning up the aftermath. 2 carried Dragon Balls away, while the third crouched on the ground, hammering the head of a Namekian elder who was still breathing with the butt of his rifle. The moment Raditz landed, all 3 soldiers turned around. Another live one, the one carrying the Dragon Balls, grinned. Brothers, this one's tougher than those greenskins from earlier. Before he finished speaking, Raditz's fist had already pierced through his chest. There was no energy blast, just a pure raw punch. His armor shattered, his ribs broke, his heart was crushed, and a bowl-sized hole erupted from his back. He looked down at the hole in his chest, then fell flat on his back. The Dragon Ball rolled from his grasp and came to rest at Raditz's feet. The second soldier dropped the Dragon Ball and drew his gun. The moment the barrel rose, Raditz was already standing before him. Their noses were nearly touching. The soldier's back instantly soaked with cold sweat. His finger tightened on the trigger, and the energy blast fired at point-blank range, striking Raditz squarely on the forehead. The blast bounced off. Not even a red mark appeared on Raditz's forehead. Your weapon's defective, Raditz said. Send it back for a refund. He twisted the soldier's head around, rotating past 360 degrees. The cervical spine snapped like a twisted rope. The soldier's body went limp, his neck contorted at an unnatural angle. The third soldier dropped his gun and turned to flee, but after 10 steps he froze. The Dragon Ball in Raditz's hand flew past him from behind and shattered his skull. The Dragon Ball bounced on the ground and rolled a few times unscathed. Namekian Dragon Balls were remarkably durable. Raditz walked over, picked up both balls, and weighed them in his hand. For more to go, he continued flying. The third village, the fourth, the fifth. At every location, he found squads of Frisia 4 soldiers searching or destroying, ranging from 5 or 6 to as few as 1 or 2. Raditz dispatched them in varying ways. Some had their shoulders crushed, others their knees shattered, others were tossed skyward only to crash back down into the earth. The 30-plus soldiers were scattered near the locations of the 6 Dragon Balls. After completing his circuit, not a single one remained. The final stop was the Grand Elder's residence. The white domed building sat atop a hill, and the surrounding energy was exceptionally dense. When Raditz arrived, the Grand Elder was seated in a chair at the center of the building, surrounded by several young guards. Upon seeing an intruder, the guards immediately assumed combat stances. Relax, the Grand Elder's voice was aged and hoarse. His eyes were closed as if sensing something. This one is unlike any Frisia soldier we have ever encountered. Raditz stepped into the building and scanned the surroundings. In his perception, the Elder's energy burned brilliantly, the greatest presence on Namek, but he was not suited for direct combat, relying instead on magic and spiritual power. Raditz held 5 Dragon Balls in his hand, while the last one floated before the Grand Elder. I've made a deal with your people, Raditz said, placing the 5 Dragon Balls on the ground. I will take the Dragon Balls and clean up Frisia's forces. Just give me yours. The Grand Elder opened his eyes. Within those aged pupils flickered a light of profound insight. I can sense no malice within you. You do not even desire a wish. What is it you truly want? Just to see Frisia's face, Raditz said, stepping up to the Grand Elder. When he learns all the Dragon Balls are in my hands, that expression alone will be worth it. The Grand Elder fell silent for a few seconds, then smiled. A relaxed grin broke across his wrinkled green face. How interesting. A fascinating existence. Take it. The Dragon Ball floating before him drifted toward Raditz and settled gently into his palm. All 6 Dragon Balls were collected. Combined with the one he had seized from Dulian, all 7 were now in his possession. He crouched down and arranged all the beads in a row. Their orange glow was almost dazzling within the dim interior of the building. One last question. Raditz looked up at the Grand Elder. Where is Frisia himself? The Grand Elder's smile faded. He approaches. Approximately half a day's flight remains. He has brought a fleet. A fleet. Raditz stood up and stretched his neck. Good. Then I will wait here. He walked to the entrance of the building, leaned against the doorframe, and sat down. He placed the 7 Dragon Balls neatly in a row on the ground beside his feet, rested his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and glanced out at the sky. Come, Frisia. I have cleared out your minnows. Now it is your turn. The evening wind swept across Namek's hills, stirring the strands of black hair falling across Raditz's forehead. The 7 Dragon Balls glowed quietly at his feet, awaiting the arrival of a man named Frieza in utter despair. Half a day was nothing to Raditz. He leaned against the doorframe for a nap, woke once in between, pulled out a packet of beef jerky he'd bought on Earth and chewed on a few strips before closing his eyes again. The 7 Dragon Balls lay neatly arranged on the ground beside him, their orange glow warm like a night light. The sky had changed color. The dusk over Namek was originally a pale purple, now obscured by a layer of dark shadow. Those shadows crept in from the horizon, growing closer and larger. Spaceships. Dozens of ships, oblong metal vessels of varying sizes arrayed in precise formation, blotted out the sky like a flock of vultures. Raditz opened his eyes and looked up as the fleet slowly descended onto the plains surrounding the hills. They're here. He rose to his feet, stretched until his bones cracked, then bent down to collect the 7 Dragon Balls one by one, slipping them into his pocket and zipping it shut before patting the bulging fabric. The hatch of the lead ship swung open, and the boarding ramp lowered with a heavy thud. A squad of soldiers in standard armor poured out, and quickly formed a circular defensive perimeter around the hill. Each soldier's combat power ranged from several thousand to 10,000, a full tier above the rabble back on Earth. Then came the second ship, the third, the fourth, as more soldiers flooded from the hatches surrounding the entire hill until not a single gap remained. The green vegetation beneath their boots was trampled into mud, and the air grew thick with the scent of metal and machine oil. All inhabitants of Namek, hear me. A voice amplified through speakers from the flagship. Lord Frieza has arrived. Surrender the Dragon Balls and live. Those who dare resist. Who's making all that noise? Raditz stepped out from the Elders building and stood at the ridge's edge, looking down at the dense ranks of soldiers below with his gaze fixed on the flagship. The loudspeaker fell silent. Then the flagship's hatch opened and the ramp lowered. A figure appeared in the doorway. Purple skin, white armor, a pair of black horns curling from his head, a thick tail trailing behind. Frieza in his first form, his diminutive frame, descending the ramp with the grace of someone strolling through his own palace. How interesting, Frieza's voice drifted lightly. There's actually a Saiyan left on Namek. His gaze swept over Raditz from head to toe, a dangerous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That hairstyle and face of yours. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Raditz. That useless lackey of Vegetas. Raditz crossed his arms. Who are you calling useless, you bald bastard? Frieza's smile faltered for an instant. Throughout his life he'd been called many things, but bald bastard was new to him. Sabo and Dodoria, standing behind him, both frowned. Fascinating, Frieza's voice remained steady. Is this how you speak to your master? Master? Raditz tilted his head and laughed. You think you're my master? Have you been floating around in space too long and frozen your brain? Frieza's pupils contracted slightly. He raised his hand palm, facing Raditz. I'll give you one chance. Hand over the Dragon Balls, kneel and apologize, and I might consider sparing you. Though I'll still take one leg. Dragon Balls. Raditz patted his pocket. The spheres inside clinked together with a crisp sound. You mean these? Frieza's gaze dropped to Raditz's bulging pocket, the orange glow emanating from within instantly recognizable. A smile curled his lips. Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of searching. Sabo, hold on. Raditz reached into his pocket and withdrew a single Dragon Ball. The orange sphere gleamed warmly in the sunset. Then his hand closed into a fist. Crunch. Cracks spiderwebbed across the Dragon Ball's surface, radiating from its center. Frieza's smile froze as the fractures deepened and multiplied, orange light bleeding through the seams like sparks leaping from shattered glass. You. Raditz opened his hand, and the shattered fragments rained down, bouncing across the ground like broken glass before dimming completely. First one. Frieza's expression darkened from elegant composure to something far more menacing, like the heavy clouds preceding a storm. Do you have any idea what you've done? I do. Raditz produced a second Dragon Ball from his pocket, crushed it in his grip, and let the pieces fall. Second. Kill him. Frieza's voice cracked with rage. Behind him, Sabo and Dodoria surged forward simultaneously, their figures blurring with speed as they closed in with overwhelming combat power. The soldiers surrounding the hill raised their weapons in unison, energy blasts raining down from every direction toward the summit. Raditz stood motionless. Sabo's fist struck first, wrapped in ki and whistling through the air toward Raditz's temple, then stopped dead. Raditz caught Sabo's wrist between two fingers and gave a slight twist. Sabo's forearm snapped like a dry branch bone, piercing through flesh. Dodoria collided with Raditz's side moments later, every muscle coiled like a spring. Raditz answered with a sideways kick that connected squarely with Dodoria's chest. The heavier warrior flew backward faster than he'd come, crashing through a station spaceship and splitting its metal hull apart, sparks crackling from the wreckage. Third. Raditz pulled out a third Dragon Ball and crushed it in front of Frieza, letting the shards fall beside Sabo's twitching body where they mixed with blood and metal fragments. Frieza's nails dug into his palms. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Raditz moved with blinding speed, emptying his pocket and pulverizing each sphere in his palm until nothing remained but a handful of orange dust scattered by Namek's wind. When the last one was destroyed, his palms were empty save for a few grains of orange powder that the Namekian breeze carried away. He brushed off his hands as though clearing away seasoning from skewers. There, he said to Frisia, spreading his empty palms. No more Dragon Balls. Did you make a wasted trip? Frisia studied him for a long moment. Then all the darkness and fury drained from his purple face, replaced by something cold and almost unhinged. You're quite interesting, Frisia said. You're deliberately provoking me, aren't you? You want me to transform from my first form to my final form and fight you. Raditz raised an eyebrow. You don't have to. I can kill you right now. Frisia's laughter echoed across the hill. Scion, your tongue does more damage than your fists. He pointed a single finger at Raditz's chest. But I'm furious, truly furious, so I'll take my time killing you. Slowly, piece by piece. His aura erupted, armor cracking as his body swelled, his first form shifting into the second. Raditz watched the transformation with the calm detachment of someone reading a weather forecast. Take your time. He rolled his wrists. Don't regret this. Frisia's body was swelling, his armor splitting down the middle and clattering to the ground with a sharp metallic ring. His shoulders broadened, his torso elongated, and his limbs grew thicker and more robust, muscles bulging like jagged rock formations. His tail thickened considerably, sprouting spiked protrusions at the tip. His height shot up from barely over a meter to more than 2, making him resemble a predatory beast coiled and ready to strike. Frisia's second form was complete. He cracked his neck, joints popping audibly. Well, don't you think this form is far more pleasing to the eye than before? Raditz tilted his head, expression utterly blank. You transformed and somehow got uglier. That little run at least had decent proportions. Now you look like you've been stretched from both ends. Frisia's lip twitched. Your tongue is still as sharp as ever. He raised a hand, pointing at Raditz as a purple energy sphere coalesced at his fingertip. The sphere shot forward with a velocity far surpassing anything Zarbon or Dodoria could muster, reaching Raditz in the very instant it materialized, leaving a violet streak of light across the air. The energy sphere struck its target, but the target was no longer there. Raditz had reappeared 3 steps to Frisia's left hand, still in his pockets, his expression unchanged. Too slow. Frisia spun, whipping his tail in a wide arc. The spike-laden appendage cut through the air with a whistling howl, aiming for Raditz's waist. A blow that would cleave an ordinary warrior clean in two. Raditz simply lifted his foot and stomped down on the tail. The sole of his boot met the spikes with a piercing screech like metal scraping against ceramic. Frisia yanked his tail twice, but it wouldn't budge. The Scion's foot might as well have been welded to the tip. Your tail's a lot skinnier than my brother's, Raditz remarked, glancing down. Vegeta's was thicker even if I did snap it in half. Frisia's expression shifted from icy to grim. He could see it now. Raditz hadn't been taking this seriously at all. That languid attitude wasn't an act. He genuinely regarded Frisia as something trivial to be dealt with at leisure. It seems I'll need to transform again. Frisia retreated 3 paces, his aura surging once more. The body of his second form began to shrink, but this was no regression, it was compression. His muscles grew denser, his skeleton realigned, and his skull elongated into a sharper contour. The corners of his mouth split wider, revealing rows of dense needle-like fangs. The third form, hideous, twisted like some deep-sea creature violently dragged onto land. Raditz watched the transformation with a frown, then sighed. You think the uglier you get the stronger you are. Who taught you that? Frisia's jaw unhinged, releasing a shrill cackle. Once I slice you into ribbons, you'll see just how strong this form really is. He lunged, moving so fast the very air lagged behind him. The green turf beneath his feet vaporized to ash with each stride. His claws shot toward Raditz's throat, 5 nails honed to surgical sharpness. Raditz stepped back. Frisia's claws whisked past a mere 3 centimeters from his face. Another step back. The second strike missed. One more step. The third strike. Frisia's assault came thick as a downpour. Each swipe capable of shredding alloy armor, each kick able to punch through concrete bunkers. Yet Raditz dodged with the ease of raindrops rolling off a lotus leaf, never once removing his hands from his pockets. Enough. Frisia leapt back 10 meters, pressing his palms together as a violet energy sphere over a meter in diameter coalesced before his chest. Electricity crackled within the orb, energy compressed to its visible limit. Fine beads of sweat broke across Frisia's face. The strain of his third form combined with this sphere was pushing past his limits of control. This attack, Frisia's voice squeezed through clenched teeth, is enough to kill you 10 times over. The energy sphere was released. The violet orb carved a deep trench into the ground as it flew, hurling mud and rubble several meters high on either side. Its target was singular, Raditz, standing there without even assuming a defensive stance. Raditz watched the sphere hurtling toward him. Then he extended a hand, finally pulling it from his pocket. Fingers splayed, meeting the energy sphere head-on, the very blast capable of leveling half a city. The sphere slammed into his palm. No explosion, no shockwave, no energy leakage. The violent, surging, raging violet orb was crushed in his grip like a rubber ball, every ounce of its furious light and lightning suppressed the instant his fingers closed around it. The sphere shrank, contracted until it became a tiny point of light the size of a marble spinning once in his palm. Raditz closed his fist around it, and when he opened his hand again, nothing remained. Got anything else? Frisia's pupils dilated. His most powerful attack, the culmination of his full strength in the third form, had been snuffed out with one hand like extinguishing a candle. In centuries of conquering the universe, this was the first time he'd encountered something that sent a chill down his spine. Raditz took a step forward. Aren't you going to use your final form? I'm giving you the chance, see. I've waited through all 3 of your transformations. That's plenty patient, don't you think? Frisia's lips trembled, then he laughed. There was a hint of reckless abandon in that laugh. Fine. If you want to see it so badly, I'll show you everything. He drew a deep breath. The skin across his body began to crack, peeling away like eggshell fragments. Beneath the smooth purple exterior lay a porcelain white armor hardshell. His frame shrank back to roughly the height of his first form, but with far more elegant proportions. His muscle contours flowed more smoothly, and a pair of deep purple eyelid-like structures appeared on his forehead. The final form, Frisia's complete body. His aura stabilized after the transformation, calm and frigid like a blade honed to perfection. This is my ultimate form. Frisia's voice had deepened by a register. Every being in the universe who has witnessed this form is dead. Raditz studied him, looking him up and down. Then he smiled. The first genuine smile of the day, one that carried a flicker of actual interest. Like a toy, he said. Quite intricately designed. Much better than those lumps of ugly from before. Frisia's smile froze. What did you say? I said you look like a toy, Raditz pointed at him. Pretty to look at. Would make a nice decoration on a shelf. Frisia's nails dug into his palms, fine beads of blood seeping from his porcelain fingers. You are courting death. Frisia moved. The speed of his final form was an order of magnitude faster than any previous stage. His body drew a white afterimage through the air, his fist wrapped in purple energy, hurtling toward Raditz's face. The shriek of the punch breaking the air was like a high-frequency blade scraping across glass. The fist arrived. Raditz tilted his head to dodge the fist, wind grazing his ear and striking the hill behind him, shearing off a third of the entire peak, rocks and soil cascading down like a waterfall. Not bad, Raditz commented, finally making some noise. Frisia's second punch came, this time a straight thrust, 5 fingers together like a white spear aimed at Raditz's chest. Raditz sidestepped and casually flicked his forearm with a finger. The force of the flick was not great, but Frisia's entire arm went numb, his fist veering off by half a meter. Your defense. Frisia gritted his teeth and shook his arm. Is actually harder than my skin. Is your skin hard? Raditz looked down at his own finger. When I flicked you, it felt like flicking a watermelon rind. Frisia's pupils contracted. He drew an unwilling conclusion from the battle. This scion hadn't even shown the slightest intention to truly strike so far. Dodging, blocking verbal taunts. Every action seemed like he was toying with him. Why don't you attack? Frisia's voice lowered. Do you look down on me? You noticed? Raditz chuckled. I thought you'd get smarter after transforming into your final form, but your intelligence dropped instead. Frisia clenched his jaw, a few blue-purple veins bulging on his smooth white forehead. In hundreds of years he had never been mocked like this. The beings on the planets he conquered either begged on their knees or screamed before death. No one dared speak to him in such a casual tone. Fine. Frisia took a deep breath. Since you want to see something stronger. He spread his hands, palms up, and a deep purple energy surged from within him, enveloping his entire body in a spherical force field. The light at the center of the sphere grew brighter and hotter, like a miniature star being born. When I use this move, it will destroy the entire planet, but there's nothing left on Namek that I care about now. The Dragon Balls are gone and your life is about to end. The force field collapsed, all the purple light instantly absorbed back into Frisia's body, then shot out from his fingertip. A beam as thin as a hair with penetrating power enough to pierce a planet's core shot straight toward Raditz's brow. At the moment the beam arrived, Raditz raised his right index finger. Fingertip against fingertip. The tiny purple beam struck Raditz's index fingertip like a drop of water falling onto a scorching iron plate, sizzled and evaporated. Not even a shockwave formed. Frisia's ultimate attack, exhausted of power, utterly collapsed before a single finger of a scion. Done. Raditz withdrew his finger. You're out of juice already. Frisia's breathing for the first time became rapid. In his final form his energy consumption was immense, and that last move had drained nearly 30% of his ki, yet the opponent opposite him hadn't even wrinkled his clothes. How strong are you? Frisia's voice trembled for the first time. What exactly are you? A scion. Raditz spread his hands. Don't you know me? The waste named Raditz under your command. Impossible. Raditz's battle power is under 2,000, but you. 2,000. Raditz laughed. You think someone with a battle power of 2,000 could crush planet Vegeta? You think someone with 2,000 could fly from Earth to Namek? Frisia's back was soaked in cold sweat. He retreated 3 steps, his tail twitching uneasily behind him. Raditz took a step toward him. I was just thinking about something. What? About a term you space people keep muttering, Super Saiyan. Have you heard of it? Frisia's pupils shrank. That's just a legend, an ancient rumor circulating in the universe, said to appear once every 1,000 years. Right, Raditz interrupted. Super Saiyan. After transforming, hair turns gold, ki turns gold, eyes turn green, battle power skyrockets 50-fold. It's hyped to no end. He looked at Frisia, the smile at the corners of his mouth deepening. But have you ever considered how painful that transformation is, eh? Frisia was stunned. What? Hair turning from black to gold, every cell in the body undergoing explosive division, marrow in the bones boiling, blood burning. You have to endure that agony to raise your battle power. Think about it, you just changed forms, right? How comfortable. From first form to second to third to final. Just shed a layer of skin, and you're done. Raditz stretched lazily. So I don't bother with all that flashy stuff. Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan Blue Ultra Instinct. All of it is gaining power through self-torture. I'm a lazy person, too lazy to hurt. So I just went straight to the top, a level higher than even the Grand Priest. Frisia listened to this speech, his expression changing several times from confusion to understanding, and from understanding to utter terror. He understood this person before him was not even on the level of the Scions. He had transcended the very concept of transformation itself. Then you are. Frisia's lips were dry. God. Raditz pondered. Sounds awful. Just call me Raditz. Frisia turned around. Frisia, in his final form, the emperor of the universe, the tyrant who had destroyed countless civilizations, turned around. He sprinted toward his spaceship, tail stretched taut, running on all fours, each step kicking up deep craters in the soil. He was going to run. The first time in his life he fled. Raditz watched his figure vanish beyond the hill, not chasing, tilting his head, his gaze as calm as watching a frightened gecko scurry into a wall crack. Run, he muttered to himself. Run back to your planet, I'll come collect when I'm free. He pulled out a lollipop that had somehow been in his pocket, tore off the wrapper, and popped it into his mouth. Strawberry flavor. He licked it, squinting with sweetness. Behind him, in the Grand Elders building, the Namekians peered out from the cracks in the door, looking at the scattered spaceship wreckage and the soldiers' bodies strewn across the hills. All of them remained silent for a long time. Raditz turned back and grinned at them. The Dragon Balls are gone, but Frisia's also fled. You're safe now. The Grand Elder's voice came from deep within the building, carrying a blend of benevolence and awe. Thank you, Scion. You are far better than we imagined. No thanks needed. Raditz turned and flew into the sky. Just have some Namekian specialties ready for me next time I come. His figure ascended into the high sky, heading towards space. The evening wind of Namek blew across the hills, carrying a strange scent mixed with blood and fresh grass. Behind him, the small green figures stood among the ruins, watching him leave, while deep in space Frisia's ship fled at maximum speed from this star region. In the cockpit, the small white emperor curled up in his seat, trembling all over. Raditz circled once above planet Namek, and from this height, the emerald planet appeared serene and beautiful, with a faint purple twilight radiating through the distant clouds. The wreckage of Frisia's ships scattered across the hills was still smoking, debris strewn about like splattered ink, staining an exquisite green tapestry. All cleaned up, he muttered to himself, time to head back to Earth. But he hadn't flown far towards Earth before a thought struck him, and he halted, suspended in the void, tilting his head in contemplation. Wait, Frisia escaped. Where did he go? Closing his eyes, he extended his energy senses outward, detecting a faint trace of energy lingering along the direction Frisia had fled. That frigid purple energy was moving towards some deep corner of the universe. According to the original timeline, Frisia would seek out his father King Cold after escaping, and then they would come to Earth with their forces to seek revenge. Revenge on Earth. Raditz opened his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Why wait for them to come to us? It's much simpler to just go and block their doorstep. He changed direction, accelerating along the energy trail Frisia had left behind. His speed was significantly faster, now his body streaking through the vacuum like a brilliant meteor flying in reverse. Along the way, he passed several lifeless planets, their surfaces marred by scorched craters and debris, the unmistakable scars of Frisia's conquests. After nearly 2 hours of pursuit, a planet far larger than Namek appeared ahead. It was enveloped in a thin white atmosphere with vast structures and military installations faintly visible on its surface. Dozens of massive warships were stationed in orbit around the planet, several times larger than the small vessels encountered on Namek. This was Frisia's main planet, also known as Planet Frisia, the tyrant's heavily fortified stronghold built over centuries. Raditz decelerated, descending into the planet's upper atmosphere to survey the scene below. The warships were aligned in perfect formation, their decks densely packed with soldiers of various skin colors and physiques, all clad in the standard Frisia force battle armor. The largest central structure resembled an inverted pyramid forged from a certain white alloy, its surface laced with purple energy conduits. Quite impressive, Raditz remarked. Much better than that crumbling palace on planet Vegeta. He dove downwards. His descent wasn't fast, like a leaf gently drifting down, but the air around him was compressed and distorted by his energy, emitting a low resonant hum. The patrolling soldiers on the ground were the first to sense something amiss. The sky above them dimmed for an instant, as if something had blocked out the light. What is that? A soldier looked up. Clouds. No, it's a person. Before the words could fade, Raditz landed squarely on the apex of the central pyramid. He stood on the white alloy tip, the metal groaning under his weight as cracks spiderwebbed outwards from beneath his boots. Frisia. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to every corner of the planet. You're home, and you didn't even announce it. I followed you here, got thirsty, and wanted a drink. Inside the pyramid, Frisia had just stepped off a small shuttle and hadn't even had a chance to change his clothes. He heard the voice from outside, and his entire body went rigid. It was a voice he would recognize even if reduced to ashes. The small white-skinned emperor turned his head towards the ceiling, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He followed me here. Zarbon, clutching his severed arm, went pale. Great king. Get out there and stop him. Frisia's voice cracked. All soldiers. All cannons. Open fire. The order was transmitted across the entire planet. Dozens of warships simultaneously turned their gun turrets, ground-based defense cannons rose from their bunkers, and tens of thousands of energy beams converged on the figure perched atop the pyramid. Purple, red, blue, green, the beams were as dense as a torrential downpour, engulfing the pyramid's apex in a blinding sea of light. Explosions were continuous, the shockwaves flattening rows of surrounding buildings. The ground shook and the air filled with the acrid smell of molten metal and scorched stone. The bombardment lasted a full minute. The top of the pyramid was sheared off by over 10 meters. Metal debris melted into flowing liquid under the extreme heat. The guns ceased firing, their cooling systems venting steam with a hiss. Everyone stared at the smoke-filled area. The smoke cleared. Raditz was still standing in his original spot, not even his posture changed. His battlesuit was spotless, not a single singe mark on his hair. The barrage that could level a city had hit him like a light drizzle. Is that all? He looked around. Your planet's shower system is pretty advanced. Frisia burst out from inside the pyramid. His final form hadn't been deactivated, but the arrogance was gone from his face, replaced by a near-frantic desperation. What do you even want? You've already destroyed the Dragon Balls. I've given up on Namek. What more do you want by chasing me to my home? Raditz jumped down from the pyramid's ruins, landing 3 paces from Frisia. He looked down at the small white figure, a smile playing on his lips. Your planet, he said. I'm taking it. Frisia froze. What did you say? Literally. Your army, your bases, your warships, the planet under your feet. From now on, it's all mine. You can stay and be my butler if you want. If not, get lost, and don't let me see you again. Frisia's nails dug into the flesh of his palms, droplets of purple blood seeping through his fingers. He had never suffered such humiliation in his life, but as he looked up into Raditz's calm eyes, all his harsh words caught in his throat. He knew this person before him could truly grind him into paste in the next second. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Raditz raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, I'll leave. Frisia's voice sounded as if it came from deep underground, hoarse and broken. I'll leave. He turned and walked towards a small shuttle parked nearby. His steps were slow, each one feeling like treading on blades. The soldiers standing nearby watched him, their expressions frozen solid. Their emperor had been driven away right before their eyes. Humiliation, resentment, rage, all churned within each of them, yet no one dared to step forward. The shuttle lifted off Frisia's personal vessel, leaving a thin trail of exhaust as it vanished beyond the planet's atmosphere. Raditz watched the ship fly away and scratched his head. Left without even a parting threat. Guess I really scared him. He turned to face the soldiers who were still standing there in a daze, spread his arms wide, and flashed a brilliant grin. Your new boss has arrived. Who was it that was shooting at me with the most enthusiasm? Step forward, I'll make you a deputy captain. Raditz stood in the clearing before the pyramid ruins, arms crossed, facing the Frisia soldiers who had gathered from all directions. There were still over 2,000 of them, a motley assortment of races mixed together, some still clutching weapons, others holding spent energy, orbs that had just fizzled out. Every face wore the exact same expression, utter bewilderment. They had slaughtered countless lives on countless battlefields and conquered countless planets, yet the long-haired Saiyan standing amid the rubble made every single knee among them tremble uncontrollably. That previous bombardment had sheared an entire pyramid flat, and he hadn't even lost a single strand of hair. Such an existence was simply beyond their comprehension. I asked, Raditz spoke again, his voice low yet perfectly audible to everyone. Who among you was putting in the most effort just now? Step forward. Silence. No one dared to move. Raditz's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on a soldier with crimson skin and 2 curved horns protruding from his head. That one had been operating the largest caliber main cannon, and the energy beam he'd fired was 5 times thicker than those from the other turrets. You? Yes, you, the red-skinned one. Don't try to hide. The red-skinned soldier froze entirely. The crowd around him quickly retreated, parting like a tide, to leave him alone in the center of the clearing, his legs shaking like sieves. Yes, sir. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. That shot I fired at you just now. Well done. Raditz gave him a thumbs up. Impressive power. It didn't hurt me, but at least the spectacle was on point. What's your name? My name is Keen. Keen Marlowe. Good, Keen. From this moment on, you're the captain of this army. Keen's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. He stood there with his mouth full of sharp fangs hanging open, unable to close it. Me? Captain? Yes, you. Raditz swept his gaze across every face around him. Anyone disagree? Step forward. Silence. Even the sound of breathing vanished. Raditz nodded with satisfaction. All right, a few rules then. First, no killing the innocent. Fighting is fine, but after the battle, no massacring cities. Second, don't touch those weak planets with battle power below 1,000. Conquering them isn't profitable, Just a waste of time. Third. He paused mid-sentence, his gaze suddenly turning skyward. Something was approaching. A faint yet active energy signature filtered in from beyond the planet's atmosphere, not moving fast, but carrying a certain, how should he put it, an unmistakable, I'm a law enforcement officer, and I'm very righteous kind of aura. The energy Raditz sensed wasn't as vicious as the Frisia force nor as savage as a Scion's. It felt more like Galactic Patrol. He raised an eyebrow. A small silver-white ship pierced through the clouds and landed in the open space nearby. The hatch opened, and a short creature in a blue uniform with sunglasses jumped out. His skin was purplish-red, a single antenna stood upright on his head, and a strangely shaped gun hung at his waist. After landing, he looked around, taking in the ruins and the dense crowd of Frisia soldiers. Behind his sunglasses, his small eyes flashed with obvious bewilderment. "Oh dear," said Jocko the Galactic Patrolman, scratching his head. "Did I take a wrong turn? Isn't this Frisia's lair? How did it end up in this state?" Raditz tilted his head and studied him. Jocko, an elite patrolman directly under the Galactic King, a comedic character in the original story, with pathetically low battle power, yet an enormously inflated sense of self-importance. What was he doing here on Frisia's planet? "Hey, Longhair." Jocko noticed Raditz and strode over briskly. "Are you in charge here?" "I'm Jocko of the Galactic Patrol, sent here to investigate the Frisia Force's illegal activities." "That uniform you're wearing is Frisia Force issue, isn't it? You're under arrest." He drew the oddly shaped gun from his belt and aimed it squarely at Raditz's chest. Raditz looked down at the barrel, then back up at Jocko's tightly clenched little face, and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he laughed. "You've got some nerve." "Of course. The Galactic Patrol has always had the most nerve." Jocko puffed out his chest, but his words caught in his throat midway. He could feel the stares of the Frisia soldiers around him. More than 2,000 people watching him with a look that said, "You're finished," their eyes tinged with a hint of pity. "What's going on?" Jocko's voice shrank. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Keen let out a sigh nearby, raised his red finger, and pointed behind Jocko. Jocko turned around and saw the pyramid ruins, the still smoking warships, and the battered turrets and shell casings scattered across the ground. Then he looked back at Raditz, the Scion who stood there without a single speck of dust on him from head to toe. "Here." Jocko's lips began to quiver. "A battle just took place." "It did," Raditz said. "And then it ended. I won. Frisia fled. These soldiers belong to me now. Any more questions?" Jocko's gun began to shake. His small eyes behind the sunglasses darted around rapidly, his mouth shifted through several shapes, and finally, he forced out a smile. Ha ha. So that's how it is. No wonder the Frisia force has been so quiet lately. So you're the one who cleaned them up. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." He hastily shoved the gun back into his belt and bowed 90 degrees to Raditz. "I'll be on my way now. You go about your business. The Galactic Patrol absolutely does not interfere in civilian affairs." "Wait a moment." Jocko froze. Raditz walked up to him and plucked the sunglasses off his face. Jocko's round little eyes blinked several times in the sunlight, filled with tears of terror. "You came at just the right time," Raditz said casually, slipping the sunglasses onto his own nose. "I've been needing a messenger. You go spread the word across the galaxy. Frisia's territory now belongs to Raditz. Anyone who disagrees can come find me, and I'll reason with them face to face." Jocko nodded vigorously, bobbing his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Understood. Understood. I'll deliver the message." "And also," Raditz patted Jocko's shoulder. A touch so light it seemed like flicking away dust, yet Jocko nearly collapsed to his knees. "If you happen to run into Frisia, tell him something for me. I'm quite comfortable in his home, and he needn't worry about it." Got it. Got it. I'll definitely pass that along." Jocko scrambled frantically back into his ship. The hatch sealed shut, the engines roared, and the small silver-white vessel shot into the sky, 10 times faster than it had descended, disappearing into the clouds. Raditz watched the direction of his escape, then took the sunglasses off his nose and polished them. "These glasses suit me rather well." He turned to face the soldiers still standing at attention and clapped his hands. "All right, that little interlude is over. Keen, take me to Frisia's vault. He's been collecting for a few hundred years. There should be some fine treasures in there." Keen immediately puffed out his chest and scurried over. "This way, please." "Your Majesty." "No, my lord." "This way, please." He led the way, his feet flying as if he were sprinting. Behind them, the 2,000-plus soldiers automatically split into two orderly columns, forming a crisp marching aisle, not one of them daring to make a sound. Raditz walked down the aisle, and as he passed the soldiers who kept their heads bowed and didn't dare look at him, he reached out and patted a few of them on the head. "Perk up. Stop looking so miserable. Smile for your new boss." A few soldiers strained to pull their lips into grins that looked even uglier than tears. Raditz looked at them and shook his head. "Never mind. Better not smile at all. You all look like you're straining to pass a brick." He strode off toward Frisia's vault, his silhouette stretching long in the dying rays of the setting sun. Behind him, the 2,000-plus soldiers held their salutes, not a single one daring to lower their hand first. Keen led the way through a well-preserved passage beneath the pyramid ruins, its walls lined with dark golden metal plates and embedded with luminous crystals, every few meters casting a soft cold glow. This corridor was a world apart from the flattened ruins outside. Quiet, luxurious, with a faint trace of incense lingering in the air. Lord Frisia, know that Frisia Guy's private collection is all at the end of this passage. Keen spoke as he walked, striving to keep his voice from trembling. He plundered treasures from hundreds of planets, all locked in the vault at the deepest part. Raditz followed behind, his leisurely steps akin to a stroll through a shopping mall. Anything good? Let's hear it. There's the crystal skull of Callant, said to foresee a month into the future, and the horn of the Brachia beast. Ground to powder, it can extend one's life by a decade. There's also a neutron star core shrunk to the size of a fist, sealed under a glass dome by magical force. Frisia often used it as a nightlight. A nightlight? Raditz chuckled. That guy sure knows how to add a touch of flair. At the end of the passage stood a colossal metal door, its surface etched with intricate energy patterns. Keen entered a long sequence on the control panel beside it. The door rumbled heavily and slid open to the sides. Behind it lay a vast circular chamber with a dome soaring 20 meters high, its surrounding shelves filled with bizarre and exotic objects. Raditz stepped inside, his gaze sweeping across. Luminous ores piled in corners, skeletal remains of exotic beasts mounted on the walls, and rows of metallic weapons suspended in floating energy fields. At the center display stood a fist-sized black sphere with golden veins slowly coursing across its surface. Undoubtedly the neutron star core nightlight Keen had mentioned. Not bad, Raditz commented, just a bit cluttered. Like a nouveau riche's living room. He circled the vault, casually picking up two items. A palm-sized crystal skull which he pocketed, said to foresee the future. He hefted the neutron star core in his hand, then tossed it to Keen. This one's yours. Use it as a nightlight. Keen scrambled to catch the black sphere, nearly dropping to his knees. Thank you, sir. Don't mention it. Raditz patted his shoulder. Tidy up this place, train the troops. I'm heading back to Earth for a while. Use this to reach me if anything comes up. He pressed a finger to Keen's uniform, leaving a trace of his key as a marker. The energy flickered on Keen's chest before vanishing like a drop of water absorbed into a sponge. I'm off. Raditz vanished from the vault, leaving Keen standing there clutching the neutron star core, mouth agape, taking a long moment to snap back to reality. Earth. Raditz pierced through the atmosphere under the bright midday sun, the sparse clouds revealing familiar city outlines and lush greenery below. Peaceful and serene from high above. After his ventures on Namek and Frisia's planet, filled with nothing but ruins and metal, the sight of green mountains and clear waters felt oddly welcoming. But he didn't land in a night market or a park. He flew directly to the most conspicuous structure in West City, the massive villa of the Briefs family. In the original story, the Z fighters often gathered here. The intelligence hub, training rooms, and repair shops were all clustered in this area. Raditz descended, landing on the neatly trimmed front lawn. The grass felt soft under his boots. After steadying himself, he sensed the key inside the house. Quite a few people. Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Shinhan, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Bulma with her father. All seven were in the living room, seemingly discussing something. Everyone's here, Raditz smiled. Perfect. He strode toward the door. It was unlocked. He pushed it open and walked straight in. The foyer led directly to a spacious white living room furnished with several sofas. The Earth's warriors, seated or standing, turned their heads simultaneously at the sound. Everyone's expression shifted at once. Son Goku was the first to rise, his face morphing from wariness to surprise. Bro, what are you doing here? Piccolo's brow furrowed deeply enough to crush a fly. He instinctively stepped back half a pace, his hands subtly gathering energy. Krillin spat out his tea. Yamcha's cup shattered on the floor. Tien Shinhan sprang up, adopting the four bodies fist stance. Kaiatsu, hovering in the air, shrank back into a corner. Bulma's tablet slipped onto the sofa, and her father's glasses went askew. Raditz stood at the living room entrance, watching the spectrum of expressions unfold, a slow grin spreading across his face. He nodded. This is exactly the reaction I was hoping to see. Son Goku laughed awkwardly. You barging in like that startled everyone. Really? Raditz's gaze swept across each face. Piccolo, your jaw's about to drop. Fix it. Krillin, you just sprayed tea on Yamcha's face. Tien, that pose looks cool, but it's useless. Kaiatsu, why are you cowering in the corner? I don't eat people. Kaiatsu trembled even harder. Bulma rose from the sofa, hands on her hips. Hey, what's your problem? Breaking into a private residence. Don't you know my front door requires a password? No password, Raditz said. I just pushed it open. Bulma faltered, glancing from the pushed-open door to Raditz's utterly unbothered face. Huffing, she plopped back onto the sofa. Fine, you win. Take a seat. I'll get you some water. Cola's fine. So demanding. Bulma muttered as she headed into the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room remained tense. Piccolo stayed on high alert, and Tien Shinhan's hands hadn't dropped. Raditz nonchalantly walked over to an empty armchair and sat down, crossing his legs. His gaze roamed across their faces. What were you all discussing? He asked. Don't tell me you were planning how to deal with me. Son Goku waved his hands hastily. No. We were talking about Vegeta. He's gone silent since we drove him off last time. We're worried he might attack Earth. Vegeta. Raditz tilted his head. He's off training in some corner of the universe. He won't be back anytime soon. What's there to fear? His power alone surpasses all of you combined. If your son hadn't had that surge last time, he would have wiped out your entire family. Son Goku's face darkened slightly. You're right. I'm still far too weak. Glad you realized that. Raditz called out toward the kitchen. Is that cola ready yet? Coming. Bulma emerged carrying a glass of iced cola, setting it down in front of Raditz. Drink up. Don't complain if it's not sweet enough. Raditz picked it up and took a sip. The ice cubes clinked against the glass. Not bad. Bulma, you've got skills. Bulma shot him a glare, but a smile she couldn't quite suppress tugged at the corner of her lips. Your manners, oh forget it. I can't be bothered to argue. Raditz leaned back against the sofa, his eyes scanning the tense faces of Earth's heroes in the room. Every gaze was fixed on him, each face a canvas of complex emotions. Fear, curiosity, confusion, resentment. Yet no one dared to speak first. He took another sip of cola, the sweetness dissolving on his tongue. Relax, he said. I'm not here to kill anyone. Just came back to see how you all are doing. Krillin muttered under his breath. See how we're doing. Coming from you, that sounds terrifying. I heard that, Raditz said, looking at him. Even your whispers aren't quiet enough. Krillin shrank back and fell silent. The living room settled back into silence, broken only by the soft clinking of ice cubes in the cola glass. As Raditz was halfway through his cola, the air in the living room suddenly shifted. An unfamiliar power surged toward them from the outskirts of the city at tremendous speed, with an estimated combat strength between 50 and 60,000. The nature of this ki was peculiar, carrying traces of Saiyan ferocity, blended with some distinctly earthling gentleness. Son Goku rose to his feet, first his brows drawn tight. Someone's coming, Piccolo said, rising as well. Strong. It's not Vegeta, and it's not Frieza. This one, I've never sensed his kind before. Raditz set his cola cup on the coffee table and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He had already locked onto that foreign energy. Though its combat power was not particularly high, it carried an unmistakable sense of temporal displacement, as though it had been forced through from somewhere else entirely. Don't worry, he said. It's a visitor. A few seconds later, the front door opened, and a figure stepped inside, silhouetted against the light from the doorway. He was a young man, perhaps 16 or 17 tall and lean, with short silver-violet hair. He wore the iconic Capsule Corporation jacket, and at his hip hung a sword with an intricately carved scabbard. Everyone in the living room froze. Bulma was the first to speak. Your hair color. The young man looked at her, and for an instant a wave of complex emotion flickered across his eyes. But he quickly composed himself, his gaze sweeping across the room. Son Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Unshatat's Bulma's father, and finally settling on a long-haired man, lounging in an armchair with one leg crossed, still clutching a cola cup. Trunks, Raditz spoke first. You've arrived a few years earlier than I expected. What happened? Can't your future hold on much longer? The young man's pupils contracted sharply. His hand instinctively gripped his sword hilt. Who are you? How do you know my name? Raditz, Goku's older brother. Raditz gestured towards Son Goku. Your father's elder brother. By family hierarchy, you ought to call me uncle. Though your father's currently off training somewhere in the cosmos, so you won't be seeing him anytime soon. Trunks' expression shifted several times as he looked between Son Goku and Raditz, finally locking his gaze onto Raditz. Something's wrong. In the original story, Raditz died long ago. Original story. Raditz raised an eyebrow and sat up straighter. You know about that. Cold sweat prickled along Trunks' back as realization dawned. This person did not exist in any timeline he had ever known. His very presence was a fundamental breach of the original narrative. Never mind, Trunks said, taking a deep breath before pulling a vial from his pocket. I came to deliver medicine to Mr. Son Goku. 3 years from now he will develop a heart condition, and if he doesn't take this beforehand, that's not important. Raditz rose from the couch and approached Trunks. He towered over the 16 or 17-year-old boy, looking down at his tense face. What happened in your world? Tell me. Trunks hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke. 2 androids appeared in my world, number 17 and number 18. They slaughtered every Dragon Ball fighter on Earth and ruled over the ashes. I traveled back in time to change history. A collective intake of breath filled the room. Krillin shrank back nervously. All of them. Every last one, Trunks replied, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Even my master son Gohan was killed by them. After hearing this, Raditz turned to Son Goku. Your son was quite formidable in the future. Pity he died anyway. Son Goku's face darkened, his fists clenched until they cracked. Take me there, Raditz said to Trunks. Trunks froze. Where? Your world. That future ruled by androids. Trunks was struck speechless. But time travel is dangerous, and I'm going whether you like it or not, Raditz interrupted. Isn't your time machine parked at the edge of town? Lead the way. Trunks glanced at Son Goku, who hesitated briefly before nodding. He then looked at Piccolo, who silently stepped aside half a pace to clear the path. Fine. Trunks turned. Follow me. He led the way, flying toward a wasteland on the city's outskirts where the time machine was hidden inside an abandoned warehouse. The cockpit door opened to reveal space for only one person. Raditz glanced down at the cramped seat and grunted. Forget it, I don't need to sit. Go ahead, I'll follow along. Trunks looked at him bewildered. Follow you? But the time tunnel. Just go. Trunks climbed into the cockpit and pressed the activation button. The time machine's core erupted into a violent hum as blue light poured from the seams of its casing, forming a swirling temporal vortex around the machine. The warehouse walls began to crack and dust particles in the air floated upward. With a flash of light, the time machine vanished. Trunks traveled through the time tunnel for what felt like seconds, then materialized inside another warehouse. The moment the cockpit opened, he heard footsteps behind him. He spun around sharply. Raditz stood there brushing dust from his shoulders. Your tunnel's pretty rough. Next time get a better navigation system. Trunks stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long moment. How did you follow me through the time tunnel? I ran after it, Raditz said as casually as if reporting the weather. Your light sphere wasn't moving that fast. Trunks gave up pressing the issue. He pushed open the warehouse door and stepped outside, the world beyond unfolding before his eyes. The sky hung gray and lifeless above ruined buildings leaning at precarious angles. Streets were scarred with cracks and bomb craters, and the air carried the sickening stench of decay and dust. In the distance, two cities smoked black against the horizon. No engines roared, no voices called out. The entire metropolis felt like one vast graveyard. There to the west, Trunks said, pointing. Number 17 and number 18 just appeared over there. Got it. Raditz stepped forward and vanished in an instant. Trunks felt only a gust of wind rush past his hair, whipping backward, and when it settled, Raditz was already gone. Roughly 3 seconds later, two thunderous explosions erupted from the west. The first hit with a dull, abrupt force, while the second followed almost simultaneously, as if compressed into a single devastating blow. Then two brilliant blossoms of light erupted in the ashen sky, violet and crimson energy fragments scattering outward like fireworks, tearing gaps through the thick, suffocating clouds. When the light faded, nothing remained in the sky. Raditz materialized before Trunks, holding two severed metallic arms, one silver gray, the other pale gold. He dropped them carelessly to the ground and brushed the machine oil from his hands. Both destroyed, like taking apart toys. Trunks stared blankly at the severed limbs on the ground, then looked up at the fading energy embers dissipating in the sky. Number 17 and number 18. Gone. How long did it take you? 3 seconds. Raditz flexed his fingers as he calculated. Including travel time there and back, that's 5 seconds total. Your world's been cleaned up. Don't forget to thank your uncle when you get back. He turned and headed toward the warehouse. Come on, let's see your changed new world. The androids are gone. If you still can't handle whoever's left, that's your problem now. Trunks stood frozen, his lips trembling several times before he managed a single word. Okay. He followed Raditz into the warehouse as the sky behind them gradually cleared. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, falling upon the ruined city and illuminating the shattered streets and collapsed buildings with a warmth that had not been felt in years. Trunks stands in the shadows of the warehouse, unable to move for a long moment. The sky is changing. The gray that has persisted for 3 full years is being torn apart, dark clouds shedding away like shattered curtains to reveal the impossibly blue sky beyond. Sunlight pours down from the rifts, spilling across the devastated streets, so warm it feels like a dream. He steps out of the warehouse, standing in that light, the warmth touching his skin. He hasn't felt the sun in 3 years. Raditz leans against the warehouse wall, arms crossed, watching Trunks' dazed expression. All right, stop standing there like an idiot. There's no more threat in your world. 17 and 18 are gone, Dr. Jero probably won't last much longer either. Your android crisis is completely solved. Trunks slowly turns to face Raditz. His eyes are slightly red, but he holds back. Thank you. I know these words are too light for what you've done, but I truly... No need to thank me. Raditz waves his hand. I just wanted to destroy those 2 things anyway. They look like failed cosmetic surgery. He straightens up from the wall and reaches out to pat Trunks on the back of his head. Go back to where you belong. Your world still needs you to rebuild. Don't slack off. Trunks nods firmly. He walks to the time machine and pauses at the hatch, turning back to glance at Raditz. You're stronger than any legend I've ever heard of. If Gohan from my era knew about you, he would have been overjoyed. Whether he's happy or not doesn't matter, Raditz says flatly. Just make sure you're doing well. Now go. The time machine hatch closes. Blue light flickers as the machine and the young man with purple hair vanish together. Raditz stands alone in the ruins of the future city, surveying the area. This place once thrummed with life, but now it's nothing more than an empty shell. In the distance, several figures emerge from beneath collapsed buildings. Spotting the long-lost sunlight overhead, their faces flood with confusion and delight. This world, Raditz muses quietly, still has a lot of rebuilding ahead. He tears open space before him, a dark fissure splitting the air. Beyond it, familiar blue skies and white clouds beckon. He steps through. The rift seals shut behind him. Returning to the present Earth, barely 2 minutes have elapsed. He descends onto the lawn of Bulma's villa and pushes open the door to the living room. Everyone remains where they were. Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, Chaozu, Bulma. The cola on the coffee table still carries a chill, the ice not yet fully melted. You're back. Goku rises first. Where's Trunks? He's gone back to his world. The androids are taken care of. The living room falls silent for 2 heartbeats, then erupts. Taken care of? That fast? He was gone for less than 5 minutes. What did you do? Raditz settles back onto the sofa, lifting the half-finished cola to his lips. Smash those two mechanical toys, 17 and 18 right. One silver gray, one pale gold. Looked delicate enough, but their combat skills were pathetic. One slap, and they were done. The whole thing took 5 seconds plus 3 seconds for travel. 8 seconds total. The remaining 2 seconds were spent spacing out. Krillin's jaw drops to the floor. 8 seconds. You destroyed those two monsters who annihilated everyone in the future. In 8 seconds. You're overestimating them. Raditz sets down the cup. Their combat power is nothing compared to mine. They were like two grasshoppers. High jumps, but squashed flat the moment you press down. Piccolo frowns. Did you find out anything else? Is Dr. Gero still alive? Could he build more androids? Dr. Gero. Raditz considers. Didn't check on him, but working from the timeline, he should still be holed up in some underground base tinkering with his little inventions. 1920 Cell. Oh, you haven't encountered Cell yet. You will. Cell. Goku's brow furrows. What's that? Raditz glances at him. Relax. Once you've handled the Vegeta and Frieza situation, that thing will surface on its own. Don't worry, I'll go take care of it when the time comes. Goku opens his mouth to press further, but catching Raditz's clear signal of disinterest, he swallows his words. Bulma stands nearby, arms folded, watching him. You really are infuriating, speaking in half-truths. What's with you'll know when it happens? It's no fun if I spell it out. Raditz rises, stretching. Spoilers are the greatest sin. I don't fear anyone coming after me, but ruining everyone's future entertainment would be a shame. He strides to the living room entrance and pauses, casting a final glance at the gathered Earth warriors. You all know what to do. Train hard, eat well, live your lives. If something comes up, don't come to me. It won't help anyway. I only help when I'm in the mood. He pushes open the door and steps outside. A breeze sweeps across the lawn. He's gone in an instant. The living room falls silent, 7 bewildered faces staring at each other. Krillin breaks the silence first. He just said, spoilers are the greatest sin. Does he know everything that's going to happen to us? Piccolo's expression darkens. That man knows far more than we realized. Not just the past, but the future too. It seems like he anticipated Trunks' time travel before it even happened. Goku scratches his head. So, what exactly is his background? His background doesn't matter, Piccolo says gravely. What matters is which side he's on. From what we've seen, he's at least not an enemy. But he's certainly no friend either. Think about what he said. I only help when I'm in the mood. A heaviness settles over the room. Each person silently turns Piccolo's words over in their mind. Not an enemy. Not a friend. In Trunks' future world, sunlight has completely dispersed the dark clouds. The skies above the ruined city stretch clear and bright. After 3 years of hiding, people emerge from every corner, standing in the streets with upturned faces. Children laugh while adults weep. The purple-haired young man sits atop a crumbling skyscraper, his sword resting across his knees. He watches the horizon slowly coming back to life, and his lips curve into a gentle smile. Thank you, he whispers into the void. Thank you. Even if you can't hear me. He does. Thousands of light years away, Raditz is biting into a hamburger at some fast food restaurant. He pauses, suddenly the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. You're welcome. Then he keeps eating. The following days passed in utter tranquility. Raditz settled into the life of a retired old-timer on Earth. Dozing on park benches by day, savoring barbecue at night markets come evening, and occasionally strolling by the seaside to feel the breeze. He had finished the pack of beef jerky in his pocket and bought 3 more. 20 strawberry lollipops were stockpiled, and he'd stroll around with one dangling from his lips each day. The city was called West City, with the Capsule Corp headquarters at its very heart. Sun Wukong and the others would occasionally drop by, but Raditz couldn't be bothered to stick around them. Those Earth warriors could only ever talk about training when they got together. Chi Realm's breakthroughs. It all grated on his teeth. He much preferred chatting with the old sweet potato vendor on the street corner about whether today's batch was sweet enough. At least that conversation had some real substance. But peaceful days always come to an end. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Raditz was dozing against the lightning rod atop a skyscraper in the city center when his eyes suddenly snapped open. 2 new signatures had appeared within his perception range, emanating from some underground base at the city's edge. Those 2 energies felt strange, devoid of the warmth of living beings, cold as a hybrid of metal and energy. Androids, he muttered, sitting up from the lightning rod and rubbing his eyes. Finally out. He didn't rush. Sitting on the rooftop edge, legs dangling and swinging in midair, he gazed at the distant city skyline. The 2 cold signatures were on the move, heading toward the center of West City at a leisurely, unhurried pace, as if out for a stroll. Meanwhile, at Bulma's villa on the other side of town, Piccolo suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. They're here. Sun Wukong burst out of the training room, sandbags still strapped to his body. I sense them, 2 of them. No, wait, their energy feels strange. Like machines. They are machines, Piccolo said, already on his feet. Dr. Gero has finally made his move. Let's go. Sun Wukong shed his sandbags and charged out the door first. Krillin, Tenshinhan, Yamcha, and Kairatsu followed close behind, their silhouettes streaking across the sky as they flew toward the direction of those 2 icy signals. Piccolo flew at the rear, brow furrowed as if pondering something, But in the end, he kept his thoughts to himself. They didn't go looking for Raditz. And Raditz couldn't be bothered to find them either. He simply sat atop the building overlooking the entire city from above. The two signals came to a halt a few streets away, and then the first explosion erupted. Boom, boom. Two consecutive blasts sent fire leaping from the bases of two commercial buildings, shards of glass raining down upon the street like a storm. The crowd screamed and scattered in chaos. Through the smoke, two figures emerged, one tall, one short. The shorter one was rotund, its head covered in a white helmet-like armor with a crimson energy-absorbing orifice set into its palm. The taller one wore a white lab coat completely bald with a metallic connector visible at the back of its skull, none other than Dr. Jiro himself. No. 20. The round no. 19 led the way, each step cracking the pavement beneath its feet. With a casual swat, it crushed a parked car on the roadside, the vehicle collapsing like an empty soda can. Humans, your energy? No. 19 let out a metallic laugh. I'll take it. Sun Wukong was the first to arrive, landing 5 meters before No. 19 and dropping into a combat stance. So you're the android Dr. Jiro created. I won't let you destroy this city. Kakarot. No. 19 tilted its round head. Your energy. Not bad. It charged forward. Not particularly fast, but every punch carried pure raw physical force. Sun Wukong dodged 3 punches by sidestepping, then drove a kick into No. 19's chest. The impact connected, sending No. 19 staggering back 2 steps, but it quickly regained its footing and slapped a palm against Sun Wukong's shoulder. Sun Wukong felt his energy draining from the shoulder. He pulled back abruptly, glancing down. The chi there was noticeably thinner. This thing. It can absorb energy. Piccolo struck from the flank, his special beam cannon driving straight at No. 19's back. But before the violet beam could touch its target, No. 20 standing behind raised a hand and casually deflected it. Namekian energy, crude but substantial. No. 20 absorbed the energy of the special beam cannon, his palm glowing briefly before a satisfied smile spread across his face. Delicious. Krillin and Tenshinhan attacked simultaneously from both flanks. A destructo disc from one side, 4 witches technique afterimages from the other, both converging on No. 20. But No. 20 leaped lightly into the air, evading every strike, and upon landing unleashed an energy wave from his palm. Piccolo's earlier special beam cannon was reflected back, the violet beam grazing past Krillin's head and scorching half of the 6 precept marks on his forehead. Damn it. Krillin clutched his head and rolled to the side of the road. Tenshinhan was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing through the window of a nearby shop. Yamcha and Kairatsu charged in from behind, but before they could even get close, No. 20's energy field flung them both into a green belt over a dozen meters away. Piccolo gritted his teeth and retreated to Sun Wukong's side. We can't win. They can absorb our energy and every attack gets reflected back. Sun Wukong panted heavily, his left shoulder still numb. The energy, drained by No. 19, would take time to recover. He stared at the 2 grinning androids before him, clenching his fists before releasing them again. Then what do we do? What else can you do? No. 19's lips curled into a grin. Surrender. And become my power bank. He raised his palm, the red absorption orifice locking onto Sun Wukong as energy began to surge. Then his movement stopped, because a voice drifted down from above, lazy, dripping with the drowsiness of someone who hadn't quite woken up. Hey, you guys are making too much noise. I'm trying to sleep. Everyone looked up. Raditz crouched atop a street lamp pole nearby, a lollipop between his lips, the strawberry red candy half visible at the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the crowd below, swept his gaze across No. 19 and No. 20's faces, then furrowed his brow. These 2 things had you all this beat. He looked at Sun Wukong. Little brother, where's your pride? Sun Wukong flushed red. They can absorb energy. Absorb. Raditz jumped down from the street lamp, landing 3 steps away from No. 19. He struck no pose whatsoever, hands in his pockets, lollipop still in his mouth. No. 19 tilted its round head to look at him. Another Saiyan. Your energy is stronger than that once. It extended its palm, aiming at Raditz's chest. The crimson glow flared to life, the absorption orifice working at full capacity, trying to drain the chi from Raditz's body. But 2 seconds passed, nothing came out. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Not even a ripple of energy fluctuation stirred in No. 19's palm. Smoke began to rise from the armor on its head, and the red glow of the absorption orifice dimmed rapidly. Wire. Energy. No. 19's metallic voice began to stutter. Cannot. Absorb. Data error. Raditz crunched down on his lollipop, a crisp sharp crack. Can't absorb it, huh? Because my chi is several tiers above your absorption limit. What's your max anyway? 10,000. 20,000. No. 19 took a step back. An overloaded hum emanated from its body as electric sparks erupted from the seams of its armor. Raditz pulled his hand out of his pocket, extended his index finger, and lightly tapped No. 19 on the forehead. Don't. No. 19's head fell off. The round skull bounced twice on the pavement and rolled to a stop at No. 20's feet. The headless body wobbled for a moment, then its knees buckled, thudding to the ground as every circuit in its frame powered down simultaneously. Raditz withdrew his finger and turned toward No. 20. Dr. Jiro's face had gone white as a sheet. The metal connector at the back of his skull flashed frantically with red alarm lights, his entire body involuntarily retreating. What are you? Raditz, said Raditz, swirling the lollipop fragments in his mouth with his tongue before swallowing. Heard of me? No. 20 turned and ran. Raditz watched his frantic scrambling retreat without giving chase. He merely spat out the lollipop stick and flicked it with his finger into a trash can by the roadside. Run, he said. Run far. He turned to look at the Earth warriors all frozen in shock and shrugged. Like I said, they weren't even worth me lifting a finger. A finger's already more than they deserve. Dr. Jiro ran swiftly, an old man racing through the ruined streets with his bald pate bobbing the scrape of his shoes against the ground like sandpaper rasping across iron. He turned 2 blocks into a subway tunnel entrance and sprinted down the darkened passage for roughly 200 meters before halting before a metal door concealed as a wall. Fingerprint recognition, iris scan, voice print verification. 3 locks disengaged simultaneously, and the metal door slid open without a sound. Behind it lay a spacious underground laboratory far cleaner than the city above. White walls, neatly arranged instruments and equipment, and suspended on the walls were 2 cylindrical cultivation tanks. Within each tank was a human figure, 1 male, 1 female, with features so refined they resembled meticulously carved works of art. Their skin glistened with a porcelain sheen, and the pale blue nutrient fluid eyes, closed lips, curved in the faintest smile, as if drifting in pleasant dreams. After bursting into the laboratory, Dr. Jiro bolted the door and slumped against the metal panels, gasping for breath. His heart hammered like a war drum, and the metal interface at the back of his skull continued to flash frantic red warnings. Activate number 17 and number 18. He slammed the control console's button. The drainage tubes of the cultivation tanks opened the blue nutrient fluid, draining rapidly, exposing the 2 artificial humans to the air. The tank walls split apart, water vapor billowing, and 2 pairs of eyes opened in unison. Number 17 emerged first from the tank, his long hair cascading over his shoulders, his build slender and elegant, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. He rolled his neck joints, emitting faint metallic clicks as his gaze swept over Dr. Jiro. Doctor, you don't look well. Number 18 followed out, her golden short hair still glistening with moisture. She glanced at Dr. Jiro's disheveled state and raised an eyebrow. Being hunted? Didn't expect those old bones of yours could still run so fast. Dr. Jiro pointed toward the direction he had come from, his voice still trembling. There's a monster. A Saiyan. He took out number 19 with just 1 finger. You must. 1 finger. Number 17 paused briefly, then smiled. Interesting. Don't laugh. He's incredibly strong. I couldn't even scan his power level ceiling. Can't scan it doesn't mean can't beat it. Number 17 stretched lazily, a motion reminiscent of a cat waking from a nap. Number 18 and I aren't some mass-produced toys like number 19. We're the crowning achievements of your life's research, aren't we, Dr. Dr. Jiro wanted to speak, but couldn't get the words out. Before activating number 17 and number 18, he hadn't actually fully unlocked their combat programs. Because these 2 were too powerful enough that he himself feared losing control. But at this moment he had no choice. That Saiyan outside was 1,000 times more terrifying than losing control. Go out, Dr. Jiro pressed the unseal button on the console. Kill him. Use every ounce of your strength. The moment the seals broke, number 17 and number 18's auras erupted simultaneously. The laboratory lights flickered violently, cracks spreading across the walls, the floor trembling. Dr. Jiro was hurled against the wall by the pressure, a thin trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Number 17 gazed down at his own hands. Not bad. This power, it's over 3 times stronger than the sealed state. Number 18 had already walked out of the laboratory doors, her footsteps echoing through the tunnel, crisp and cold. Stop dawdling. I want to meet this Saiyan that frightened you. The 2 walked along the tunnel upward, emerging into daylight. The ruins lining the street still smoldered. Number 19's headless corpse lay in the middle of the road, metallic organs exposed, sparks sputtering at the severed joints. As number 17 passed by, he nudged the round head with his foot. Ugly way to die. They continued forward, the 2 figures walking in lockstep, their pace unhurried, as if strolling through a shopping district. At the end of the street, the Earth warriors still stood in place. Some were bandaging wounds, others checking their equipment. Goku noticed the 2 approaching figures, first his expression immediately darkening. 2 more have arrived. Piccolo furrowed his brow. These 2's energy far exceeds numbers 19 and 20. And they don't look like robots. Krillin chimed in. 2 human. Number 17 halted about 10 meters away from them. He glanced at Goku, then at Piccolo, his gaze sweeping across the wary faces of the warriors before finally landing on Raditz, who leaned against a lamppost peeling candy wrappers. You're the Saiyan the doctor mentioned? Raditz folded the candy wrapper into a paper airplane shape, flicked it with his finger, and sent it flying. That would be me. Killed number 19 with 1 finger. Technically I poked him. His head wasn't very sturdy. Number 17's smile widened. He glanced back at number 18. The blonde woman was also watching Raditz, those blue eyes utterly devoid of emotion, still as stagnant pools. Number 18, number 17 said. What do you think? Can't gauge his strength. Number 18 spoke, her voice clear and crisp. But I'd like to try. Number 17 nodded. All right then, let's try. He strode toward Raditz, each step deliberate and slow, yet with each stride his aura swelled another notch. The asphalt beneath his feet began to melt, the surrounding air distorting and warping around him. He raised his right hand, fingers pressed together into a blade, a thin, yet razor-sharp edge of condensed energy forming at its edge. I'll be quick, number 17 said. You won't feel a thing. The blade descended. Speed at least 5 times greater than number 19's. The sound of displacement sharp and brief, like a silver bolt of lightning arcing toward Raditz's neck. This strike had sheared through countless steel walls, cleaved entire skyscrapers in two, possessed enough destructive force to split a hill in half. Then it stopped midair. Number 17's wrist was caught between two fingers, Raditz's index finger and thumb pinching into the gap of his wrist joint, the force precisely calibrated to render his entire arm immobile. The smile on number 17's face froze. He yanked his arm twice, it didn't budge an inch. Your texture, Raditz said, is better than that toy I just poked. At least your surface is smooth. Number 17 thrust his left fist toward Raditz's face. Raditz tilted his head, slightly evading it, then gave a casual sideways pull. Number 17 lost his balance entirely, the deft force unbalancing him enough that he stumbled 3 full steps before steadying. Number 18 moved. Colder than number 17, her attacks more ruthless. She appeared behind Raditz, her hands clasped together into a hammer shape, all her energy focused into her elbow as she smashed toward the back of Raditz's skull. Had that blow landed, any living being's cervical vertebrae would have shattered clean through the center. Raditz didn't turn around. He simply leaned backward, his body bending like a drawn bow. Number 18's elbow strike grazed less than a centimeter above his nose. Then he straightened, raised his hand, and flicked number 18 lightly on her forehead. Thunk! The metallic ring echoed as number 18 was sent flying backward, her feet carving 2 deep furrows across the ground before she barely managed to stabilize herself. She cradled her forehead. For the first time, that impassive face bore a flicker of shock. You? She murmured. Stronger than expected. Raditz tucked both hands back into his pockets, regarding the brother-sister pair before him. I'm giving you 2 options, he said, his tone as casual as discussing dinner plans. First, come work for me from now on. I tell you who to fight, you fight. No indiscriminate killing, no senseless destruction. You be my supplementary staff. And the second, Raditz lifted his chin. I dismantle you both and turn you into decorative pieces to hang in my place. Your bodies aren't bad, quite nice to look at. They'd make fine ornaments. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. Several seconds of silence hung in the air. Then number 17 retracted the energy blade from his palm and raised both hands in surrender. The first one, he said. I choose the first. Number 18 lowered the arm guarding her forehead and exhaled softly. Same here. Raditz nodded, then flicked a lollipop stick which arced perfectly into the trash bin. Smart choice. You two know how to handle yourselves better than that bald doctor. Goku stood behind, mouth agape, watching it all unfold. The energy in his hands dissipated for a long moment. He couldn't even form a single word. Number 17 and number 18 stood side by side behind Raditz, both with relaxed postures, hands in their pockets, faint confusion on their faces. They followed the Saiyan for 3 blocks, exchanging no words all the way, but that invisible pressure lingered overhead, making them well aware that resistance would be futile. I'll take you to get something to eat, Raditz said without looking back. Are you hungry? Number 17 paused. Androids don't need to eat. Even if you don't need to eat, you can still crave food. One thing I learned on Earth is that even when eating isn't necessary, savoring a good meal is still a pleasure. He pointed to a noodle shop still open along the roadside. Let's go in. Boss, 3 bowls of ramen with egg and char siu. The owner watched 3 people in bizarre attire enter the shop, especially the 2 young men behind him, whose features were unusually refined, and his spoon nearly slipped from his hand into the pot, but he ultimately cooked and served the noodles. Raditz slurped his noodles heartily while number 17 held his bowl hesitantly before picking up a single strand, only to freeze mid-chew once it touched his tongue. Moi. Raditz looked up at him. Delicious, number 17 said, a hint of surprise in his voice. Number 18 had already finished half her bowl, sipping her soup with such quiet deliberation that she seemed to be tasting every drop as if it were her first meal. Androids lacked a taste system entirely, Dr. Gero never factored it into their design. But the sensation of warm broth sliding down her throat somehow caused her systems to falter for a brief moment. That's why, Raditz said, finishing his broth. Living is more interesting than being a killing machine. Number 17 set down his chopsticks and looked at Raditz. Then what do you want us to do? If you're taking us in, there must be some plan. For now, just follow me. We'll figure out what you're useful for later. Until then, no killing, no destruction. Live like ordinary people. You two are attractive. People will stare wherever you go. Why not enjoy human life? Number 18 raised an eyebrow. Just that. Outside the noodle shop, the setting sun bathed the entire street in warm orange light, with distant car horns and children's laughter drifting through the air. Everything felt so peaceful as though nothing had happened. But the tranquility wouldn't last long. Hundreds of kilometers away inside a subterranean base deep within the mountains, the indicator light on a cultivation pod suddenly flickered on. Murky green nutrient fluid churned with bubbles as the pod walls split down the middle, and a green hand, scaled and mottled fingers ending in razor-sharp claws, emerged from the fissure. The hand gripped the pod's edge and pushed hard enough to send the entire door flying. A massive figure rose from the nutrient fluid, its body encased in dark green armor, plating with undeveloped wing casings on its back, and a head that blended reptilian and humanoid features. His pale gold pupils were slitted vertically, and his gaze carried a cold, calculating intensity. Cell first form. He glanced down at his own body, flexing his finger joints. Incomplete. His voice was low and raspy. I need the energy of number 17 and number 18, otherwise I'll never achieve my perfect form. Closing his eyes, he extended his awareness, and the life signals across Earth blazed through his consciousness like countless stars. Ignoring those faint human signals, he homed in on the two most distinct energies, cold, steady, and possessing the precise quality of artificial construction. Then he froze. Number 17 and number 18. Together. Cell frowned. According to Dr. Gero's design, they should operate as independent units. And there's someone beside them. He sensed a third key signature. Faint, nearly imperceptible, yet upon closer examination, it wasn't weak at all, but profoundly deep. Like a bottomless well, its surface still, while an endless abyss lay beneath. Cell's slit pupils narrowed slightly. Interesting. There exists a life form of this caliber on Earth after all. Deciding to investigate himself, Cell spread his wing casings, and the dark green wings vibrated through the air with a deep resonant hum. His body lifted into the sky, heading toward the two energy signatures. Hours later, night had fallen. Raditz sat on the park bench, number 17 on the opposite end and number 18 standing nearby, gazing at the moon. All three forming a strangely incongruous scene, one Saiyan and two cybernetically enhanced beings quietly sharing the same night. Then Cell descended from the sky. He landed on the open ground in the park center with barely a sound. But his size was impossible to miss. Over 2 meters tall, his dark green body gleaming faintly under the moonlight, those golden vertical pupils shining like small bulbs in the darkness. Number 17 and number 18 rose simultaneously. What is that thing? Number 17's tone carried a hint of wariness for the first time. Cell, Raditz said, leaning back against the bench without even lifting his head. A monster from the future. His goal is to absorb the two of you and achieve his perfect form. Cell approached slowly, his gaze shifting between number 17 and number 18 before settling on Raditz. You're the one who made me feel threatened. A human, no a Saiyan. You're wrong, Raditz corrected him. It wasn't that I threatened you. It's that you were so frightened before you even got close that your limbs went weak. Didn't you notice? Cell's lips twitched. You talk big, but it doesn't matter. I'll absorb those two behind you first, then deal with you slowly. He strode toward number 17 at remarkable speed, a dark green blur carving an arc through the moonlight as his claws extended toward number 17's throat. His movement was precise and lethal, even Cell's first form possessed combat abilities far exceeding those of androids. But one hand moved faster than his claws. Raditz had risen from the bench without anyone noticing. In a single step, his fist pressed against Cell's chest. The punch made no sound, produced no shockwave, released no energy dispersion. Just pure physical force at its most extreme, piercing through Cell's chest plate in 0.001 seconds, shattering his core organs and bursting out the other side. A hole the width of a water bucket exploded through Cell's back, green bodily fluids and shattered shell fragments spraying everywhere. Cell looked down at the gaping wound in his chest. There was no pain in his expression, only bewilderment. You? How could you? Because you're too slow, Raditz said, retracting his fist. I've been waiting for you for days. In the original story, you staged this Cell Games nonsense, holding martial arts tournaments, letting the whole world watch your performance, getting beaten into cells, and regenerating, wasting everyone's time. I got tired of watching it. Cell's body began to sway. The wound in his chest was too severe, his internal core completely shattered. Yet his cellular regeneration still attempted repair, green tendrils extending from the wound's edges in a futile effort to fill the cavity. Raditz reached out and grabbed his head. Stop regenerating, he said. Waste of energy. His 5 fingers closed. Cell's skull crumbled like an eggshell, and Raditz's palm, dark green fragments slipping between his fingers and mixing with viscous fluids to stain the grass below. The headless body swayed twice, knees buckling as it collapsed heavily to the ground, then pitched forward. Number 17 and number 18 stood a few steps away, watching as the massive form ceased all signs of life, its circuitry and biological tissue instantly deteriorating into ash-gray remains. Is that it? Number 17's voice was somewhat hoarse. That's it. Raditz shook the green fluid from his hands and pulled a tissue from his pocket, carefully wiping between his fingers. The Cell Games ended prematurely. He didn't even have time to broadcast, let alone hold the tournament. The audience missed a good show, but I think it's fine. He crumpled the tissue and tossed it into the trash bin, then turned and walked toward the park exit. Let's go home. There's breakfast to be had tomorrow. His silhouette stretched long under the moonlight while the two androids stood motionless behind him, staring at the pile of Cell's remains on the ground for what felt like an eternity. But eventually they followed their footsteps light on the lawn, crushing dewdrops on the tips of grass blades. When Raditz stepped out of the park entrance, his pace suddenly faltered. His ears twitched faintly, and he came to a halt without turning around. Did you hear that? Number 17 and number 18 also stopped. Hear what? That sizzling sound. Raditz's brows furrowed, then relaxed. Oh, that bastard isn't dead yet. He turned around and gazed toward the pile of Cell's wreckage at the center of the park. Beneath the moonlight, the ashen gray remains were slowly stirring. Those dark green fluids spread across the grass like countless tiny tentacles converging toward a single direction, their tips intertwining and gradually reconstructing the shapes of muscle and carapace. Cellular regeneration. Raditz's tone held no surprise. It was merely a confirmation, as if expecting exactly this. The Saiyan cells granted him this ability: Son Goku's recovery, Vegeta's durability, Frisia's adaptability. This Cell fellow is nothing but a genetic patchwork. Cell's upper torso reformed from the wreckage. His face was not yet fully restored, half of it still exposed bone and muscle fibers. But his golden slit pupil was rapidly taking shape. A wheezing breath escaped his mouth like a machine undergoing restart. You cannot kill me. Cell's voice gurgled with liquid sounds. I carry Frisia's cells. I can survive in a vacuum. With Saiyan cells, near death makes me stronger. That punch you just threw brought me closer to my perfect form. His lower body was also regenerating. His legs extended once more, and the wing cases on his back unfolded wider and larger than before, dark green carapace, now bearing emerging black patterns. His frame grew more streamlined, his fingertip claws sharpening. His entire body was transitioning toward his second form. That punch of yours actually helped me break through my bottleneck. A sinister grin split Cell's lips. I'm nearly in my perfect form now. Once I absorb those two androids, you will never have another chance. Are you finished? Raditz had already appeared before him. The distance between them was less than half a step. Cell hadn't even perceived how he had arrived. No matter how fast your close combat is, it won't help you. Cell raised his newly formed claws, aiming them at Raditz's chest. Raditz's fist was already driving forward. The second strike, equally straightforward, holding back none of its raw power, purely a physical motion of his arm propelling the fist forward. Yet the force behind this blow exceeded the first by more than tenfold. The fist struck dead center on Cell's chest. In that instant, Cell's body began shattering from within. Every cell, every regenerated tissue, every newly woven muscle fiber and energy channel was reduced to powder by the shockwave simultaneously. But the force did not stop. It tore through Cell's body, through the park ground, through the Earth's crust, through the mantle-piercing layer after layer of rock and magma, until it erupted from the opposite side of the planet. When it passed through the moon's orbit, a quarter of the lunar surface was blasted away, and the entire satellite was thrown off its original trajectory by 3 degrees. The force pressed onward. Jupiter's great red spot was torn open by a fissure spanning over 10,000 kilometers wide, the gas hurricane scattering and reforming in the impact. Saturn's rings shattered 2/3 of their mass fragments, scattering like broken jewels into the darkness. The orbits of Uranus and Neptune shifted simultaneously, and a significant portion of both ice giants' outer atmospheres was stripped away. The force reached the edge of the solar system. The plasma fireball that had burned for 5 billion years, the sun, was touched by the shockwave transmitted across such vast distances. The sun's core fusion was momentarily interrupted and then restored, but the restoration process triggered violent energy surges. Prominences soared millions of kilometers into space, and the photosphere churned like soup being stirred by a colossal hand. Yet all of this occurred in less than a second. The force ultimately dissipated beyond the Kuiper belt at the solar system's edge, clearing a pristine corridor dozens of billions of kilometers long through that frozen, debris-strewn expanse. On Earth, Cell no longer existed. Within the 50-meter diameter circle at the park center, a bottomless crater had been carved into the ground. The crater walls were polished smooth as mirrors, fused and cooled by extreme heat into black glass. At the bottom lay nothing. Not even a single remnant of Cell's cells could be found. Raditz retracted his fist and cracked his knuckles. Consider it my gift. A farewell to you and the solar system. You're welcome. Number 17 and number 18 stood at the park entrance, their expressions simultaneously frozen. Though they were androids, their emotional simulation systems were still running. At that moment, the system was flooding with a command labeled shock. That punch you just threw. Number 17's voice wavered. It went through the Earth. It did. Raditz nodded. I brushed past a few planets along the way. The solar system should have some changes, but nothing major. It will recover on its own in tens of thousands of years. Number 18 fell silent for several seconds before asking, how much force did you use? Raditz pondered. 1%. Probably less. I didn't seriously calculate it. Anyway, that guy was too loud. Kept ranting about how he couldn't die, so I figured I'd let him experience dying properly. See, quite thorough, wasn't it? He turned and continued walking out of the park. Alright, I'm actually leaving this time. Going back to sleep. For breakfast tomorrow, I want jianbing. If you know any good spots, take me there. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged glances. In their pupils, each reflected the other's expression. On number 18's face, which had never shown any fluctuation, something approaching human reverence surfaced for the first time. They followed Raditz. Behind them, the park had been utterly transformed. The former lawns, benches, streetlights, and children's slides had all vanished. In their place stood a black crater 50 meters in diameter, its walls reflecting moonlight like a massive dark mirror embedded in the earth. Deep within the crater, nothing could be seen. Only endless darkness stretching downward all the way through to the opposite side of the crust. The next morning, global news covered the same story. A mysterious explosion occurred at Shidu Central Park last night, leaving a bottomless giant crater. Geologists are investigating the cause. Yet no one could connect this incident to a long-haired man standing in line for jianbing on the street. Raditz held the steaming jianbing in his hands and took a bite. The crispy shell shattered between his teeth and the savory sauce with egg flavors bloomed across his tongue. He said with satisfaction, squinting his eyes. Delicious. I'll come here often from now on. Behind him, number 17 and number 18 each held a jianbing, looking down at the street food with complicated expressions. Their intelligent systems stored hundreds of combat datasets, energy analyses, and enemy weaknesses, but not a single entry about how to evaluate jianbing. Yet when they bit into it, the same record simultaneously appeared in both their systems. Acceptable. Very acceptable. Raditz glanced back at them, swallowed his food, and flashed a carefree smile. See, I told you. Living is more interesting than being a killing machine. Morning light filtered through the trees lining the street, casting dappled shadows on the three of them. The distant sky was clear. The atmosphere, disturbed by last night's punch, had stabilized once more. A few white clouds drifted lazily across the horizon. Earth remained Earth. The solar system kept its name. The only difference was that one chattering pest was gone. After finishing the jianbing, Raditz strolled through the streets of West City with no 17 and no 18 for the entire morning. The three of them bought 3 cups of milk tea, browsed through 2 clothing stores, and even had a street artist sketch their portraits. When the artist finished, his hand trembled so violently that he could barely hold his signing pen. The 2 young people with golden and silver hair wore expressions cold as ice. The long-haired man in the middle smiled as if nothing were wrong, but the artist couldn't shake the feeling that those eyes were watching him from beyond the paper. Not bad, Raditz commented, folding the sketch and tucking it into his pocket. A keepsake. When the afternoon sun blazed at its fiercest, Raditz's steps suddenly slowed. Within his perception, an abnormal fluctuation emanated from the direction of Mount Paozu. He recognized that fluctuation. Sun Wukong's chi was surging violently, as if something were churning within him. The frequency was unstable, the intensity rising and falling erratically, and it was declining at a visibly rapid pace. Oh, Raditz tilted his head. So it's that time. No. 17 glanced at him. What's happening? My brother's heart disease. Didn't Trunks bring back a bottle of medicine from the future? That monkey probably hasn't taken it yet, thinking he can tough it out with his body alone. Raditz turned and took a single step toward Mount Paozu, vanishing from where he stood. No. 17 and no. 18 exchanged a glance and followed without hesitation. Inside the small house on Mount Paozu, chaos reigned. Chi-Chi knelt beside the bedroom bed, her hands gripping the sheets, desperately, tears falling one by one onto the wooden floor. On the bed, Sun Wukong curled up, his face ashen, lips purple, both hands clutching his chest, ragged and broken gasps escaping his mouth. His forehead burned like a red-hot iron, sweat soaking the pillowcase through. Wukong, hang on. Chi-Chi's voice trembled. I'll call Bulma, I'll find the Dragon Balls. Too late. Sun Wukong's voice squeezed through clenched teeth, every word draining his strength. This disease came too fast. The medicine Trunks gave me. I haven't had the chance. Son Gohan stood at the door, tiny hands gripping the frame, tears welling in his eyes. He was only a little over 4, but he already vaguely understood what his father was going through. He wanted to rush over but feared being in the way, so he stood there trembling, biting his lip. Then the door was pushed open. Raditz walked in, still holding the unfinished cup of milk tea. He swept his gaze across the room, set the milk tea on the side table, and walked over to the bed, looking down at Sun Wukong's ashen face. Bro, you're looking a bit pale. Sun Wukong struggled to open his eyes, and upon seeing Raditz, a weak smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Bro, you're here. Where's the medicine Trunks gave you? It's on top of the wardrobe. I forgot. Raditz walked over and opened the wardrobe and sure enough found a small vial on the top shelf, blue liquid swirling inside the transparent container. He picked it up, glanced at the label, then casually put it back. Too late. This medicine is for prevention. You're already in the late stage. Your heart's about to stop. Taking this will at best buy you 2 more hours. Chi-Chi's head shot up. Then what do we do? Save him. You're so strong, you must have a way. Raditz turned to look at her. That usually sharp and capable woman was now streaked with tears, hair, disheveled eyes filled with nearly desperate pleading. Don't cry, Raditz said, his tone rarely softening. I'm here, aren't I? He walked to the bedside and pressed his hand against Sun Wukong's chest. His palm touched the sweat-soaked orange GI, fingers curling slightly inward. The virus has already corroded the entire myocardial tissue, Raditz said, closing his eyes to sense it. Conventional treatment won't work, the Dragon Balls won't work, and neither will that medicine. There's only one way. I'll give you a new heart. Sun Wukong's eyes flew wide open. New heart. But where? Right here. Raditz's right hand remained pressed against Sun Wukong's chest, while his left hand reached toward his own side. His 5 fingers came together like a blade and pierced into his own abdomen. No blood, no wound. His hand passed through his skin as if diving into still water. He rummaged inside for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand, revealing a fist-sized heart, still slowly beating in his palm. It was dark red with fine golden veins winding across its surface. Every contraction carried a colossal surge of energy, the very air in the bedroom trembling with the rhythm of that heartbeat. My heart, Raditz said. Top-tier Saiyan quality. I originally had 2. Giving you one won't kill me. I'll still live just fine. Use it well. He pressed the heart against Sun Wukong's chest. A flash of golden light, and the heart sank into the monkey's torso, the wound healing instantly, without leaving even a scar. Sun Wukong's body convulsed violently, then he gasped sharply. Color visibly rushed back into his ashen face at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heartbeat rose from faint to thunderous, from erratic to steady, each beat pumping life, with abundant vitality, to every limb. Sun Wukong sat up in bed, staring at his chest in disbelief. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt at all. Bro, you gave me your heart. What else? Think I'd build you one on the spot. Raditz brushed off non-existent dust from his hands. Take good care of it. This heart of mine is 10,000 times stronger than your old one. Your training will be twice as effective from now on. Chi-Chi threw herself on his Sun Wukong, sobbing so hard she couldn't speak. He held her and patted her back, but his gaze lingered on Raditz. A complex emotion surged in those dark eyes. Gratitude, shock, and something that had never been there before, like the first crack in a frozen lake. Bro, don't get all mushy. Raditz waved a hand and turned toward the door. Livewell, if you dare ruin that heart of mine, I'll personally come take it back. He pushed open the door and stepped outside. No. 17 and no. 18 were leaning against the courtyard wall waiting. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light across Raditz's profile. He glanced down at the spot below his left chest. The skin there was smooth and whole, no trace of a wound. Let's go, he said. Find somewhere to get something cold. This weather is annoyingly hot. The 3 of them walked down the mountain path. Behind them, the small house erupted with Chi-Chi's mixed sobs and laughter, and Son Gohan's young joyful cries. Those sounds drifted through the trees, trailing after Raditz's retreating figure for a while, then scattered into the warm mountain breeze. No. 17 walked beside him and suddenly asked. You said earlier that heart was yours. You took out one of your hearts and gave it to your brother. Doesn't it affect your own body? Raditz didn't stop walking. You manufactured types always worry too much. I'm a god. A god's hearts are infinite. Giving him one is like pulling out a strand of hair. Doesn't hurt. No. 18 said softly behind him. You're more human than I imagined. Raditz didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The wind continued to blow along the mountain path, carrying that whisper and the rustling leaves away toward the distant blue sky. 3 figures walked farther and farther down the path, eventually merging into the traffic on the road at the mountain's foot. A street vendor selling popsicles stood by the roadside. Raditz stopped and bought 3 old-fashioned ice pops, one for each of them, and they continued walking with the popsicles in their mouths. The sun stretched their shadows long and long, dragging 3 parallel dark silhouettes across the asphalt. While halfway through his old-fashioned popsicle, Raditz's footsteps suddenly stopped. His tongue licked the last sweetness from the stick, then he raised his gaze to the sky. 18 followed suit, stopping in their tracks. They looked up at the same sky, the blue clear afternoon expanse dotted with drifting white clouds. Yet their sensing systems could detect nothing of what Raditz perceived. It was a deeper energy fluctuation rapidly approaching Earth from the distant reaches of outer space, carrying the fierce and volatile aura characteristic of a Saiyan. That guy's back. Raditz flicked his popsicle stick into a roadside bin. Faster than I expected. Vegeta's spacecraft descended onto an abandoned construction site on the outskirts of West City. When the hatch opened, a scorching wave of energy surged outward, scattering broken stones and sheets of tin in all directions. Vegeta stepped out of the hatch, his posture noticeably straighter than when he had left Earth. His muscle definition was sharper, the flow of his internal energy as steady and imposing as an underground river, and his combat power had multiplied several times over. During his time away from Earth, he had endured countless life and death trials within the gravity chamber of a distant star system. Each moment on the brink of collapse forced him to break through to the next threshold of his Saiyan lineage. Standing atop the rubble in the construction site, he closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Kakarot's energy radiated steadily and powerfully from the direction of MT. Paozu surging far beyond its previous level. Vegeta's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. Kakarot, has made considerable progress, but it is still not enough. His sensing expanded further, sweeping across the entirety of West City, and then he detected an aura he would never forget. Raditz, just a few blocks away, calm as a still lake. Vegeta's mouth twitched into an expression that blended hatred with battle lust. This time I will not kneel again. He strode toward that direction, his footsteps echoing across the empty construction site, each step leaving faint cracks in the ground beneath him. Several minutes later, Raditz leaned against a lamppost, opening another bottle of soda. 18 and 18 stood on either side of him, the three watching from afar as the short Saiyan approached step by step down the street. Passers-by were frightened by the aura radiating from Vegeta and detoured in droves. Even vehicles changed routes to another street. Vegeta stopped 10 meters from Raditz, looking him over from head to toe. The jeans, the plaid shirt purchased from a roadside stall, the soda bottle held between his teeth. He carried the unmistakable air of someone who had just come back from the supermarket. You greet me like this? Vegeta's voice was low and dangerous. I trained like hell in a gravity chamber resembling purgatory, and when I return, I find you wearing these rags, standing beside a lamppost drinking soda. Raditz swallowed the last of his soda and let out a burp. What I wear is none of your business. You train your way, I drink mine. Those two things do not conflict. Vegeta's fist clenched, but he did not strike immediately. His gaze shifted to the androids on either side of Raditz. 18 and 18, two mechanical beings radiating cold and steady energy fluctuations. Vegeta frowned. You took on two lackeys. Not lackeys, Raditz corrected. Off-duty employees. Where else would you find employees this good-looking? One handsome, one beautiful. Shows face wherever I take them. 18 wore a blank expression, while 18 looked away. Vegeta ground his molars. Cut the nonsense. I came back for one reason, to fight you and wipe away the shame. He assumed a combat stance, his body lowering slightly, with both hands curled into claws at his sides. His energy began to surge violently. The ground cracked beneath his feet, the lamppost groaned under the pressure, and the windows of surrounding buildings rattled from the force. The streets had long emptied out save for a few daring onlookers peering from their windows. Raditz set his soda bottle on the base of the lamppost, his movements unhurried and deliberate. You sure you want to fight here? If you damage the plants and flowers, I'll have to pay for them, and I'm not exactly flush with cash right now. Cut the crap. Vegeta moved. His speed was so great that even the dynamic detection systems of 18 and 18 could register nothing more than a blurred afterimage. Vegeta's fist reached Raditz within a fraction of a second, wrapped in Saiyan energy compressed to its absolute limit. The power of that strike could have pierced through half the planet's crust. Raditz raised his hand, his palm intercepting the blow. The moment their hands met, a shockwave radiated outward from the point of impact. Glass in three nearby buildings shattered simultaneously, the lamppost bent at a right angle, and the ground exploded into a shallow crater 5 meters wide. Vegeta's fist remained locked in Raditz's palm, his energy hammering frantically against the barrier, but it did not budge. Not bad, Raditz assessed. About 30 times stronger than last time. Your rate of improvement is respectable. Vegeta grit his teeth, his energy continuing to climb. I haven't even given it my full strength yet. I know. Raditz gave his palm a slight push. Vegeta was sent flying backward more than 10 meters, his feet carving 2 deep trenches into the ground before he managed to steady himself. His breathing grew rapid, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. You may continue at full power, Raditz said, retracting his hand. I will give you time. You call the word, and I will take it. Vegeta stared at him for several seconds, then did something that surprised Raditz slightly. He suppressed his energy. The fierce Saiyan Prince slowly drew the churning energy within him back, unclenched his fists, and shifted from a combat stance back to a normal standing posture. I will not fight. Vegeta said it plainly. Raditz raised an eyebrow. I am not strong enough yet. Vegeta's voice carried a grudging determination. I can feel it. That punch was everything I could muster, but you caught it as effortlessly as one might catch a falling leaf. He turned his back to Raditz. I will grow stronger. Strong enough to make you pull that hand back. When that day comes, I will return, and you will fight me with everything you have. Raditz watched his retreating figure, the corners of his mouth slowly curving upward. Vegeta, he called after him. Do you know where your problem lies? You place too much value on those 2 words, pride. You have made it your entirety, the very meaning of your existence. But just how much is pride worth? You have knelt. You have run. When someone snapped your tail off, you did not even dare to cry out. You remember all of it, and the more you remember, the more you want to reclaim that pride. But what you will always come back with is nothing more than an empty shell. Vegeta's shoulders trembled slightly, but he did not turn around. However, the decision you just made was a good one, Raditz continued. Knowing when you cannot win and withdrawing your hand. This is not cowardice, it is wisdom. You have grown faster than I expected. Vegeta was silent for several seconds, then lifted his foot and walked away. His voice carried back from behind him, soft, but every word sharply articulated. Next time I will make you serious. I will be waiting. Vegeta's figure grew smaller and smaller until it disappeared around the street corner. Shards of broken glass reflected scattered light in the sun, and distant sirens were drawing closer. Raditz bent down and picked up the soda bottle from the lamppost base, discovering the cap had been shaken loose, and only a small amount remained at the bottom. He swirled the bottle, drank the last drop, and tossed the empty container into the trash bin. "Let's go," he said to 18 and 18. "Let's find another street to walk down." That commotion probably scared all the shops in this area into closing. The three turned and walked in the opposite direction. The street behind them was in disarray, but the liveliness would return soon enough. Daily life on Earth always worked this way. No matter what occurred, it would eventually settle back into calm. The short Saiyan's silhouette had already vanished beneath the distant horizon. He was flying toward an unfamiliar planet in search of the next training ground that would push him to grow stronger. Raditz's words echoed repeatedly in his mind. How much is pride worth? He had no answer, but he knew the next time he returned, he would make that person take those words back. Raditz wandered the streets of West City with 17 and 18 for another half hour, but when he reached the third street, he noticed a problem. He crouched by the roadside, slipped off the combat boot he had pilfered from Frisia's warehouse, and tipped it upside down to pour out the gravel inside. Several cracks had appeared in the alloy layer on the sole, and a few stitches along the upper had come undone. He had run circles around Namek and Frisia's planet, and stomped a few times on cells regenerating remains. These boots had truly seen their last days. Need to find someone to get these repaired, he muttered to himself. 17 glanced down at the tattered boots beside him. Frisia Army standard issue gear. Isn't this flimsy, is it? Not flimsy. I treat everything roughly. Raditz slipped the boots back on. But there aren't many shoe fitters on Earth who could fix this. They've probably never even seen this kind of alloy. He paused and snapped his fingers. I know, let's go see Bulma. The living room of Bulma's villa was thick with the scent of machine oil and welding smoke. Bulma herself lay sprawled beneath a half-disassembled machine, welding torch in hand, fusing some gear-shaped component. Her protective face shield was pushed back on her head, and her hair bore several greasy fingerprints. Her father, Dr. Brief, sat on the nearby sofa flipping through an engineering magazine, with a lazy short-legged cat dozing at his feet. When Raditz pushed the door open, Bulma poked her head out from under the machine, spotted him, and blinked. What are you doing back again? Haven't had enough cola last time. Not here for cola. Need you to repair some shoes. Raditz kicked off the combat boots and stepped barefoot onto Bulma's pristine floor. He set the boots on the coffee table, pointed at the cracked sole and the frayed stitching on the upper. Ever seen this material? Can you fix it? Bulma set down her welding torch, walked over, and picked up one of the boots to inspect it. Frisia Army combat boots. Where did you even get those? Oh right, you fought Frisia. This alloy is genuinely rare. Non-terrestrial material, regular welding won't bond it. Then you can't fix it. Who said I can't? Bulma rolled her eyes. I've repaired a time machine. What's a pair of worn-out shoes? Give me half a day, and I'll make you a new pair. Better materials this time. Raditz raised an eyebrow. Better materials? I have a few meteorite fragments from the heavenly realm stored in the warehouse. High purity. When smelted into alloy, they're 3 times harder than these boots. Bulma was already hunting for paper and pen. But I need your size and any requirements for ankle support. I don't do generic. Every pair is custom fitted. Raditz gave her his size, then added, make the soles grip well. I sometimes stomp people into wet mud. If it's too slippery, I can't generate proper force. Bulma jotted a few notes on the paper, glanced up at him. Now you're making demands. Fine, sit and wait. I'll need about 3 hours. Raditz paced barefoot around Bulma's living room. He had been here twice before, but both times he had come and gone in a hurry after a battle, never caring to look around. This time, with a moment to spare, he walked past the display cabinets lining the corridor. Inside were dozens of inventions Bulma and Dr. Brief had developed over the decades, prototype models of the capsule technology, early foldable spacecraft, a battered battlesuit, and several defunct Dragon Balls sealed under glass domes. All of these are yours. Raditz peered through the glass at the original capsule prototype. Dr. Brief looked up from behind his magazine, the elderly man with thick glasses offering a smile. Worked from my youth. Looking back, the designs were quite primitive, but we were proud of them at the time. Raditz bent down to examine the prototype's interior more closely. Gears, linkages, compression springs, energy guide tubes. The entire system was complex and precise, every tube's trajectory carefully calculated. But after a few seconds, he straightened up and shook his head. Too retro. Dr. Brief smile froze. Are retro. Gears and springs are centuries-old technology. The energy conduit material isn't pure enough. Energy loss is too high. If you replace this machine's energy transmission system with... He paused, then waved his hand. Never mind. I don't tinker with inventions. Your earthling stuff is fine as long as it works. Dr. Brief opened his mouth to retort, but the words died in his throat. Because as Raditz turned, the tail visible beneath his clothing swayed gently under the light, and the aura radiating from it sent a chill down Dr. Brief's spine. He had encountered many strong fighters in his life, but the presence of the person in front of him operated on an entirely different dimension. 3 hours later, Bulma emerged from the workshop holding a pair of brand new black short boots. The uppers were smooth as a mirror, the soles carved with fine anti-slip patterns, and the metal buckles above the shaft gleamed with a dull silver luster. She tossed the boots to Raditz. Try them on. Handmade to order. Should fit perfectly. Raditz slipped the boots on. The soles aligned snugly with his feet. He stood and stomped twice. The boots produced a solid, muffled sound on contact with the ground, with just the right balance of cushioning and support. Not bad, he said, offering a rare, genuine compliment. Far better than those prototypes of yours. Bulma crossed her arms and huffed. Obviously, my craftsmanship is legendary. But how are we handling the material fees? Those meteorite fragments aren't cheap. Put it on Kakarot's tab. Raditz cut her off. He's my brother. No, wait, he's my older brother. Find him for reimbursement. Bulma glared at him, lips moving several times before she finally gave up arguing. Fine. You win. Strongest being in the universe, you call the shots. Raditz, grinning broadly, tossed the old boots into the trash. Old pair scrapped. New pair is mine. He walked to the door and glanced back at the shelves of inventions in Bulma's workshop. Capsules, portable gravity chambers, intelligent training robots, foldable aircraft. Every shelf brimmed with the crystallization of human ingenuity. His gaze lingered briefly on one device. An energy detector still under assembly, its screen range labeled into a zone marked unknown upper limit. That detector of yours, Raditz inclined his chin. What was the highest setting you designed it for? Bulma followed his gaze. Around 50 million. Anything higher, and the components can't handle it. They'd burn out. Too high, Raditz said. The strongest of the weaklings beyond Earth barely reach a few million. A setting of 1 million is more than enough. Save the rest of the money and buy better groceries. Your family's meal quality still has room for improvement. Bulma stunned for a second, then snatched a wrench from the table and hurled it at him. The tool flew across the living room, but Raditz had already slipped out the door. The metal instrument bounced off the doorway and clattered on the floor. His lazy voice drifted from outside. I'm off. Next time I'll bring better tea. Your cola gives me bloating. Footsteps faded into the distance. Bulma leaned against the doorframe, watching him disappear, and a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth before she forced it flat. She turned and walked back to the workshop. Damn Saiyan. Chat's more than my dad. Inside Dr. Brief adjusted his glasses and turned the page of his magazine. The short-legged cat beside him yawned, rolled over, and went back to sleep. Afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting the silhouettes of all the inventions into a long diagonal row across the floor. Raditz strolled down the street in his brand-new black boots, his steps light and quick. Across the road, 17 and 18 waited, each holding a cup of freshly bought bubble tea. The siblings watched him emerge in the new boots. 18 glanced down at the cold, gleaming uppers and unusually offered a comment. Better looking than your old pair. Right? Raditz looked down and stamped his feet contentedly. Good taste. The three continued walking down the street as the sunset dyed the city's skyline a pale gold. People flowed through the streets, traffic wove endlessly around them. No one paid attention to these three young people in their peculiar attire. Earth's daily life was too noisy and chaotic. Any strange figure could be swallowed by the crowd. Raditz sipped his bubble tea through a straw, his steps light. The new boots fit perfectly, and every movement felt far more comfortable than before. He glanced up at the sky, a vast serene blue dome, clouds drifting lazily across it. This Earth, he murmured, isn't bad. After finishing his bubble tea, Raditz crushed the empty cup flat, and after a moment of searching for a trash can without finding one, casually stuffed it into number 17's pocket. Number 17 glanced down at the plastic cup crumpled into a metallic disc in his pocket, retrieved it with an impassive expression, and tossed it into a trash bin 10 meters away. His aim was excellent. The cup arced in a perfect parabola into the bin's opening, landing with a crisp clatter. You throw trash with such style, Raditz said, patting number 17 on the shoulder. As expected of someone designed with optimal parameters. Number 17's expression remained unchanged, but number 18 beside him let out a soft hum. So brief it was nearly inaudible, like a suppressed laugh. The three walked 2 blocks until they reached a quieter residential neighborhood, where single-family villas lined both sides of the street, and neatly trimmed hedges filled the courtyard walls. Private cars were parked in some yards while children played soccer by the roadside. Nothing more ordinary than a typical afternoon. But Raditz's gaze suddenly locked onto a figure in the front yard of a house ahead. The person wore a dark blue martial arts uniform with a large character, Yamcha, printed on the chest, wearing that smile of someone long overlooked, yet always seeking attention. He was practicing his fists in the yard, delivering a flurry of blows to a wooden training dummy. The movements were flashy and fluid, the pace brisk, genuinely reminiscent of a martial artist. Yamcha, the eternal supporting character of Earth, another figure perpetually slighted by the author alongside Vegeta. In the original work, he was reasonably competent early on, but as power levels continued to inflate, he gradually faded into comedic relief, and lost his girlfriend to Vegeta as well. Raditz halted his steps, leaning against a roadside utility pole, with keen interest as he watched Yamcha practice his fists. Wolf Fong fist, he remarked. Who still remembers this technique? Number 17 and number 18 also came to a stop, the three of them observing Yamcha striking the wooden dummy from beyond the courtyard wall. His form was executed with great effort. Each punch whistled through the air, making the dummy sway unsteadily. After completing the sequence and bringing his fists to rest, Yamcha exhaled, sharply wiped the sweat from his brow, then looked up to find 3 figures standing motionless outside the courtyard wall, their eyes fixed upon him. Huh. He started stumbling backward 2 steps into the wooden dummy. Raditz, what are you doing here at my doorstep? Just passing through, Raditz replied. Your fist work caught my interest, so I stopped to watch. Yamcha's expression turned awkward. Practicing his forms in front of Raditz carried an inexplicable absurdity, like an elementary school student performing calisthenics before a professional boxer. Yet he still puffed out his chest defiantly. Well, have I improved? I've been drilling this form recently. I feel faster than before. Indeed faster, Raditz nodded. About 20% quicker than last time we met. Just as a trace of pride flickered across Yamcha's face, Raditz's next words froze him in place. Though why does it look more and more like domestic abuse? Yamcha stiffened. Domestic abuse. Look at your form. Raditz extended his right hand to demonstrate. The opening stance raises your hand, as if to slap someone across the face. The mid-combo grabs the opponent's collar and shakes them, and the finishing elbow strike. How is that not the posture of someone who's lost an argument and resorted to violence? Yamcha's mouth opened several times, yet he found no rebuttal. The Wolf Fang fist was a style he'd independently developed in the desert during his youth, and indeed its techniques centered on close-quarters combat, imbued with an almost irrational ferocity. But hearing Raditz's analysis and recalling his own practice movements, the slap, the collar grab, the shaking, the elbow strike, he couldn't deny it looked increasingly like domestic violence. My Wolf Fang fist is legitimate martial arts. Yamcha's voice trailed off. How can you call it domestic abuse? Legitimate martial arts. Raditz chuckled. Look at Son Goku's approach. He creates distance, gathers strength, then strikes. It's about breaking through defenses head-on. Piccolo relies on hit-and-run tactics, retreating when outmatched. But your style? You close in, immediately grapple, and strike, relentlessly finish with a kick, and in your closing stance you look like you're about to stomp on someone's face. Yamcha's ear tips flushed red. So here's my conclusion. Raditz clapped his hands. On Earth your style translates to street brawling. In a household it's domestic violence. Though of course you don't have a wife and you lost your girlfriend too, so who exactly are you hitting? The wooden dummy, number 17 added from the sidelines. Exactly, Raditz agreed. You're striking a wooden dummy. Very safe. No one's filing a complaint. Yamcha's complexion cycled from crimson to purplish, then drained to pallor, settling into an irreducible hue of sheer embarrassment. His lips trembled, repeatedly searching for a retort that wouldn't come until he managed only, I don't hit my wife. I don't have a wife. As I said, Raditz spread his hands. No wife means you're striking wood. But if other Earthlings see your form, especially men mid-argument with their partners, won't they think that works? I'll learn it and choke my wife with it. Yamcha buried his face in his hands. Stop it. Please just stop. Raditz laughed openly, genuinely delighted, the most carefree smile since arriving in this world. Not mockery, not sarcasm, simply the unguarded amusement of something genuinely funny. Number 18 tilted her head slightly, and in those perpetually placid blue eyes a barely perceptible curve of amusement flickered. Peering through his fingers at Raditz's unrestrained grin, Yamcha finally surrendered with a sigh, lowering his hands. Fine, say what you will. I can't beat you anyway. That's the spirit. Raditz patted his shoulder. Your form isn't terrible. Just modify the opening stance to offer courtesy before force break the mid-combo into 3 distinct phases and replace the face-stomping finish with a foot stomp. Then no one will call it domestic violence. Really? You'll help me revise the techniques? Not really. Raditz withdrew his hand. I was making it up. Keep practicing your own routine. Yamcha's expression deflated instantly. Number 17 turned his face away, his shoulders twitching with the faintest suppression of laughter, while number 18 turned completely, her golden short hair partially concealing her face. Raditz turned and walked down the street. I'm off. Next time I'll come watch your domestic violence fist. Wait, no, your Wolf Fang fist. His figure melted into the twilight with number 17 and number 18 following behind. Inside the courtyard, Yamcha stood frozen, raising his fist toward the wooden dummy, working through the motions in his mind before finally letting his arm fall. Domestic violence. He murmured to himself. Does my form really look like that? How can I teach anyone after this? From somewhere behind him, number 17 added in a distant voice, if you can't teach anymore, you could switch careers to marriage counseling. Yamcha punched the wooden dummy until a crack formed. On the road, Raditz walked ahead, a lingering smile at the corners of his eyes, while number 18 followed at his side and rear, glancing at him with her head tilted. Were you teasing him on purpose? Half and half, Raditz replied, hands buried in his new pants pockets. His form genuinely resembles domestic violence. I merely stated the obvious. But his expression, worth every penny. More entertaining than fighting Cell. He lifted his gaze to the darkening sky as stars began to emerge. Let's get hot pot tonight, he said. My treat. Number 17 pulled out his phone and checked. 3 nearby. The highest rated has a 2-hour wait. Then we wait, Raditz said, striding in that direction. I've got nothing but time. The three made their way toward the brightly lit end of the street, where the city's night was unfurling in full splendor, neon lights cascading like a river of liquid color. In the private room of the hot pot restaurant, the red oil churned violently, and the mingled aroma of beef tallow and Sichuan peppercorns filled the entire space. Raditz picked up a slice of tripe with his chopsticks, swished it in the bubbling pot 7 times up and 8 times down, dipped it generously in the seasoned oil, and stuffed it into his mouth, squinting with contentment. Android 17 and Android 18 sat across from him, holding their chopsticks, leisurely swishing slices of meat. Though the androids had no need for sustenance after Raditz had forced them to take their first bite, the two of them mechanically maintained the act of eating, like two exquisitely crafted machines wound up and set in motion. Into the third round of feasting, Raditz suddenly set down his chopsticks. I sense a familiar energy in the mountains to the west, about 50 kilometers from here. Someone is repeatedly using the same technique. I recognize that frequency. Android 17 looked up. Kirin, yeah, that bald guy is practicing his destructo disc. Raditz rose to his feet, grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. You two keep eating. I'll go take a look. As he spoke, he vanished from the room, without even opening the door. In the mountain hollow to the west, within an abandoned quarry, clearing moonlight fell upon the gray-white rock walls, reflecting a cold, sharp glimmer. Kirin stood in the center of the clearing, bare-chested, the 6 moxa scars on his forehead, glistening with fine sweat under the moonlight. His hands were pressed together at his chest, and the key between his palms was compressing into a thin, razor-sharp disc of pure energy. Huh. The destructo disc flew from his hands, a swirling disc of intertwined gold and white energy that spun at astonishing speed, slicing toward a massive boulder ahead. The rock was silently cut in two, its cross-section as smooth as a mirror, not a single crack spreading from the cut. The disc continued forward for nearly 100 meters before dissipating, carving through the trunk of a large tree and 3 smaller rocks along the way, eventually dissolving into fine specks of light in the air. Kirin lowered his stance, gasping for breath. He had been training continuously all afternoon, and his stamina was nearly at its limit. But the accuracy and cutting power of this technique had clearly improved. He mentally calculated if he used this move against an opponent in direct combat, even those with formidable defenses would find it nearly impossible to withstand. Not bad. A voice came from above. Kirin nearly jumped out of his skin, snapping his head up to look at the rock wall above the quarry. Raditz was crouched, their chin resting on his hand, looking down at him from an elevated position. WWW, when did you get here? Right when you cut the first rock. Raditz leaped down from the cliff, landing in front of him, and glanced at the two halves of the giant boulder that had been split apart. The cross-section is clean, the speed is fast, and your energy control is precise. You've really mastered this technique. Kirin blinked in disbelief. Had he just been praised by Raditz? That guy who punched straight through Cell, praising his destructo disc. The feeling was surreal. However, Raditz continued, this move of yours has a fatal flaw. Kirin tensed immediately. What flaw? Your charge time is too long. Raditz raised a finger, tapping his temple. In a real fight, your opponent won't give you 5 seconds to gather your energy. You need to complete the condensation and release within a single breath, with no pause in between. Kirin opened his mouth to retort, wanting to say, but the destructo disc needs to charge to reach maximum power. But the words caught in his throat. He remembered the hard lessons he'd learned while fighting against Frisia's forces. Those elite fighters never just stood there waiting for him to finish charging. Every time he used the destructo disc, he relied on his teammates to cover him or create an opening. In one-on-one combat, the technique was nearly unusable. You're right. Kirin's shoulders slumped. I've been thinking about how to shorten the charge time, but once the energy density compresses too quickly, it becomes unstable. I nearly sliced off my own hand once. That's a problem with your control method. Raditz extended his hand palm, facing upward. You're compressing the destructo disc as a single entity. Instead, you should divide it into a 3-layer structure. The outer layer handles the rotational cutting, the middle layer maintains the shape, and the inner core provides the energy supply. Compress the 3 layers separately. Each layer's pressure won't exceed your control limits. And finally merge them together. Kirin's eyes widened as he listened. A 3-layer structure. You can do it that way. Just try it. Kirin skeptically brought his hands together again, dividing his energy into 3 layers as Raditz had described. The first layer of energy spun at the edge of his palm, the second layer enveloped the middle structure, and the third layer steadily supplied power at the very core. He attempted to compress all 3 layers simultaneously. Veins bulged on his forehead, but the light between his palms was noticeably more stable than before, and the condensation speed had nearly doubled. The destructo disc flew from his hands once more. This time the energy disc was considerably brighter, slicing through 2 even larger boulders in the distance still, without leaving a single extra crack. Kirin stared at the disc, disappearing into the darkness, frozen for several seconds. It actually worked. Of course, Raditz said, clasping his hands behind his back. Did you think I'd teach you something fake? Kirin turned to face him, his round eyes swirling with complex emotions. He opened his mouth to say something grateful, but Raditz raised a hand to cut him off. Don't thank me. I just think this technique of yours deserves to be preserved. The Destructo disc is one of the few Earth techniques that's actually worth a damn. The Kamehameha is too slow, the special beam cannon is too clunky, and the multi-form is pure flash. If you master this move, you could go toe-to-toe with those small fry around a few million battle power. He raised his right hand, a pinpoint of light forming at his fingertip, and traced a circle in the air. The circle materialized, a disc of intertwined gold and white energy, hovering in the night breeze, its edges glinting with sharp cold light. Let me keep a copy. Raditz pinched the replicated Destructo disc between his fingers, the light melting into his skin and disappearing. A little keepsake. Kirurin stared blankly. You can copy other people's techniques. It's not copying. I just took one look at your energy structure and rebuilt it from scratch. Raditz shrugged. Is it that hard? Kirurin was silent for a few seconds before deciding not to press further. There was no point discussing difficulty with someone who could punch a hole through a solar system. All right, Kirurin said. I'll keep practicing. I need to reinforce this 3-layer compression method a few more times. Yeah, go ahead. Raditz turned to head back the way he came, then paused after 2 steps. Oh, by the way, you've gained a bit of weight since last time. Lay off the beer. Kirurin's mouth formed an O. How did you know I drink beer? I can smell it on you. A strong malt aroma. His silhouette vanished into the darkness at the quarry's exit. In the moonlight, Kirurin stood alone, a new Destructo disc already forming between his palms. The disc spun steadily and brightly under his control, the rotational cutting power at its edges flowing more smoothly than ever before. He gritted his teeth, focusing all his attention on the energy in his palms. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheeks, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. 3-layer structure. He muttered to himself. That Saiyan really knows how to teach fighting. The sharp whirring of the Destructor disc continued to echo through the mountain hollow, cutting through rock after rock, tracing bright arcs through the air. The cross-sections of the split boulders were as clean as if they'd been measured with a ruler, gleaming white under the moonlight. And 50 kilometers away, Raditz had already resumed his seat in the hot pot restaurant's private room. Android 17 and 18 were still eating, though the dishes on the table hadn't diminished much. Raditz picked up a piece of frozen tofu with his chopsticks, dropping it into the pot, and muttered, "That chubby guy's more eager to learn than I expected." Not bad. The broth continued to roil, the aroma of Sichuan peppercorns and chili once again filling the private room. Outside the window, the city's night lights sparkled in scattered clusters, occasional car headlights gliding along the streets, leaving trails of streamlined light in their wake. The warmth of mortal life wrapped in the spicy fragrance drifted into the night air, steady, peaceful, and ordinary. By the end of the hot pot meal, a thin layer of crimson oil had congealed on the surface of the broth. Raditz dumped the last plate of chrysanthemum greens into the pot, swished them twice, and scooped them out. He set down his chopsticks and let out a satisfied burp. All right, that's enough. Let's go. Android 17 and Android 18 also set down their chopsticks. Before the siblings sat 7 or 8 stacked bowls and plates, the sheer volume of meat and vegetables they consumed far exceeding any ordinary person's capacity. Raditz glanced at them. You two getting hooked on this? The taste simulation system is adapting, Android 17 said, wiping the corner of his mouth. The first time I ate, I couldn't really taste anything. But after repeated exposure, the program automatically adjusts the data. Now I can distinguish between different levels of spiciness and numbing sensation. Not bad adaptability. Androids sure are convenient. The 3 of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant, and the night breeze swept over them thick with the city's warmth. Raditz stretched lazily on the steps outside the restaurant, about to find a spot to lie down and digest his meal, but then his movements froze mid-motion. The edge of his sensory network had picked up a faint yet anomalous signal from the opposite side of the Earth, from somewhere deep underground he hadn't noticed before. Within that signal was something deeply familiar to him, an ancient chaotic energy imbued with the instinct of destruction. The presence of a Majin. Babidi spaceship. The egg of Majin Bu. Raditz lowered his outstretched arms. Finally showing up. Android 17 keenly caught the shift in his tone. Need us to handle it? No need. Raditz rolled his neck. You two take your time exploring. I'm going to go boil an egg. With a single step, he vanished into the night. On the other side of the Earth, buried hundreds of meters beneath a barren desert, a black spherical spaceship sat embedded within the rock layers. The ship's interior was brightly lit. At the central control console sat a small figure, Babidi. His skin was purple, horns sprouted from his head, and his face wore that maniacal, twitchy grin. Behind him stood a hulking brute with deep crimson skin, 2 curved horns atop his head, and a scimitar at his waist. Dabura, king of the demon realm, with combat power in the millions, bound by Babidi's mind control into a loyal enforcer. Can you sense it, Dabura? The energy of those strong warriors on Earth. It's intoxicating. If we could collect their power, Majin Bu-sama could awaken even faster. Dabura bared his teeth in a grin. The strongest one, it's a Saiyan. I can sense his energy even through the crust of the planet. Like fire. Then fire shall be the very fuel that ignites the altar of Bu-sama's resurrection. Babidi cackled shrilly, his fingers flying across the console. I've already gathered a fraction of the energy. Just a little more, If I can absorb a few more high-energy beings, Majin Buu-sama will be able to. Be able to what? A voice echoed from the far end of the corridor. Babiti's fingers froze. Dabura spun around his scimitar already drawn from his waist and gripped in his palm. From the shadows at the end of the passage a figure emerged at a leisurely pace, footsteps clicking crisply against the metal floor. Raditz appeared in the center of the cabin, hands in his pockets. His gaze swept across the surrounding devices and instruments before settling on a spherical object in the corner wrapped in energy conduits. The thing stood half a person tall, covered in a flesh-pink shell with raised vein-like patterns rippling across its surface, resembling the embryonic tissue of some creature. The energy waves seeping through the shell's crevices were primal and intense, each pulse sending a faint tremor through the ship's floor. Found it, Raditz said. Majin Buu's egg. Quite a big one, too. Babidi shrieked, leaping up from the console. Who are you? How did you get in here? Dabura. Kill him. Dabura moved. His speed was considerably faster than Frisia's final form. The scimitar traced a dark crimson arc as it slashed toward Raditz's neck. The blade carried the demon realm's signature corrosive energy. Any flesh it touched would rapidly rot and fester. Raditz extended 2 fingers and caught the blade between them. The scimitar halted in his grip, utterly immobile. Dabura's pupils contracted sharply. He yanked at the hilt twice, but the blade might as well have been welded between Raditz's fingers. Not a single millimeter of give. What a nice blade, Raditz remarked. Decent material. Shame about the magic on it, though. Corrosion energy's no match for flame. Works fine against meat shields, but useless against hard skin. His 2 fingers twisted, and the scimitar snapped clean in half. The broken tip flew off and embedded itself in the cabin wall. The hilt, still in Dabura's grip, trembled in his palm. The king of the demon realm stared at the broken blade in his hand. For the first time his face wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Raditz walked past him toward the egg of Majin Buu in the corner. Babidi shrieked and lunged to block him, but Raditz casually grabbed him by the scruff of his collar and tossed him aside. The diminutive sorcerer slammed into the console, tumbled twice, and ended up with a swollen lump on his forehead. Raditz stood before the egg, looking down at it. The pink shell glowed softly under the light of the energy conduits, its vein-like patterns pulsing and contracting rhythmically. From within came a deep, measured thumping sound. Majin Buu, he muttered to himself. In the original story you absorbed, everyone on Earth went through multiple transformations, couldn't be killed no matter how hard they fought. Finally had to be finished off with the spirit bomb. A long, drawn-out, tedious arc. He raised his right hand, fingers spread, palm aimed at the egg. A wave of warm energy surged from his palm. Not cutting energy, not impact energy, but pure heat. The temperature shot from mere dozens of degrees to hundreds in an instant, then kept climbing. The pink shell began to smoke. Its surface patterns contracted violently, and from within came a rapid, frantic throbbing, as if something trapped inside was struggling. Take it easy, Raditz said. Almost done. Boiling an egg takes patience. The temperature climbed to thousands of degrees. The shell turned from pink to scorched brown, then from scorched brown to charcoal black. Countless fine cracks spread across its surface, and what seeped through them wasn't egg white, but gray-white powder. The throbbing from within grew weaker, slower, until it stopped entirely. Raditz withdrew his hand. What had once been Majin Buu's embryonic form was now a charred, cracked, desiccated husk. The lightest touch made it crumble into powder, scattering across the floor. The ship's energy readings dropped to 0 in an instant. The conduits connected to the egg all went dark. The indicator lights on the control console flickered out one by one. Babidi sat slumped on the floor, staring at the pile of ashes. His lips trembled, but not a single word escaped them. Dabura stood nearby, gripping the half-broken scimitar, his face a mask of disbelief as he stared at Raditz. All right, Raditz said, dusting off his hands. Buu's egg's been boiled. Your little ambitions are cold too. Anything else you want to say? Babidi's lips finally forced out a few words. Why you? You have no idea what you've done. Majin Buu cannot be destroyed. He will one day. One day, eh? Raditz looked down at him. He doesn't even have an egg anymore. Where's this one day supposed to come from? You waiting for him to reincarnate and grow a new one. That'll take tens of thousands of years. You think you'll live that long? Babidi's mouth opened and closed, and finally stayed shut. Raditz turned and walked toward the exit. After a few steps he stopped and glanced back at Dabura. That blade of yours was decent. Shame it's broken. Find yourself a better blacksmith next time. Don't use that cheap demon realm material. Earth's alloys are harder than anything you've got. Dabura gave no reaction. He stood there clutching the broken blade, as still as a statue. Raditz made his way through the corridor and emerged onto the dark desert surface. The starry sky stretched vast and deep above him. The night wind whispered across the sand. He brushed the dust from his clothes and took to the air, heading toward West City. Hundreds of meters below, inside the black spaceship, an utter silence reigned. Babidi knelt before the pile of ashes, scooped up a handful of gray-white powder, and watched it slip through his fingers. The manic grin was gone from his face. It's over, he rasped. It's all over. But Raditz had already flown far away, tracing a faint streak of light across the night sky, muttering to himself, should have brought a chicken egg to boil. I'm hungry now. Too bad that one wasn't edible. Less than 3 kilometers after Raditz had flown away, he suddenly sensed that faint purple energy behind him growing active once again. Babbidi's aura was fluctuating wildly, as though something anomalous were concentrating. Hovering midair, he turned to look back at the concealed entrance in the desert floor from which a ghostly purple pillar of light was erupting, projecting upward from hundreds of meters underground straight into the night sky, dyeing the surrounding clouds an uncanny dark violet. Huh. Raditz scratched his head. That guy hasn't given up yet. Inside the subterranean spaceship, Babbidi stood before the control console with bloodshot eyes, both hands pressed against a purple crystal panel, every vein on his arms bulging. Boo's egg had shattered, and his 1,000-year plan lay in ruins. But he was Babbidi, a descendant of King Piccolo, one of the most powerful sorcerers in the universe. He still had one card left to play. He would seize control of this scion, forcibly transform him into his servant, and then use his power to gather the remaining energy needed to reconstitute Boo's cells. You destroyed my Bu. Babbidi's voice grew low and warped, so I shall make you my new vessel. His mental power condensed into a beam of purple light that pierced through hundreds of meters of bedrock and sand, striking directly at Raditz in the night sky. This was the pinnacle of magical application, mental domination technique. It could penetrate the deepest reaches of any living being's consciousness, twist their will, and turn them into absolutely obedient puppets. Dabura himself had fallen victim to that very art. The purple beam struck Raditz between the eyebrows. His body faltered slightly, his expression blanking for a moment as his pupils dilated for half a second. Inside the spaceship, Babbidi clenched his fists and grinned ear to ear. It worked. You cannot resist my magic. From this moment on, you are mine. Raditz blinked. Sorry, what did you say? I zoned out for a second. Babbidi's smile froze. His mental energy continued pouring into Raditz's consciousness, but it was like water poured into an endless ocean, vanishing the instant it made contact. He could sense nothing at all. The other's mind resembled an infinite expanse of emptiness, devoid of any anchor to grasp, any memory, to alter, any emotion to warp. Impossible. Babbidi shrieked, intensifying his mental output. The purple beam thickened. My magic is invincible. Even the Supreme Kai could not withstand it. You cannot. The beam passed clean through Raditz's body with no effect whatsoever. Raditz stretched his neck, glanced down at the spot on his chest where the purple light had pierced through, and said, "This feels a bit like a massager. Pretty pleasant vibration. Can you adjust the intensity?" Babbidi's hands began to tremble. He had been channeling the mental domination technique for a full minute, expending nearly a century's worth of accumulated magical power, yet the other's pupil focus hadn't shifted, even slightly. Gritting his teeth, he made one final attempt, condensing all his spiritual energy into a drill-shaped spike and driving it deep into Raditz's consciousness. The spike shattered the moment it touched an invisible barrier. Like an ice spear striking diamond, it exploded into fragments that scattered and dissolved into the boundless void of consciousness. The backlash surged back through the mental link and flooded into Babbidi's body. He let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed from the console, purple-black blood streaming from both his nose and mouth. Your magic is useless against me. Raditz's voice descended from hundreds of meters above, still crystal clear, as if spoken right beside his ear. Because my mental landscape is far vaster than you could ever imagine. Your pathetic spiritual energy dropped into it wouldn't even produce an echo. He dove from the night sky, broke through the entrance, and landed back inside the spaceship's cabin. Babbidi lay curled on the floor, convulsing, with intricate crimson patterns rising across his purple skin. He looked up at Raditz approaching him, his face contorted into a grotesque mask of pure terror. What? What kind of monster are you? Wouldn't mean anything to you if I told you. Raditz crouched before him and poked his forehead with a finger. Your magic in front of me is like a child blowing soap bubbles. Looks pretty, but it pops the moment you touch it. Babbidi's lips were still quivering, but suddenly a manic smile spread across his face. You can't kill me. I carry the bloodline of King Piccolo. My soul is immortal. Immortal soul. Raditz tilted his head. Let's test that theory. He extended a finger and lightly tapped Babbidi's forehead. This time it was not a mental attack, but the simplest and most brutal form of energy infusion. He channeled a thread of his own ki directly into Babbidi's body. That ki spread through every blood vessel, every cell, every fiber of his soul, like a drop of ink dispersing in clear water. Babbidi's body began to swell. His purple skin bulged from within, veins erupted, his eyes protruded from their sockets, and white foam poured from his mouth. Your soul is indeed immortal, Raditz said, but your soul cannot contain my ki. It's like trying to pour an entire barrel of water into a tiny cup. The result of forcing it is. Babbidi's body exploded. Purple-black fragments splattered against the cabin walls, melting into mist before dissipating entirely. Soul, flesh, and magical reserves. All were annihilated in an instant by that single thread of ki blown apart into nothingness. The indicator lights on the spaceship's console went out one by one until the entire black vessel fell into absolute silence. Dabura slowly lowered the broken half of his sword from the corner. Staring at the spot where Babidi had vanished, his expression shifted from confusion to relief and finally, to the dazed emptiness of someone who had been enslaved for far too long and was only now experiencing freedom. He looked down at his own hands, flexed all 10 fingers, and then raised his gaze to Raditz. He's dead. Dead. You killed him. Yes. Dabura fell silent for a long while, then bent down, placed the broken blade on the ground, and took 2 steps back. I am Dabura, king of the demon realm. I was under his magical control for nearly 20 years. Now that he is dead, I am free. Raditz studied him. Free, and what will you do? Dabura's gaze swept across the empty spaceship. Return to the demon realm. Someone needs to govern it. Babidi has destroyed much over the years, and I must clean up the mess. Go ahead. Raditz waved him off. Before you leave, destroy this ship. It's an eyesore. Dabura nodded. He drew another small blade from his waist and stabbed it into several key nodes on the console. A deep rumble echoed through the ship as the self-destruct sequence activated. He walked toward the end of the corridor, paused after a few steps, and glanced back at Raditz. You saved my life. I will never forget this. The demon realm will always welcome you should you ever wish to stop by. Raditz smiled faintly. All right. I'll take you up on that when the time comes. Dabura's figure disappeared down the corridor. He broke through the bedrock and surged into the night sky, soaring toward the distant demon realm. From below ground came the muffled, resonant sound of the black spaceship's explosion like a colossal sigh. Raditz stood on the desert watching the vessel transform into a fireball hundreds of meters beneath the surface. The ground trembled slightly, and a few thin trails of sand rolled down the dunes. He brushed the dust from his clothes, turned, and continued flying westward toward West City. Night wind filled his garments, and in the distance beyond the desert the city lights began to appear. Magic, he muttered to himself, just like a toy. He accelerated into the night, leaving behind the desert, where flames burned beneath the earth. When Raditz flew back to the western capital, more than half the city's lights had already dimmed, and the streets were nearly empty, with only a few convenience stores and late-night food stalls still glowing. He didn't rush to find a place to rest. Instead, he landed on the rooftop of a high-rise apartment, sat cross-legged, and gazed at the stars while feeling the night breeze. That altitude meant nothing to him, no different from sitting on a chair, but the view was excellent. Every corner of the western capital's night skyline lay beneath his eyes. After about 15 minutes, he sensed something. A powerful aura sped toward him from the distance. He recognized it immediately, the dark crimson energy of the demon realm, carrying the scent of sulfur and molten rock, far steadier than when he had left. Taper descended from the night sky and landed at the same rooftop edge. His feet made a faint thud against the concrete. Why are you back? Raditz didn't turn around. Have you finished dealing with the demon realm? Taper walked over to him and hesitated before sitting down. His massive frame looked awkward cross-legged beside Raditz. He glanced down at the broken half-blade still gripped in his hand and placed it on his knees. The demon realm is temporarily stable. A few rebellious lords, hearing that Babidi is dead, have all retreated to their strongholds. I've had my men keep watch over them. For now, there won't be any trouble. Then why come back? Taper paused for 2 seconds. I wanted to thank you in person. On the spaceship, it was too rushed. I didn't properly express my gratitude. Raditz turned his head to look at him. You're thanked. You can leave now. There's one more thing. Taper's expression grew slightly embarrassed. After lingering for a while, he finally pulled something from a leather pouch at his waist. A fist-sized red stone covered in intricate golden veins, emitting a warm, faint glow under the moonlight. This is a flame marrow stone dug from deep within the demon realm. Only 3 have ever been produced in the entire demon realm over thousands of years. Each contains the primal flame energy from the planet's core. Keeping one nearby can accelerate cultivation and protect against cold environments. I want to give it to you. Raditz took the stone and weighed it in his palm. Quite hot. It continuously emits heat. The core temperature exceeds 1,000 degrees. But the outer shell automatically regulates its touch temperature so it won't burn the holder. Good stuff. Raditz turned the stone over twice, then tucked it into his pocket. All right, I'll accept it. Taper breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile of genuine gratitude spread across his face. The grin framed by the Demon King's sharp fangs appeared somewhat sinister, yet it was undeniably sincere. Then I won't disturb your rest. Taper rose to his feet and bowed slightly toward Raditz. If the demon realm ever needs your help in the future, I will respond without hesitation. He turned to leave, but in that moment his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something before departing. The corners of his lips moved, and a single drop of translucent saliva slipped free, tracing a delicate arc through the night wind before landing with a soft pad on the concrete beside Raditz. Raditz looked down as the droplet spread rapidly across the surface. Where it touched the concrete, transformed into a pale gray stone patch. The patch hardened like dried mud, forming a crust that felt unyielding to the touch and blended entirely with the surrounding concrete. Raditz looked up at Taper's retreating figure. Taper froze. He slowly turned around and saw the petrified mark left by his saliva. His entire crimson face instantly darkened to a deep purple. It's our demon realm racial trait. Our saliva contains petrification properties. I never let it leak out normally. This must have been because I was too relaxed. It's a natural physiological reaction. So your people's saliva, Raditz interrupted, can turn things into stone. Taper's voice tightened. Yes, contact with inorganic materials causes rapid hardening into stone structures. But I typically only use it deliberately in combat. I'm usually very careful. This truly was an accident. So when you returned to the demon realm to deal with those traitors, Raditz said looking at him, if you spoke too loudly and got your chin wet, would the floor beneath you turn to stone mid-sentence? Taper opened his mouth, but could find no words. Raditz stood up and walked over to the petrified spot, pressing his shoe tip against it. Your saliva is rather impure, really. If you ever catch a cold and run a nose, your entire bed would turn to stone, wouldn't it? I don't get colds. Taper's voice grew smaller. Our demon realm physique doesn't catch colds. What a pity, Raditz said. I was actually looking forward to seeing you sneeze and petrify someone into a statue. That would make quite a collectible piece. Taper's lips moved several times, but he finally sighed and gave up on any explanation. I'll try to speak less from now on. Talking less isn't enough. You should focus on swallowing more, Raditz said, patting his shoulder. Control your salivary glands, stop drooling. You're the king of the demon realm, yet every time you talk you leave stone fragments all over the ground. Where's your dignity? Taper's shoulders slumped. He looked down at his hulking frame and the once majestic face, then at the petrified mark on the ground. His expression was profoundly complex. You're right. I'll be more careful. Go back and practice swallowing. 100 times a day until it becomes second nature. Taper fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded and said earnestly, I understand. He turned and flew into the night sky, heading toward the demon realm. But after several hundred meters it drifted back through the wind. Practice swallowing. I've lived for over 1,000 years and never thought I'd need to train for something like this. On the rooftop, Raditz returned to his original position. He pulled the flame marrow stone from his pocket and rolled it between his fingers. The red light flickered between his knuckles, casting shadows on his face. The last light in the distant city finally went out, and the world sank into the deepest night. He glanced down at the petrified mark on the ground, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Interesting species, he murmured to himself. Pity their saliva is so filthy. He placed the flame marrow stone back in his pocket and lay down with his hands behind his head. The rough concrete of the rooftop pressed against his back, but to him it was no different from a mattress. The starry sky stretched above like a dome, the Milky Way flowing from one end to the other, countless stars burning silently light years away. The night breeze swept across the rooftop's edge, stirring fine dust from the petrified mark and scattering it into the darkness. Meanwhile, the king of the demon realm was flying home, earnestly practicing something he had never imagined needing to train for. All those centuries swallowing his saliva. This universe was indeed becoming more and more interesting, Raditz thought, and closed his eyes. Latizu lay on the rooftop for about 2 hours, just drifting in and out of sleep, when suddenly an energy fluctuation came from the west. The intensity of that fluctuation was not low, but hardly exceptional either. What was peculiar was its aura. It bore none of the violent ferocity characteristic of Science, nor the chilling coldness of Frisia, nor the mechanical sterility of the androids. It was more like the aura of a very curious big kid carrying an almost unfathomable desire to destroy, born of sheer innocence. Latizu opened his eyes, sat up from the concrete floor, and rubbed his neck. What the hell is that? He stood up and walked to the edge of the rooftop, looking toward the west. There was a mid-sized city there, once brightly lit, now largely shrouded in darkness. Several blocks of streetlights had gone out simultaneously, and in the distance several high-rise buildings were slowly tilting, as though their foundations had been gnawed away by something. Faint screams drifted through the air, but they sounded more like expressions of how strange than how terrifying. Fatbu. Latizu tilted his head. Did Baddock gather enough energy before he died? He stepped off the rooftop edge, his body arcing through the sky as he flew toward the city. At a few hundred meters, he could see clearly. The main street in the city center was in ruins, streetlights snapped, vehicles overturned and scattered along the roadside, shop windows shattered across the ground, and sticky pink traces everywhere. And the culprit behind all this was standing in the middle of the intersection, bent over, trying to yank a streetlight out of its base. It was a round pink creature about 2 meters tall, with a belly swollen like a wok and smooth pink skin all over. His eyes were large and round with dark sclera and bright yellow pupils, and a thin antenna grew from the top of his head with a red bead dangling from its tip. He wore dark blue riding pants and a yellow short-sleeved vest with small brown boots on his feet, exuding an eerie, oversized sense of cuteness. Majinbu, the fat one. Latizu landed on a rooftop by the road, hands on his hips, looking down at the pink behemoth. Bu was hugging the streetlight pole with both hands, grunting as he pulled upward, and fine cracks were spreading across the concrete around the base. After several attempts, he finally wrenched the streetlight free, raised it above his head in delight, and spun around, then casually tossed it aside. The streetlight flew hundreds of meters through the air, piercing through the outer wall of a distant building and embedding itself halfway up. All right. Fat Bu clapped his hands cheerfully. What's next? He spotted Latizu on the rooftop, and his large eyes with dark sclera and bright yellow pupils lit up. A person standing. Hello. Letizu jumped down from the rooftop and landed a few paces in front of the fat Bu. He surveyed the pink blob from head to toe, a round face, round belly, round limbs. The whole creature radiated nothing but roundness. Majin Bu, he asked. Yeah. Fat Bu nodded with a grin. You must be that super strong Saiyan, right? Baddock said before he died that you're the strongest guy on Earth, so I came to test you. He curled his fist and swung it toward Letizu. The fist looked round and fleshy like a marshmallow, but the wind it generated as it tore through the air sounded like a battle axe cleaving through wood. The speed and power of Bu's punch exceeded even Dabura's, pure physical force sufficient to crater an ordinary hilltop. Letizu raised his hand and caught that pink fist. His palm, roughly the size of a hand, enveloped Bu's knuckles and absorbed all the impact without a ripple. Bu paused for a second, then grew even more delighted. Ah, you caught my fist. You're really strong. He withdrew his fist, stepped back 2 paces, and pressed his palms together facing Letizu. A wave of pink energy surged between them, carrying the power to distort matter itself. Then try this, chocolate beam. A pink beam shot from Bu's palms at tremendous speed, covering a wide area. When the ray struck Letizu, he didn't dodge. He wanted to see what it did. The instant the beam touched his body, a strange transformative force began trying to alter his molecular structure, attempting to convert his cellular tissue into a mixture of cocoa butter and sugar. But his body was too dense. The transformative power merely scraped against his skin and slid off like water over a smooth stone, leaving not a single trace. Huh. Bu tilted his head. Why didn't you turn into chocolate? Your magical energy isn't sufficient. Letizu patted his chest. Train for a few more years, and then we'll talk. Bu looked a bit dejected, but the gloom lasted barely 2 seconds before he broke into a grin again, bouncing in place and spinning around. Never mind, never mind. Turning into chocolate isn't necessary then. Play with me instead. I just tore apart lots of houses over there. It was so much fun. Letizu watched him with that exuberant expression, silent for about 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Not a mocking smirk or a sinister grin, but genuine amusement. You really are an amusing fatty. Bu's eyes sparkled like 2 light bulbs. You think I'm interesting? Then play with me. There's a really tall building over there. Let's bend it and see what shape we can make it. No rush. Letizu reached out and patted Bu's smooth round head. The feel like touching a warm pink balloon. Tell me first, are you hungry right now? Bu rubbed his round belly. Hungry. Very hungry. Then fine. Letizu withdrew his hand. You stick with me from now on, and I'll feed you. But on one condition. You can't turn living people into chocolate and eat them, and you can't just tear down buildings at will. When you get cravings or hunger, come find me. I'll take you to restaurants. Hot pot, barbecue, ramen, whatever you want. Much tastier than eating people. Bu pondered for a while with his round head tilted, then nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll go with you. You're treating me to good food. Letizu patted his back, feeling the springy firmness of his flesh. Let's go. I know a barbecue place nearby that's open all night. I'll order you 100 skewers first. The pink blob followed behind Letizu, humming an unknown tune with bouncy steps. As he walked through the streets he'd just devastated, he curiously looked around, checking out overturned cars and picking up shards of broken shop windows to peer at his reflection. Letizu walked ahead without stopping him. As long as this behemoth didn't turn living people into food, tearing down a few streetlights and flipping some cars was hardly worth his concern. The barbecue shop owner was nearly scared into calling the police when a Saiyan and a giant pink blob burst in, but after Letizu slapped a stack of cash on the table, the boss quickly fired up the grill. For Bu, eating grilled meat for the first time left him completely stunned. Those big round eyes fixed on the skewer in his hand, expression like he'd discovered a new world. Yummy. He stuffed the skewer into his mouth and chewed it whole, the bamboo stick cracking into fragments that he swallowed along with the meat. Letizu watched him devour the food, lifted his beer glass for a drink, and smiled. Eat slowly, fatty. Just don't tear the place apart. Night wind swept in through the shop entrance, stirring the loose black strands of hair across Letizu's forehead. Several streetlights overhead had been wrecked during the earlier destruction, with only 2 still glowing. Their dim yellow light stretched the 2 figures' shadows across the barbecue shop floor, one tall and lean, the other round and stout. The shadows trembled slightly with the flickering charcoal fire, blending into a soft, warm hue in the darkness. Bu munched on his skewer, humming muffled tunes between bites, while Letizu leaned back in his chair, drinking and gazing through the window toward the ruined street in the distance. The charcoal in the barbecue shop smoldered for a full 2 hours before finally going out. Bu had devoured over 200 skewers of meat, 80 chicken wings, 30 grilled sausages, and a mountain of roasted vegetables, leaving 2 full buckets of bamboo sticks. He chewed the last stick to pieces and swallowed it, patted his round belly, and let out a satisfied burp. Delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life. Raditz finished his beer and set the empty glass on the table. Are you full, eh? Full. Bu nodded enthusiastically. Can I eat this every day from now on? Depends on how you behave. If you don't destroy buildings or eat people, then yes. Raditz stood up, pulled out money from his pocket to pay the bill. The shop owner's hands were still trembling as he counted the cash, but his lips couldn't help curling upward. The 2 walked out of the barbecue shop. Bu strolled down the street glancing around at everything with curiosity. He spotted a stray cat crouching beside a trash bin, crouched down to examine its face for quite a while. The frightened cat's fur bristled, and it shot straight up a tree in an instant. Bu chuckled to himself and bounced after Raditz's footsteps. Half a block later he suddenly spoke up. Actually, I have another ability. What ability? I can absorb people into my body. Bu said with childish pride. Once I absorb them I become stronger and can use their techniques. Babidi taught me this before, saying it's the best way to fight. Eating opponents is much more convenient than actual combat. Raditz stopped and turned to face him. Bu stood beneath the streetlight, his round face displaying an innocent expression, completely unaware of the horrifying nature of what he had just said. Want to try absorbing me? Raditz asked. Bu blinked his big eyes. Can I? I'll just try it, I won't do anything to you. Go ahead and try. Bu rubbed his hands excitedly, opened his mouth, and a stream of pink viscous substance gushed out, forming a digestive membrane wrapped in an energy net that enveloped toward Raditz. The moment that pink membrane touched Raditz's body, it began contracting, attempting to wrap him and pull him into Bu's body. But after stretching taut against Raditz's skin, it started emitting creaking sounds of tearing. That pink digestive membrane, capable of enveloping an entire building and absorbing any living energy, proved as inadequate against Raditz's body as a thin sheet of plastic wrap, utterly unable to contain him. Bu strained to contract the membrane further, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Why can't I wrap it around him? The membrane finally split open, tearing a large hole down the middle. Pink fragments scattered in all directions, dissolving into a faint mist in the air. Raditz stood where he was not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Can't absorb you, he said. Your absorption capacity limit isn't particularly high. I can sense your body has limited storage. It would probably be maxed out after absorbing a few Earth warriors. Someone at Piccolo Krillin or Tien's level might fit inside you, but not someone at my power level. Bu hung his head dejectedly. Then I won't absorb you, but I really want to try absorbing someone else. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes lighting up again. Could you let me absorb someone else? Like your two followers, the blonde and silver-haired ones. No. Why not? Because they're my employees. Raditz's tone was flat, but left no room for negotiation. If you absorb them, I'll have to hire replacements. That's troublesome. Bu pouted. Then I won't absorb anyone. Good boy. Raditz continued walking with Bu following behind. After a while he couldn't hold back any longer and whispered, but if someone tries to fight me, can I absorb them? In that case you can, but you need to tell me beforehand. I'll approve it before you absorb them. Bu nodded earnestly. Okay, so who do you approve me to absorb now? Nobody. Raditz didn't even look back. You just ate over 200 skewers of meat. Your stomach is full of it. Do you even have space to absorb anyone? Bu thought about it and patted his belly. You're right. There doesn't seem to be any room. My stomach is too full. Then digest that first. There's no rush about absorbing people. Eating is what matters right now. Bu nodded heavily, the red orb atop his antenna bobbing several times. All right, I'll eat first. Once I'm full we'll talk about absorbing people. A faint smile crossed Raditz's lips. This pink blob was the easiest creature he had ever encountered since arriving in this world. As long as he was fed well, everything else was manageable. Far easier to deal with than those arrogant Saiyans who were all pride and stink. By the time the two reached the city's edge, the horizon was already turning pale with the first light of dawn. He had not slept all night, but it made no difference to Raditz. Bu was even more energetic, acting like a perpetual motion machine. He kicked pebbles, chased butterflies, bent and straightened the iron railings along the road, having the time of his life. Raditz did not mind. As long as he did not cross the line, he could do whatever he wanted. Breakfast stalls were already setting up by the roadside with the aroma of fried dough sticks and soy milk wafting through the air. Bu's nose twitched a few times and his eyes lit up again. What's that smell? It smells so good. Fried dough sticks. Raditz headed in that direction. Another serving. You just ate all that meat and you're still hungry. I can. My stomach is huge. Raditz sighed and paid for 10 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of soy milk. Bu squatted by the roadside, stuffing 3 sticks into his mouth at a time, with one hand, his cheeks bulging like a hamster's. An elderly man jogging past was so startled by Bu's eating manners that he detoured through a nearby alley to avoid him. Raditz held his soy milk and sipped leisurely, leaning against a streetlight pole as he watched Bu devour everything in his path. Early morning sunlight filtered through the gaps between buildings, casting a golden rim around the pink demon's body. In the distance, a morning bus passed the stop, its chime echoing far down the quiet street. Bu stuffed the last fried dough stick into his mouth, chewed it thoroughly, licked the oil from his fingers, and leaned against the wall with satisfaction. Earth is so nice. I never got to eat things like this when I was trapped in that egg. You'll have them every day from now on. Raditz tossed the empty bowl into the trash. As long as you behave. Bu nodded vigorously, his antennae wobbling like a rattle drum. The morning breeze swept through the street corner, carrying the mixed aroma of fried dough and soy milk further into the city. Raditz walked with the pink blob toward the city center, his pace unhurried and steady, much like any ordinary earthling starting a new day. The only oddity was the round, pink creature trailing behind him, a sight too striking to ignore, drawing stares from passersby. Yet no one dared approach, and Raditz could not have cared less. Biting down on the final fried dough stick, he mused that Earth was beginning to feel like somewhere he belonged. Chaotic perhaps, but vibrantly so. Raditz walked with Bu along the sunlit streets for roughly half an hour, the city gradually stirring awake behind them. Traffic thickened, and pedestrians multiplied. Bu's round pink face attracted considerable attention, though few dared to draw near. After all, a pink behemoth over 2 meters tall sauntering down the street was enough to make any sane person maintain a safe distance. As they crossed a bridge spanning the river, Raditz's pace suddenly slowed. His sensory net had caught a distant energy signature, still immature, yet abnormally vibrant. It pulsed with violent fluctuations, as if someone were repeatedly exploding and reigning in their power during training. Though its total magnitude was modest, the structure of that energy suggested deeply profound potential. My. He tilted his head. That kid is training. You sensed it too. Such brilliant light. Who is it? My nephew's son Gohan. Raditz turned toward that direction. Let's go take a look. On a hillside beyond the river, Piccolo was training young son Gohan. The green-skinned Namekian stood atop a protruding rock with arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on the little boy of about 4 years. Wearing his iconic purple vest and orange shorts, young Gohan's face was tightly scrunched in concentration, his small hands held at his waist as he attempted to condense the energy within his body and push it toward his palms. Focus. Piccolo's voice was stern and low. Your last explosion did reach over 2,000, but that came from rage. You cannot grow stronger by relying on anger alone. You must learn to consciously tap into your potential. Gohan bit his lip and nodded with great effort. Sweat dotted his forehead, and between his tiny palms a white glow condensed, trembling, shrinking, swelling, yet never stabilizing into a complete sphere. Anxiety carved across his face, his nose scrunching up. When Raditz and Bu climbed up the hillside, Piccolo was the first to notice them. His green antenna stiffened slightly. Piccolo's gaze shifted from Gohan to Raditz, then to the enormous pink figure, his pupils contracting. Majin Bu. How did you bring him along? He's with me now, Raditz replied. Doesn't bite. Don't worry. Piccolo clearly remained skeptical, but as he watched Bu crouching by the roadside picking wildflowers, this pink giant bringing a little daisy to his nose before sneezing so hard, he flipped backward into a somersault. Piccolo's expression shifted ever so subtly. He does look rather harmless, Piccolo conceded grudgingly. There's nothing dangerous about him to begin with. Just a gluttonous fat man. Raditz approached Gohan and looked down at the little boy struggling to gather his energy. Gohan lifted his head, recognized Raditz, and his face first registered surprise before breaking into a timid smile. Uncle, you're here. Yeah, I heard you were training, so I came to check on your progress. Raditz crouched beside him. How's your energy control coming along? Gohan spread his small hands. The white light in his palms grew slightly brighter, but remained shapeless like crumpled paper. His shoulders slumped. I can never get it right. Uncle Piccolo says my energy reserves are huge, but I just can't control it. That's because your method is wrong. Raditz reached out and took Gohan's small hand, channeling a thread of his own energy into it. The energy was gentle and steady, circling once within Gohan's palm before guiding his own power into a rhythmic rotation. The once scattered white light gradually gathered under that guidance, contracting into a smooth, stable sphere of light that hovered above the little boy's palm. Gohan's eyes went wide. Wow, I did it. See, don't think about squeezing the energy out. Think about letting it flow naturally. Raditz released his grip. Your potential is genuinely considerable. You were far stronger than Kakarot at this age. Piccolo's expression darkened slightly nearby. You just injected a wisp of your energy into him. Are you certain it won't affect him? No side effects. It was warm and mild, barely enough to pick between his teeth. Raditz stood back up. He has excellent foundations. Neither parent's genetics were mediocre. His potential is truly commendable. He looked down at Gohan, who was joyfully fiddling with the glowing sphere in his palm. The boy's small face was alight with delight and satisfaction, like a puppy who had just learned to catch a frisbee. Raditz watched for a moment, then turned his gaze away. But that's where it ends. Piccolo's brows furrowed. What do you mean? His potential is solid, Raditz repeated. Literally, it's top tier among Earthlings. With proper training, he could eventually reach the level of that so-called mystic Gohan. But so what? In this universe in existence whose ceiling sits at tens or hundreds of millions of combat power couldn't stir up meaningful waves. Piccolo's voice deepened. Tens of millions isn't enough. No. Raditz gazed toward the distant sky. Because true enemies can never be measured by combat power alone. Frieza exceeded 100 million. That fat man Bu's true limits were unknown. The Grand Emperor, a chubby little kid, could wipe out an entire universe with a single wave of his hand. How far could Gohan ever go? At best he might crush someone on Cell's level to powder. Beyond that, those gods, angels, destroyers, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on a single one of them. The wind on the hillside blew quietly, carrying every word Raditz spoke straight into Piccolo's ears. The green-skinned warrior fell silent for a long while. Gohan remained immersed in the thrill of successfully condensing his energy, completely unaware of the adult's conversation. He ran about with that glowing sphere, chasing butterflies and holding it up to the light. The orb reflected onto his small face, making those dark eyes sparkle like stars. Bu squatted nearby watching him play and cautiously raised his own palm to try. Pink bubbles erupted from his palm, far larger than Gohan's light sphere. But when the bubble popped, it splattered sticky pink liquid all over his face. He wiped it off and let out a goofy chuckle. Raditz said nothing further. He turned and began walking down the hillside. Bu rose to follow, waving goodbye to Gohan as he left. Goodbye, little guy. I'll bring you something tasty next time. Gohan waved back enthusiastically. Goodbye, big fat man. Raditz didn't look back. His footsteps faded step by step into the distance. Piccolo stood on the rock watching Raditz's silhouette disappear into the morning mist. His green antenna drooped. He glanced down at Gohan. The boy's smile remained intact, utterly unaware that his potential had just been evaluated. Commendable, but that was all. That was all, Piccolo murmured silently to himself. For a 4-year-old child, those words carried enormous weight. Yet Piccolo knew Raditz spoke the truth. In that Saiyan's worldview, a combat power of tens of millions was as meaningless as pocket change. Gohan, Piccolo spoke. Keep training. Don't stop. Yes. Gohan readied his stance, once more gathering new light between his palms. At the foot of the distant hillside, Raditz and Bu's silhouettes had already melted into the morning mist. Bu's voice drifted back faintly. That little guy was pretty cute. Can I play with him next time? Be my guest. Just don't lose him. Yage. Through the swirling mist, the two figures grew farther apart. On the hillside, Gohan's energy sphere condensed once more stable and luminous than before. Piccolo watched that glowing orb, the faintest trace of a smile, touching his lips before his face returned to its ever-serene expression. The sun had fully risen, its golden light cascading over the entire hillside and stretching the trio's training silhouettes long across the earth. Dew clung to the grass on the hillside, each blade tipped with a crystal morning drop that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Raditz wandered around the mountain foot with Bu for half a morning and suddenly stopped when they passed a broad river valley. On the distant riverbank, two auras were clashing fiercely, but it wasn't a battle. They were repeatedly attempting to approach, merge, separate, and approach again, their rhythm as regular as a duet dance. Raditz squinted and saw two figures standing in the middle of the riverbank, Son Goku and Vegeta. The two stood face to face, each extending two fingers, one pointing left, one pointing right, assuming the fusion pose he had witnessed countless times. Bu craned his neck to watch. Hey, what are those two doing? Dancing. Sort of, Raditz replied with a hint of weary amusement. Those two are learning the fusion technique. On the riverbank, Son Goku's expression was earnest and excited, while Vegeta's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Simultaneously, they extended two fingers, attempting to align their energy to create resonance, then took synchronized side steps toward each other. The first step went smoothly, but on the second, Vegeta's foot caught Son Goku's balance, wavered instantly, and they collided, tumbling down in a sprawl. Kakarot, where are you putting your feet? Vegeta's first move upon getting up was to yell. You were the one who leaned left first. I followed your lean and went off balance. Son Goku retorted loudly, rubbing his sore arm. As the Prince of Saiyans, you can't even manage the basic coordination of the fusion technique. You were even more crooked than me, and you call yourself the Prince of Saiyans. Don't you blush saying that? The two faced each other like fighting cocks, spittle nearly flying into each other's faces. As Raditz and Bu approached the riverbank, both of them stopped arguing simultaneously and turned to look at the newcomers. Vegeta's gaze fell on Raditz's muscles, instinctively tensing. Then he noticed the pink fatty behind him, and the corner of his eye twitched. Majin Bu, you tamed him. Taming isn't the word. It's an employment relationship. Just provide meals. Raditz found a flat rock by the riverbank and sat down. You two are learning the fusion technique. Son Goku scratched his head. Yeah. Vegeta said that neither of us can beat you alone, but if we fuse, our power multiplies many times over. Maybe we can. How many times? They say dozens of times or more. Raditz leaned back on the rock and crossed his legs. He looked at Son Goku's expectant face, then at Vegeta's sulky scowl, and smiled. You two really love fusion, don't you? Fusion dances, Patera earrings, Metamor and fusion Siamese twins. Are Saiyans unable to find any other way to grow stronger except by merging with someone else? A vein bulged on Vegeta's forehead. What do you mean? Literal meaning. You've trained for decades, and when you finally realize one person isn't enough, you decide to combine into one. After the fight, you split apart and go back to your own lives. Don't you find it absurd? You spend so much time cultivating, yet your strongest state is when you're fused together. What are you cultivating? A jigsaw puzzle. Son Goku's mouth opened and closed, then he looked at Vegeta. He kind of has a point. There's no point at all. Vegeta glared at Raditz. As long as I get stronger, the method is my business. Then keep practicing. Raditz gestured toward the riverbank. I'll sit here and watch. You two can keep dancing until nightfall if you want. Vegeta gritted his teeth and resumed the fusion stance. Son Goku took his position. They extended two fingers again, sliding sideways toward each other. This time their steps were more coordinated, their fingertips meeting at the center. Their energy began to merge, and a faint white glow enveloped their bodies. But just as the fusion was about to complete, Vegeta's face twitched, his energy suddenly veered off course. The fusion broke, and they crashed into each other once more, tumbling into the river. You slapped his thigh watching. Huh. They fell again. So fun. Raditz watched the two soaked Saiyans climb out of the water, dripping from head to toe, looking as miserable as drowned rats. He patiently waited until they finished floundering before speaking. Do you know what your problem is? Vegeta wiped the water from his face. Go ahead. You don't trust each other enough. The fusion technique requires complete synchronization of energy, from power to rhythm to mental state. But one of you thinks, I'm the prince, and the other thinks, I'll win this to show my son. With two hearts pulling in different directions, it'd be a miracle if the fusion actually worked. Son Goku and Vegeta were both stunned. Instead of practicing fusion, Raditz stood up and brushed the sand off his pants. Practice yourself. If you truly want to beat me through fusion, you first need to resolve your mutual disdain. But do you even get along? He looked at Vegeta's face, which screamed, I wish you dead, then at Son Goku's face, which said, I actually like you, but you don't like me, and shook his head. Forget it. Keep practicing. I'm off to lunch. You let's go. The pink fatty bounced along after him, waving at the two soaked Saiyans on the riverbank. Good luck next time. Don't keep falling in the water. Their figures disappeared into the bushes at the rivers end, leaving only Son Goku and Vegeta standing on the bank, drenched hair plastered to their foreheads, water droplets dripping from their chins. Son Goku spoke first. Hey, Vegeta, I think my brother has a point. Maybe we should stop practicing fusion for now, and each train on our own. Vegeta was silent for a few seconds, then harshly wiped the water from his face and turned toward the other end of the riverbank. Suit yourself. I'm going to the gravity room. Which gravity room? Bulma's, of course. None of your business. Son Goku chuckled and flew off toward Mount Pozu. On the empty riverbank, the water stains left by the two Saiyans slowly evaporated under the afternoon sun. In the distance, Raditz and Bu had already walked far away, and faintly Bu's voice could be heard asking, What's for lunch? Grilled meat rice bowl. Yage. They chattered noisily like two old friends deciding on takeout. As Raditz walked, a small smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't really care about the two Saiyans' fusion technique, but every time he saw them bicker after a failed fusion, he felt an inexplicable satisfaction. This was probably the joy of being an older brother. Even though he was the one they couldn't beat, even with a successful fusion, watching his two family members struggle, embarrass themselves, and improve right in front of him was more interesting than any battle. Leitais and Bu sat in a barbecue rice restaurant by the street. Bu was already on his third refill, facing a bowl piled high with grilled meat and rice, while Leitais leaned back in his chair, slowly drinking ice water. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, warm and cozy. Then his drinking motion stopped. Deep in the cosmos, in a realm that belonged to no known star system coordinates, a massive energy was awakening. That energy was so immense it caused the very structure of the universe to tremble slightly, like a giant beast stirring after centuries of slumber. Wherever it passed, the light of stars dimmed. Leitais set down his water glass. Finally awake. Bu, with his mouth stuffed full of barbecue meat, mumbled, Who's awake? A cat. In the divine temple deep within the cosmos, Beerus rolled over on his massive circular stone bed. His feline purple face crumpled as his vertical pupils slowly opened, golden light flaring briefly in the darkness. He let out a wide yawn, revealing sharp teeth before lazily closing his mouth and rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Whis. His voice came out hoarse and languid. How long have I slept? A slender figure appeared beside the stone bed. Whis wore his signature white robe, the halo above his head shimmering in the soft light. Lord Beerus, you slept for 39 years this time. Slightly longer than before. 39 years. Beerus hopped off the bed, his claws making a soft sound as they touched the ground. Anything new? Has Frieza died yet? Frieza is still alive, but he's encountered some troubles recently. It said a Saiyan drove him out of his stronghold, and he's currently hiding at the edge of the universe. Beerus's cat ears twitched. Saiyan. Those monkeys again. This time it's different, Whis said with a smile, raising the staff in his hand. A luminous screen materialized at its tip, displaying Leitais crushing the Dragon Ball on Frieza's planet. He single-handedly destroyed planet Vegeta, drove away Frieza, resolved the android crisis, and recruited the demon Bu as his subordinate. As for that Saiyan on Earth, currently, I haven't been able to measure any upper limit to his combat power. Beerus stared at the holographic display for a few seconds. In the image, Leitais stood with his back to the camera, long hair flowing in the wind. His posture seemed casual, yet radiated something indefinable. Beerus's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Interesting. After years of staying out of the universe's affairs, something like this has emerged. Would you like to go see for yourself? Might as well while I'm bored. Beerus stretched lazily, his tail swaying slowly behind him. I'll stop by Earth for some food on the way. That pudding last time wasn't bad. Whis nodded with a smile. I've already prepared the spaceship for you. Earth inside the barbecue rice restaurant. Leitais drank the last drop of water from his glass, then stood up and patted Bu on the shoulder. Fatty, don't get another refill after this bowl. We have guests coming. Bu looked up, rice grains still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Guests? Who? A purple cat. Bad temper. Say less when he arrives, don't provoke him. Bew nodded blankly, shoveling the remaining bites into his mouth until his cheeks puffed out like balloons. Half an hour later, the space above the suburbs of West City rippled, and a cone-shaped spaceship emerged from the void, hovering silently in midair. The hatch opened, and a purple figure leapt out, landing on a stretch of open grassland. Where his claws touched the grass, immediately withered. Whis floated down next, landing half a step behind Beerus. Standing on the grass, Beerus took a deep breath of Earth's air and frowned. Serious pollution. Much worse than last time. Whis smiled. Side effects of technological development. Would you like to go find that Saiyan now? No rush. Beerus started walking toward the city. Let's find somewhere to eat first. I'm in no mood to deal with those monkeys on an empty stomach. As they entered the most bustling commercial street in West City, pedestrians turned to look. A giant purple cat wearing an ancient Egyptian-style robe strode down the street, followed by a tall figure in white robes. The scene was so surreal that most people thought they were hallucinating. Beerus ignored the stares, his nose twitching a few times before he turned into a ramen shop. Sitting at the counter, he studied the menu on the wall for a long moment before ordering. Miso ramen with char siu and a soft-boiled egg. The owner tremblingly served the noodles. Beerus picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and his cat eyes instantly brightened. Not bad. Whis sat beside him watching with a smile. But when Beerus took his second bite, his chopsticks paused. His vertical pupils slowly turned toward the entrance of the ramen shop, where a long-haired man stood, a lollipop in his mouth, leaning against the doorframe and watching them. Half a step behind the man, a large pink figure. Bew curiously peered inside. Beerus slowly set down his chopsticks. Are you that Saiyan? Raditz removed the lollipop from his mouth. Yeah, and you're the yawning cat. Whis covered his mouth slightly. Beerus's feline face remained expressionless, but those golden vertical pupils narrowed a fraction. The way you speak ruins my appetite. Then let me have the boss change things up for you. Raditz walked in and took a seat at the bar beside Beerus, waving to the owner. Boss, 2 beers. The owner's hands trembled as he served the beers. Raditz opened one and slid it toward Beerus, then popped open the other himself. On me. Don't be so fierce. Beerus looked down at the beer bottle, silent for a few seconds, then extended a claw to take it and drank. At least you know how to behave. Did you come to fight? Raditz got straight to the point. Depends on your performance. Beerus set down his bottle. If I feel you threaten the balance of the universe, I'll act. But since you've fed and entertained me, that'll count for something. And after we finish this ramen, we'll see. Beerus picked up his chopsticks again, lifting a bite of noodles to his mouth, his cat tail swaying lazily behind him. Beerus finished the entire bowl of miso ramen soup and noodles alike, even scraping the chopped scallions from the bottom clean with his claws. He slid the empty bowl across the counter and ran his pink tongue around his lips to lick up the broth. Not bad. Not quite as good as that pudding last time, but it fills you up. Whis stood nearby, smiling as he folded his staff. Lord Beerus, your tolerance for Earth cuisine is growing by the day. Cut the nonsense. Beerus hopped down from the bar stool and turned to face Raditz. The lazy expression on his feline face shifted into something more serious as his golden slit-pupiled eyes locked onto the Scion's countenance. I've finished the noodles and had my drink. Now we get down to business. Raditz tipped the last swallow of beer from his bottle and set it down. Fine. How do you want to do this? Let me see what you're made of first. Beerus did not strike. He simply stood there and unleashed his presence. The aura unique to a god of destruction, capable of sending shudders deep within the souls of all living beings, spread outward from his body like an invisible dark purple halo. In the ramen shop, the owner and his customers froze simultaneously. Their pupils dilated, their lips quivered, and chopsticks clattered onto the tables as they dropped, but none could bring themselves to bend down to retrieve them. Every person on the entire street was frozen in place at the same instant, as though time itself had been paused. Bew took a step backward, his round face showing tension for the first time. That cat. Such overwhelming energy. Whis remained standing with a smile, as if nothing extraordinary were happening. Beerus fixed his gaze on Raditz, and the intensity of his pressure continued to climb. The aura, which had originally covered only a single street, began to spread throughout the entire city. Every living creature, humans, animals, even plants, trembled under that crushing pressure. The sky darkened slightly, and clouds began to swirl. Streetlights in the city shattered one after another, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared across glass windows. Is that all you've got? Raditz remained seated on the barstool without moving. He didn't even lift his arm from the counter, only tilting his head slightly as he gazed into Beerus's golden slit-pupiled eyes. Your presence is meant to terrify ordinary people, isn't it? Beerus's brow furrowed slightly. He could sense that his pressure truly had no effect on Raditz. That Scion's energy remained perfectly steady. His breathing rhythm, heartbeat frequency, and muscle tension showed not the slightest fluctuation. The pink fat man leaning behind him had taken a step back, yet Raditz himself stood immovable as a mountain. Not even a speck of dust stirred from his shoulders. That sliver of energy, Raditz continued, might give the ants on Earth collective nightmares, but I am no ant. He raised his right hand. His index finger and thumb pressed together and rubbed lightly. Snap! The sound was sharp and brief, like a small stone tossed into a tranquil lake. But in the instant that sound rippled outward, every ounce of Beerus's presence seemed to be plucked from the air by invisible hands and vanished completely. The people frozen on the street simultaneously regained their ability to move. Some crouched down, clutching their chests, gasping for breath. Others stared bewildered at their trembling hands. Still others collapsed directly onto the ground. Several electrical sparks erupted where the streetlights had shattered, but they flickered and died quickly. The city returned to normal. Beerus's pupils contracted. His presence was released directly from within his own body. To disperse, it required an external force far surpassing it. And Raditz had merely snapped his fingers. He hadn't even stood up, hadn't released his own energy, hadn't adopted any combat stance. Just one snap. For the first time, true gravity appeared on Beerus's feline face. Raditz rose from the barstool and walked up to Beerus. Their heights were nearly equal, and Raditz only needed to tilt his head slightly to meet those golden slit-pupiled eyes directly. Lord Beerus, you are a god of destruction tasked with maintaining the balance of the universe. But that presence of yours is no different to me than a gentle breeze. If you truly wish to test my capabilities, try a more practical approach. Interesting. In hundreds of years, you are the first being who makes me feel uncertain. You've made me want to take this seriously. Want to fight? Not today. Beerus's tail swayed behind him. I'm full and too lazy to move. Besides, I haven't fully seen through your capabilities. A god of destruction does not act without certainty. He turned and walked toward the entrance of the ramen shop. Whis followed behind him, glancing back at Raditz as they left, a smile carrying some unspoken meaning. Mr. Raditz, Lord Beerus rarely takes interest in anyone. You've accomplished something remarkable. Will he treat me to a meal next time he comes? Whis offered a faint smile, but said nothing, following Beerus out the door. The two figures grew smaller as they walked down the street. The large purple cat and the tall white figure casting long shadows in the afternoon sun. Passers-by moved aside to give them room, but Beerus released no further pressure, simply striding forward with lazy steps. Bew leaned close to Raditz and poked his arm. That cat didn't fight you and just left. He was full and didn't feel like moving. Raditz dropped back onto the barstool and waved to the owner. Boss, another beer. That cat didn't pay. Put it on my tab. The owner was still slumped behind the counter, unable to recover. He extended a trembling hand to push the beer bottle up from beneath the counter, his lips still quivering. Raditz twisted off the cap and took a sip, his gaze passing through the glass window toward the two receding figures at the end of the street. Whis' words before leaving echoed in his mind. Lord Beerus rarely takes interest in anyone. You've made him do so. A cat's interest, Raditz muttered to himself. What is that worth? Yet the corner of his mouth curved slightly. To encounter an opponent who showed genuine interest in this universe was far more engaging than facing those fragile fodder enemies who shattered at the slightest touch. Though Beerus's presence had proven useless against him, the texture of that power was genuinely unlike anything he had faced before. More refined, more ancient, carrying something close to the origin of the cosmos itself. Next time we meet, he tapped the beer bottle lightly against the counter. I might actually have to play along with him properly. Bew had already started asking the owner for the menu. Boss, do you have anything else good here? That bowl smelled amazing. I want to try one too. The owner had finally recovered somewhat, forcing a smile worse than tears. Why, yes. What would you like to order? Then give me 2 bowls. One with chashu and one with egg. No, wait. Add both to both. The atmosphere in the ramen shop gradually returned to normal. Sunlight brightened once more outside the window, and people on the street slowly dispersed. It was simply that the large purple cat and the tall white figure had long since vanished into the city's crowds, as if they had never been there at all. Inside the ramen shop, Bew was sloppily slurping down his second bowl of noodles, while Raditz beside him was working on his third bottle of beer. Outside, the street had returned to normal. People had shaken off the strange sense of oppressive dread from earlier, and the sounds of voices and traffic filled the air once more. But as Raditz was halfway through his beer, he set the bottle down and looked toward the door. A figure in white stood there, Whis. The angel's staff rested diagonally across his shoulder, its top ring radiating a gentle glow in the sunlight. That naturally mysterious smile remained on his face as his gaze drifted past the ramen and Bew, landing on Raditz. Lord Beerus has returned to the ship to rest, Whis said. However, I noticed he seems to have left his snack bag on the counter of this shop. It contains some rare nuts he brought specifically from planet Kuru, and Lord Beerus is quite particular about them. He stepped into the shop, his gaze falling upon an unassuming purple cloth bag tucked away in the corner of the counter. The bag was small but bulging, its opening sealed with a golden thread. I found it. As Whis reached for the bag and his fingertips brushed the opening, Raditz's voice came from his side. That angel's staff, could I borrow it to play with? Whis paused for a moment, then turned back with a smile, looking at Raditz. The staff? It's a symbol of angelic authority and isn't usually lent out, but for you, I wouldn't mind letting you take a look. He removed the staff from his shoulder and held it out to Raditz with both hands, the gesture elegant and natural, as if presenting merely an ordinary walking stick. Please, though the staff has access restrictions from our universe programmed into it. Ordinary people cannot activate its functions. Raditz took the staff. The rod felt warm and smooth to the touch, its texture somewhere between metal and ceramic. Delicate patterns covered its surface, and when his fingers brushed against them, they emitted a faint glow like a living creature breathing. He examined it thoroughly, turning it over in his hands. The weight was moderate, the balance excellent, and the grip comfortable. Nice feel. He tested its heft. It's just that the ring design at the top isn't very practical. Why not make the cane curved so you can hang things from it? Whis let out a gentle laugh. The angel's staff primarily assists with spatial movement and energy observation. It's not meant for everyday walking. But you're right, a curved top would indeed be more convenient for hanging items. Raditz held the staff level in his hands and gave it an experimental swing forward. The staff sliced through the air with a soft whooshing sound. The ring at its tip flickered to life, projecting a star map, an instant panorama of the entire seventh universe with galaxies, nebulae, and black holes all precisely marked. The projection vanished after less than a second, but the sheer volume of information displayed in that fleeting moment would have thrilled any astronomy enthusiast. Quite the features, Raditz observed, turning the staff over. Could work as a telescope. Far more sophisticated than a telescope. Think of it as a real-time monitoring terminal for the entire universe. Then could I use it to find where Zeno is? Whiss's smile froze for an instant. That was the first time Raditz had ever noticed a subtle shift in the angel's expression. His Majesty Zeno's whereabouts typically fall outside standard observation parameters. If you wish to locate Zeno, you would need access permissions from a much higher authority. Never mind then. Raditz handed the staff back to Whis. Just curious. Nice gadget, but not really my style. I prefer fighting with my fists. I don't really need any crutches. Whis accepted the staff and repositioned it on his shoulder with practiced ease, as if he'd held that pose for tens of millions of years. Your fighting style is indeed straightforward and efficient. Lord Barris speaks highly of you as well. He said you were the most unpredictable opponent he's encountered in the past 10 millennia, 10,000 years. He's only been asleep for a few decades. Raditz snorted. Some people really know how to exaggerate. Whis simply smiled and didn't respond. He picked up the purple nut bag and inclined his head slightly toward Raditz. I'll return to deliver the snacks to Lord Barris now. If you ever get the chance, you're welcome to visit the God of Destruction's temple. Sure, maybe I'll drop by sometime. Whis turned and walked out of the shop. His pace was unhurried, yet after taking just 3 steps he began to fade from view, like mist dissolving into air, vanishing from sight entirely. The door curtain swayed a few times before settling, evidence that someone had indeed passed through. Bew looked up, a half-eaten noodle still dangling from his mouth. Did the white-clothed guy leave? Yeah. His stick thing was so pretty, all sparkly on top. Can you get me one? Can't. Raditz leaned back in his chair. That's a weapon exclusively for angels. You'd just end up using it as a fire poker. Bew pouted but quickly returned his attention to the bowl of noodles before him, resuming his enthusiastic slurping. Raditz stared toward the door for a few more seconds. The star map projection from the angel's staff lingered in his mind. An instant map of the entire universe with every star's real-time status flickering across it. If he'd wanted to, he could have copied all the data stored in that staff into his own consciousness without Whis noticing. Coordinates for the entire universe, distribution patterns, energy flow paths. That information would let him find anything, anywhere, anytime. But he didn't, because there was no need. When he wanted to find something, he could just sense it with his key. The universe might be vast, but his perception range was constantly expanding. In a little while longer, he could probably scan every corner of the seventh universe with his eyes closed. Things like that staff, he muttered to himself, are just convenient tools for lazy people. I'm not lazy. He drained the last of his beer, stood up, and patted Bew on the head. Hey fat ass, you done? Let's go. Bew slurped down the last of his noodle broth and wiped his mouth. Done. The two of them walked out of the ramen shop. The afternoon sun was a bit warmer now, and there were even more people on the street. A Tonghalu vendor pushed his cart past them, and Boo's eyes immediately followed. Raditz sighed and bought one, handing it over. The pink fatty bit into the Tonghalu, the sourness of the hawthorn and the sweetness of the sugar coating exploding in his mouth. His eyes lit up like 2 little light bulbs. Raditz walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, the afternoon sun stretching his shadow into a long, thin black line. Bew bounced along behind him, the bamboo stick of the Tonghalu crunching between his teeth. At the corner of the street, a soccer ball came rolling to a stop in the middle of the road, apparently kicked there from somewhere. Bew bent down, picked it up, examined it, then kicked it hard. The ball soared through the gap between the tall buildings, disappearing into the distant blue sky. It would probably land in some unknown courtyard a few minutes later. After kicking the ball, Bew chuckled twice and went back to munching on his Tonghalu. Raditz glanced back at him. Stop kicking balls. You might hit someone. What if I hit some flowers or grass? Still not okay. What about if I hit a bad guy? Raditz thought for a moment. Still not okay. I'd have to clean up the mess afterward. Bew nodded, half understanding, and chewed the last hawberry, his cheeks puffing in and out. The afternoon sun stretched their shadows long across the street, extending all the way to the end of the road, merging with the shadows cast by the distant buildings. Raditz led Bew along the riverbank for about half an hour. As they passed a bridge spanning the river, a pillar of crimson energy suddenly erupted from the southern valley. The pillar pierced straight through the clouds, burning a massive hole through the sky. Sunlight cascaded through that opening like a waterfall, illuminating the entire valley in blazing crimson light. Bu halted, gazing toward the beam of light. Wow, so red. It looks like hot pot broth. Raditz stopped as well. His sensory network had locked onto the source of that energy. Goku and Vegeta were inside a cave in some distant mountain, their ki intertwining in an unprecedented pattern before simultaneously undergoing transformation. The once golden ki had turned crimson. Their hair shifted from black to deep red, their pupils from black to light scarlet. In that single instant, both their battle powers had surged by over 100-fold. Super Saiyan God, Raditz murmured, squinting his eyes. How did they manage that? I never taught them this technique. He found a gnarled tree by the river and settled against its trunk, gazing toward the red energy pillar. Fine, let them work it out themselves. Deep within the mountain valley, in a specially carved cave, Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other. Both warriors' bodies were cloaked in flowing crimson ki, their hair standing rigid and blazing like heated iron wire. Through some immensely ancient method, they had gathered the ki of 6 pure-blooded Saiyans, resonating with the Saiyan God, and successfully attaining that legendary transformation. Goku lowered his gaze to his crimson palms. This feeling. It's so strange. Like I've become lighter, yet the power feels particularly heavy. Vegeta clenched his fist, his face bearing undisguised excitement for the first time. Is this the Super Saiyan God? Indeed stronger than any previous form. Have you mastered it? Goku asked. Yes. Vegeta lifted his reddened eyes. Want to go find that fellow and test it? Goku hesitated briefly. My brother. His power remains unfathomable to us even now. Perhaps this form can draw out some of his true capabilities. Then let's go. Stop hesitating. The two erupted from the cave simultaneously, their crimson ki trailing 2 long streaks of light across the heavens as they flew toward West City. Where they passed, the clouds were sliced into 2 parallel seams, remaining parted for a long while before merging once more. Beneath the crooked riverside tree, Raditz was weaving a grasshopper from a leaf. Bu crouched beside him, watching with fascination. You can make grasshoppers? That's amazing. A skill I picked up killing time on planet Vegeta. Raditz handed the finished grasshopper to Bu, who cradled it in his palms, turning it over and over with delight. Just then the sky darkened momentarily as 2 crimson figures swooped down from the distance, landing on the riverbank and shattering the pebbles beneath their feet. Goku and Vegeta stood side by side, crimson hair billowing in the wind, their bodies wreathed in smoldering dark red ki. They regarded Raditz with vastly different expressions, Goku brimming with anticipation and excitement, while Vegeta's eyes burned with the unmistakable challenge of someone eager to show off their newfound power. Bu glanced up at the pair, then tugged at Raditz's sleeve. Why did their hair turn red? Did they dye it? It's natural. Raditz tossed the leftover leaf into the river. It's called Super Saiyan God, a new transformation. They say it's the divine power from Saiyan legend. Red-furred monkeys, he commented. Rather festive looking. Do you guys plan to keep this look for New Year? Goku's mouth twitched. Brother, we came here for a serious fight. Vegeta and I barely mastered this form. Can't you at least take us a little seriously? I'm watching. Raditz rose from the tree. Red hair, red ki, red eyes. Your battle power has indeed increased 100-fold, considerably stronger than those golden forms before. But his words trailed off as Vegeta charged forward, his crimson form blazing through the air with a searing trail, his fist carrying the full force of Super Saiyan God and launching toward Raditz's chest. This punch dwarfed their previous combined training attempt on the riverbank by an immeasurable degree. The force compressed the river's surface into a depression, water surging upward on both sides like 2 towering walls. Raditz raised his hand, fingers splayed wide to block. The fist collided with his palm with a thunderous crack. Pebbles on the riverbank were launched 1/2 meter into the air by the shockwave. The grasshopper in Bu's hands was blown away, and he scrambled after it in a frantic chase. Vegeta's fist came to rest inside Raditz's palm. All that force had been absorbed by that single hand. Not a shred had leaked out to damage anything nearby. Raditz looked down at Vegeta's face, flushed from the exertion of his full power strike. Not bad force. Much improved from before. Vegeta's pupils contracted sharply. You caught that punch like it was a twig. Because I genuinely didn't exert much effort. Raditz released his grip. Your Super Saiyan God form is sufficient against previous enemies. Someone like Frieza you could crush without breaking a sweat. But against me, red fur makes no difference from gold. Goku's fist remained at his side, not yet thrown. He stood there observing the disparity between Raditz and Vegeta, and for an instant bewilderment flickered through those crimson eyes. We've grown so much stronger. And it's still not enough. It's not that it won't work, Raditz turned to face him. It's that you're heading in the wrong direction. You've been chasing stronger forms, thinking that adding more colors means growing stronger. Gold wasn't enough, so you went red. Red wasn't enough, so you went blue. Blue wasn't enough, so you went silver. But those are merely accumulations of energy. True power doesn't require changing colors. Goku and Vegeta exchanged a glance. The crimson ki gradually faded from their bodies, their hair returning to black, their eyes resuming their original color. They fell into a long silence. Raditz crouched down to retrieve the drifting leaf, continuing to weave a second grasshopper. Though I have to say your look today is quite festive. Keep this style for next New Year. stand at the door all red and glowing more cheerful than any spring festival couplets. Vegeta's face twitched. Are you treating me as a decoration? Why not? Raditz didn't look up. Standing there on both sides of the door symmetrical, whoever sees you will say what magnificent specimens. Bew finally caught up with his escaped grasshopper panting as he plopped down onto the riverbank. Are you guys done fighting? I wanted to watch the red-furred monkeys battle. We're done. Raditz handed the second grasshopper to Bew. The red-furred monkeys aren't in good form today. I'll let them off the hook. Goku sighed, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Brother, you really know how to make people both furious and amused. That's exactly right. Means I'm doing the big brother thing properly. On the riverbank, the sunset was descending, painting the entire river surface like a sheet of golden silk. Two artificial humans and a pink heavyweight sat by the river watching the water flow eastward. One by one the city lights flickered to life in the distance, and the evening breeze rustled through the reeds on both sides of the riverbank. Bew arranged the two grasshoppers side by side on his knee, fondling them with endless delight. After finishing his second grasshopper, Raditz sat by the riverbank for another half hour. Bew placed the two grasshoppers side by side on his knees, gazing at them, as though they were the most precious treasure in the world. Son Goku and Vegeta had long since flown off in their own directions, leaving only the two of them, and a river growing ever darker on the sandbar. His communicator buzzed. At some point Bulma had arranged one for him, and now a message flashed on the screen that Cat has entered the city again. This time she devoured the entire food street, buying the first portion from every stall and squatting in the middle of the street to eat. If this continues, I'm calling the police. Bulma. Raditz turned off the screen after reading the message, rose from beneath the crooked tree root, and brushed the dust from his trousers. Let's go, Fatso, let's have a chat with that cat. More food. Not food this time. We're going to stop that cat from eating this entire street out of business. The scene at West City Food Street was quite spectacular at the moment. Stalls on both sides of the street had their fires blazing, with chefs lined up one after another carrying dishes to a long table temporarily placed in the center of the street. Beerus sat on a chair behind the long table, a stack of empty plates rising more than 10 layers high before him. His purple cat face was smeared with sauce, and his tail swayed leisurely behind him. Whis stood beside him, sipping a cup of milk tea that was presumably borrowed from one of the stalls. When Raditz and Bew walked into the street, Beerus was just picking up a roasted suckling pig with his claw and shoving it toward his mouth. The pig was only slightly larger than his fist, and half of it vanished in a single bite. The bones were chewed to pieces with crisp cracking sounds and swallowed whole. Not a bad eating manner, Raditz said, taking a seat on the empty chair opposite him. But don't you remember, this is a street where people make their living. You've bought up ingredients from over 20 stalls by yourself. How are they going to open shop tomorrow? Beerus mumbled around the pork in his mouth. I paid for it. You paid for today? What about tomorrow when they have nothing left to sell? Are you going to pay again? Then tell them to go restock tomorrow. They won't be able to. You've cleared out every pig, cow, sheep, chicken, duck, and goose on this street. The inventory of farms within hundreds of kilometers has been emptied by you. Tomorrow the only things this street can sell are boiled water and chopped scallions. Beerus's chewing slowed down. He swallowed the meat in his mouth, glanced down at the mountain of empty plates before him, and then swept his gaze across the bitter, tense faces of the stall owners surrounding him. I suppose I did eat a bit too much. Not a bit too much. You've eaten all the meat this street will sell in a year, all in advance. Those stall owners won't even have enough money to pay their children's tuition when they get back. Beerus's golden vertical pupils flickered slightly. Then what do you think I should do? Simple. Pack up whatever's left on your table and take it with you, then leave Earth. Next time you come, make an appointment in advance. Don't sweep the entire street. Order from one stall at a time and only move to the next after you've finished eating. You're not going to die tomorrow, so why the rush? Whis coughed softly beside them. Lord Beerus, this scion makes a reasonable point. Consuming Earth's dining resources all at once does not align with the principles of sustainable development. Beerus fell silent for a few seconds, then extended his pink tongue to lick the sauce from the corner of his mouth, wiped his claws clean, and rose from his chair. Fine. I'll pack the rest, but I want to take the ingredients I've eaten today with me. Taking them is fine as long as you don't carry away their woks as well. Beerus waved his claw, and Whis smiled faintly, withdrawing something resembling a spatial pouch from his sleeve. He began packing the untouched dishes on the table one by one. After finishing, Whis looked like he was carrying a bag of supermarket groceries. Beerus approached Raditz, the two separated by half a table's length. You're a troublesome person. Despite having power, you insist on meddling in these trifling matters. Because I'm an Earthling, Raditz replied. These stall owners are my neighbors. You eat their food without considering their livelihood, so who else am I supposed to hold accountable? Beerus stared at him for a few seconds, then let out a chuckle. The sound was not loud, but it rang particularly clear across the quiet food street. All right then. I'm leaving. Once I've digested this batch, I'll come back to visit. You'd better tell them to prepare more. Send me a message before next time, and I'll help you arrange an appointment. Beerus snorted, turned, and walked toward the street entrance with Whis following behind. His purple cat tail swayed twice in the night breeze, and then the man and cat's figures disappeared around the corner. As the stall owners on the entire street watched those two figures finally vanish, they collapsed in unison. Some began counting the day's cash, while others embraced their walks and howled aloud. Bu squatted nearby holding a bowl of freshly cooked wontons in his hands at some point, blowing gently on the rising steam. That cat's gone. Gone. Raditz stood up. Where did you get those wontons? That Andy stuffed them into my hands saying thank you for helping drive away the big cat, and giving me a free bowl to eat. Bu happily took a sip of soup nearly scalding his tongue, but refused to let go of the bowl no matter what. Raditz watched the mess strewn across the street, and the stall owners though exhausted, unable to suppress their smiles. He turned and walked toward the far end of the street. Let's go. Stop loitering here and freeloading. Bu followed, clutching his wonton bowl. Can I come eat again, next time? Yes, but bring money next time. By the time the two of them walked out of the food street, night had completely fallen. The streetlights overhead cast reflections on the stone-paved road. Bu finished the last sip of soup casually, set the empty bowl on the steps of a nearby doorway, patted his round belly, and let out a burp. That cat was actually quite cute, just ate too much. He's a god of destruction. In the entire universe, only the Omni-King ranks above him. Cute is a pretense, gluttony is the truth. Then would you drive him away again, next time he comes? Depends. If he brings enough money, letting him stay a couple more days wouldn't be a problem. Raditz pushed open the door of a convenience store that was still open. Boss, 2 bottles of soda. Fatso, what flavor do you want? Strawberry. Strawberry flavor. Raditz took 2 bottles of soda from the cooler, paid, and handed one to Bu. The pink Fatso twisted off the cap and guzzled a mouthful. The bubbles exploded in his nose. He let out a loud burp and then doubled over laughing. The two leaned against the wall outside the convenience store drinking soda, watching the occasional car pass by on the street, its headlights stretching into flowing trails of light. The lights along Food Street gradually came back on one by one. The stall owners, having recovered, were now counting their remaining ingredients. They would need to continue operating tomorrow. Life must go on. Whether a giant cat had come to devour an entire street, or whether an Earth regarded as a focal point by a group of Saiyans was just a speck in the cosmos, when the sun rose the next day, as always those who sold breakfast would sell breakfast, and those who walked their children to school would do so. The world continued turning regardless. Raditz took a sip of cold soda, and thought this might be the greatest reward he had gained since crossing into this world, witnessing that fleeting moment when the gap between the powerful and ordinary people was leveled. Beerus was a god of destruction in the universe, but on Earth he was merely a cat with an enormous appetite. Frisia was an intergalactic emperor, yet after being driven away, he couldn't even return to his own stronghold. No matter how powerful the Omni-King might be, he was ultimately just a crying child being grabbed by the neck. Ultimately, this world was nothing more than a grand drama of everyday life. Everyone had to eat, sleep, and relieve themselves. No matter how powerful a being might be, they still had to abide by these basic rules, unless they wanted to become some god who didn't even need to eat. And Raditz for now had no desire to become such a thing. He preferred listening to a pink Fatso beside him burp while drinking soda. A night breeze blew in from deep within the city, causing droplets of condensation on the soda bottle to roll off and fall onto the steps at the convenience store entrance, looking remarkably like a string of tiny translucent stars. When he reached the third sip of his soda, Raditz's movement suddenly froze. The bottle hovered at his lips as his gaze drifted past the warm glow at the convenience store entrance toward the distant night sky. In that direction, an icy aura he knew all too well was reconstituting itself in the depths of space, as though scattered fragments were being gathered by an invisible hand. Purple energy was coalescing, reviving, and burning anew within the ruins of some distant star system. You sensed it too. That bad guy's key. Didn't he die? He died. Raditz set down his soda bottle. But he was brought back to life. His loyal followers probably gathered the 7 Dragon Balls for him. That shorty has an irritatingly stubborn lifespan. Bu tilted his head. Are you going to find him? Not yet. He'll come to us on his own. 3 days later. Beyond Earth's atmosphere, a small spacecraft emerged from a subspace jump. The hatch opened, and a familiar figure floated in the void, gazing down at the blue planet below. Frisia. His body was intact, his skin smooth as porcelain, his eyes gleaming with a colder, sharper light than before. He wore newly forged armor more intricate than his previous white uniform, with violet energy crystals embedded in the shoulder plates. A custom ensemble befitting his return. Earth. Frisia's voice was low and steady, devoid of anger or hysteria, carrying only a distilled coldness. I am back. Last time I fled in disarray. This time I'll settle the score. He extended a single finger, condensing a golden orb of energy at its tip. The orb's color was completely different from before. Frisia's energy had always been purple, cold, and gloomy. Now this sphere blazed gold, scorching and brilliant, its internal energy density tens of times greater than his final form. You thought driving me away was enough. I spent 4 long months training in some corner of the universe, walking the edge of death every single day, paying a price in pain you couldn't imagine to achieve this form. A curve touched Frisia's lips. Scions, that inferior race, can grow stronger through transformation. Why shouldn't I? Golden Frisia. This form is more than enough to crush every one of you to dust. He extinguished the orb at his fingertip and dove toward Earth's atmosphere. Golden Ki engulfed his white form as he tore through the sky, crashing down onto an open field near West City's outskirts. The impact sent shockwaves rippling outward, toppling a dozen trees and hurling soil into the air like a tsunami. In central West City, Raditz lounged on the terrace of Bulma's villa, soaking in the sun, a glass of lemonade resting on the side table beside him. Bu squatted on the lawn, sketching circles with a twig. Trapped inside one loop was an ant pacing back and forth, unable to break free. Bu's face crinkled with laughter. Raditz adjusted his sunglasses upward. He's here. Golden. He rose from his seat and leapt from the terrace, his toes barely kissing the ground, without a whisper of disturbance. Bu tossed aside his twig and followed. That's Shorty again. Why'd he change colors? Practice some new technique. Thinks he's become something. Raditz headed toward the suburbs. Let's see how he's dressed this time. His last white uniform was rather plain. I hope he's improved. On the open field in the suburbs, Frisia waited, his hands clasped behind his back. Golden ki flared steadily around him, making him resemble a golden statue carved into the wilderness. He spotted two figures approaching in the distance, a long-haired Saiyan clad in a plaid shirt and jeans with black boots, and a round pink brute scanning the area with curiosity. Raditz, Frisia spoke first, his voice steady with unshaken confidence. You see this form of mine, Golden, far more powerful and perfect than any transformation you've ever witnessed. I see it. Raditz stopped 10 meters away. Looks like a walking gold bar. Frisia's smile faltered. You'll never learn to speak properly, will you? I can't bring myself to say anything nice to you. Just because you turned gold doesn't mean I should praise you. Should I applaud next time you decide to go rainbow? Frisia took a deep breath, forcing his seething emotions back down. Regardless, your sharp tongue changes nothing. My combat power now is tens of times greater than my final form. Do you understand what that means? What does it mean? It means every finger of mine could have deflected the blow that drove me away last time. Frisia slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread toward Raditz. Golden energy condensed in his palm into a sphere the size of a fist. With just one such shot, I could vaporize you entirely. He flicked the golden sphere forward. It moved faster and harder than his previous purple blasts, tearing through the air without a sound, too swift for any noise to catch up. The sphere reached Raditz's position in a fraction of a second before striking an open palm. Raditz caught it. The golden sphere squirmed in his grasp like a tamed flame, its energy dissipating as he closed his fingers around it. It burst with a faint pop, like a bubble bursting. Golden fragments scattered through his fingers as shimmering dust drifting on the afternoon sunlight. Frisia's eyes flickered with genuine shock for the first time. You caught that. You handled an attack from this form so easily. That gold of yours. Raditz shook the light dust from his hand. It's a bit stronger than your purple, but a stray in a new color is still a stray. What's the difference between a goldfish and a crucian carp? He stepped forward. Got anything else? If not, I'll send you back. Frisia conjured two larger golden spheres in both hands and hurled them forward. They hurtled toward Raditz from left and right, their trajectories crossing like scissor blades. Raditz simply shifted his weight. The spheres passed through the space he'd occupied, slamming into a distant hillside and carving twin craters dozens of meters deep, sending shards of rock flying like rain. Your aim's terrible, Raditz noted. 4 months of training, and this is what you've got. Panic flashed across Frisia's face. No longer holding back, his golden aura exploded outward as he became a streak of light, hurtling toward Raditz with clawed hands drawn together like a blade intent on cleaving the Saiyan in two. His speed had indeed increased, but Raditz merely tilted his head. The strike passed inches from his ear, severing only a few strands of hair that drifted to the ground. Then Raditz raised his hand and gave Frisia's shoulder a light tap, casual as a greeting between friends. Frisia was launched backward, tumbling dozens of times through the air, limbs flailing uncontrollably, before crashing into another hill a kilometer away and carving an inverted cone-shaped crater into its peak. Lying at the bottom of the crater, agony racked his body. His golden ki flickered in and out as a coppery taste flooded his mouth, but he bit down and held on. Not bad, Raditz's voice drifted over. You took my palm and stayed conscious. Better than last time. But a golden stray is still just a stray. Come find me when you can turn silver. That color suits you better. He turned and started back the way he came. Bu followed, glancing over his shoulder at the golden crater on the distant hill. He's still down there. Hasn't come out yet. Let him lie there. When he climbs out on his own, he can scram. The afternoon sun stretched their shadows into two black lines, one long, one short, while behind them the golden light in the hill's crater still flickered faintly. Frisia lay at the crater's bottom, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. Finally, a single word crawled from between his teeth. Go. His ship's autopilot engaged, descending toward the crater. The Golden Emperor hoisted himself through the hatch on aching arms, and the moment the door sealed, his body collapsed onto the seat, racked with tremors. For months of training, an entirely new form, a heart brimming with vengeance, all shattered beneath that single palm strike. The ship ascended into space and swiftly vanished beyond Earth's blue sky. Raditz didn't look back. He knew the shorty would return eventually. Strays never admitted defeat. That was their greatest flaw. But it didn't matter. He could deliver that same palm strike anytime, anywhere, until the creature finally submitted. On the way back, Bu asked, "Is the shiny gold guy coming back?" "He will. Then you're gonna fight him again." "Of course. And next time he dares change colors, I'll beat him from head to toe in color order." The sun shone so brightly it nearly blinded you. Far off, a flock of birds wheeled through the sky, their wings carving delicate arcs through the air. Everything was fine. Aside from that new golden crater on the hill, Earth remained as beautiful and ordinary as ever. As Frisia's spaceship left Earth's atmosphere, he slumped limply into the pilot's seat, every bone protesting the impact of that palm strike. The golden aura had completely dissipated, and his bare white skin was covered in fine cracks like a porcelain piece that had been dropped and hastily glued back together. With trembling fingers, he pressed a coordinate on the navigator. A star region extremely far from Earth beyond the edge of the galaxy, a void almost never visited by anyone. There he had a secret supply station stocked with ample medical supplies and backup energy sources enough to restore him to peak condition within a few months. Of course, that was his last resort forced into action. He had never expected to use it. Raditz. Frisia gritted his teeth, the words squeezed from the depths of his throat. "Once I recover, I'll return with the entire Frisia force. I don't care about gold or silver. I'll bomb Earth until not a single atom remains." Suddenly, the ship's alarm system blared red lights, flashing frantically in the cockpit. The screen showed a high-speed object approaching from behind. No, not approaching. Arriving in an instant. Before Frisia could react, the rear bulkhead was torn open from the outside. Metal fragments were sucked out into the vacuum, tumbling into the darkness. A hand reached through the torn gap and precisely seized Frisia's tail. That purple smooth tail with barbed spikes was yanked out from beneath the chair by that hand. Frisia's pupils contracted to their limit. "No, impossible. How did you follow me?" Raditz's voice came from outside the ship, cutting through the vacuum as clearly as if he were whispering into Frisia's ear. "I just came to see where you were heading. Your ship flies slower than I walk." Frisia struggled to blast the hand with energy orbs, but his body was already half ruined by that palm strike. The golden light particles he gathered collapsed before forming. Helplessly, he was dragged by the tail out of the cracked pilot seat, yanked out of the ship into the cold vacuum. The universe was dark, filled only with pure blackness and faint starlight. Raditz floated beside the wreckage of the ship, one hand gripping the base of Frisia's tail, the other tucked into his pocket. His plaid shirt rippled slightly in the vacuum, yet no energy shield covered his body. His exposed skin remained perfectly intact in the void. Frisia dangled upside down by his tail, limbs hanging limp. His purple face was now dominated by sheer terror. "You know what I love most about the common trait between Science and the Frisia clan?" Raditz lifted him higher and gave a shake. "Tails. Both of your tails are sturdy and have a great grip." Frisia's lips trembled. What do you want?" "Ever seen someone crack a whip?" Raditz's wrist moved. With Frisia's tail clenched in his palm, the entire body of the tyrant was swung out like a rope whip with a weight at the end. The arc traced a massive curve, grazing a passing asteroid. Frisia's body smashed through half of that asteroid, sending debris scattering like shrapnel in the vacuum. Then Raditz changed the direction of his force, swinging the tail and its burden toward the other side. Frisia spun 3 full turns in the void, crashed through the core of a smaller meteorite, and flew out the other end coated in grayish rock dust. "First lap," Raditz said. He exerted force again, this time with a wider arc. His wrist flickered faster, sending Frisia's body whirling like a spinning wheel. Headfirst, feet last, tumbling madly through the vacuum. The shattered meteor remnants were swept by his body, splitting into even smaller fragments. No complete words escaped Frisia's mouth. Only intermittent screams swallowed by the vacuum, faintly transmitted through the vibrations of his tail. Second lap. Raditz switched the tail to his other hand. Third lap. Frisia was hurled away. This time Raditz used even greater force, the acceleration of his wrist dragging a golden afterimage across the vacuum. The last remnants of that weak, golden aura stretched into an ultra-thin streak of light. That streak shot toward the edge of the galaxy like a meteor, moving so fast the naked eye couldn't follow. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Another blink, and it had passed the outer spiral arm of the galaxy, racing into intergalactic space. Eventually, the golden afterimage vanished, completely merging into the deep, dark void, invisible forever. Raditz raised his hand, squinting in that direction for a few seconds. Flew pretty far. Frisia had lost consciousness the instant he was thrown. Now he drifted through uninhabited galaxies at near light speed, likely to take years before colliding with something, or never stopping at all. Raditz wiped the purple stains from his hand onto his pants, then turned to face Earth. All right, the golden punk's dealt with. Time to head home. He flew back toward Earth. Passing the remnants of the shattered planet, he casually kicked a piece of debris, sending it deeper into the void. Behind him, toward the galaxy's edge, there was nothing left. Only a tranquil, empty darkness. The arc traced by that tail had dissolved entirely into the cold silence of space, along with the short figure who once called himself Emperor of the Universe, lost in the boundless void. When Raditz re-entered the atmosphere and landed on the outskirts of West City, Bu was still standing there waiting for him. The pink fatty held a stick picked from the roadside, drawing a new circle on the ground, trapping a second ant inside. "You're back? Where's the shiny golden one?" "Flew away." Flew out of the galaxy. It'll take a long time for him to fly back. Maybe forever. Oh, will he come back for dinner? He doesn't eat dinner. He eats planets. Bu thought for 2 seconds, then tossed the stick away. Then let's not invite him for dinner. Raditz let out a chuckle, patted Bu's round head, and headed toward West City's center. Come on, let's find some dinner. We've had enough exercise today. I need to replenish. The two walked along the asphalt road as the setting sun sank slowly below the horizon behind them. The sky was dyed in a blend of golden red and deep purple, distant clouds rolling and burning like fire. An evening breeze swept over the rice paddies by the road, stirring golden waves with a soft, long rustle in the twilight. The entire earth was quiet, as if nothing extraordinary had ever happened. The night had fully descended by the time Raditz and Bu walked through the doors of a newly opened seafood stall. The neon sign above the entrance read, "Tonight's special garlic oysters, 10 yuan for 3. The pink fatty caught sight of the sign and froze in his tracks, his eyes fixed immovably on the oyster photograph in the advertisement, an absurdly exaggerated drool beginning to pool at the corners of his mouth. Oysters, Bu's voice carried a tone of reverence. I've never eaten them. Then let's eat. Raditz pulled out a plastic chair and sat down. Boss, 30 oysters, 2 gin of grilled shrimp, a plate of stir-fried clams, and a pot of seafood porridge. And 2 bottles of cold beer. The boss bustled off to prepare the order. Bu sat obediently in his chair, his large pink hands resting neatly on his knees, his round face etched with the serene solemnity of one awaiting a sacred feast. Raditz leaned back in his chair, sipping the complimentary tea as his gaze drifted lazily across the pedestrians moving through the evening streets. The nightlife had only just begun. This seafood street bustled with activity, the mingled aromas of charcoal and garlic perfuming the entire alley. The moment the first platter of oysters was set before them, just as Bu's hand reached out to claim one, the darkness overhead suddenly brightened. Not from any artificial light. That radiance seemed to emanate from somewhere far above, as though the sky itself had grown more translucent, the starlight denser than before, and the silhouette of the Milky Way several degrees sharper. Bu's hand halted mid-reach, his head tilting upward. Something is coming from above. Raditz raised his gaze as well. His perceptual network had caught an extraordinarily distinct signal. That signal bore no resemblance to energy fluctuations. It was closer to the phenomenon of existence itself, shifting position as though a domain of absolute authority was drawing near to Earth, the fabric of space automatically warping and parting to clear a path for this presence. The signal was faint and ethereal, so subtle that it would escape notice without deliberate focus. Yet beneath that delicate exterior lay an immeasurable depth, like peering into a bottomless well where no bottom could ever be discerned. Zeno, Raditz set down his chopsticks. He's come for a visit. Bu's hand withdrew. You mean that round little brat you mentioned? Yes, that's him. The starlight in the night sky grew ever brighter, and then, as though an invisible curtain was being torn asunder from within, a slender fissure appeared precisely at the zenith, from which beamed a radiance surpassing even the stars themselves. A figure emerged from the rift, suspended dozens of meters above the seafood stall, gazing down upon the street. Small, round, remarkably small and perfectly round. Zeno's body was no larger than that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, his head disproportionately massive, the crown smooth and bald with 2 peculiar protrusions jutting from either side. His face was smooth and circular, the features scattered across that round visage lending him an air of childish innocence. A tiny nose, a small mouth, and large eyes. His pupils were deep blue like 2 polished gemstones. He wore a white cloak with an upright collar, its hem concealing most of his form, leaving only 2 small booted feet dangling in the air, gently swaying. Zeno tilted that bulbous head of his gaze settling upon the seating area of the seafood stall. You are Raditz. His voice was clear and childlike, yet each syllable carried an unmistakable undertone of absolute certainty. Like a child addressing a toy, his tone was innocent, yet implicitly conveyed a fundamental truth. If he were displeased, the toy would simply be discarded. Raditz rose from his chair, gazing up at the floating Zeno. The two regarded each other across the intervening height. The patrons around them had all frozen in place, not from fear, but from the aura of authority that Zeno automatically radiated, pinning them where they stood as though a pause button had been pressed. Yes, that's me, Raditz replied. And you are Zeno, the supreme ruler who governs all universes. MHM. Zeno nodded, that round head bobbing in the night breeze. I've heard you are formidable, that you've taken in a magic human whom even the destroyer could not be bothered to manage. I've also heard you slew Cell, drove Frisia into exile, and reduced planet Vegeta to dust. So I wish to come see what manner of being you are. What do you see? And what then? Zeno descended. He drifted to a point merely a meter from Raditz, the tips of his feet hovering a finger's height above the ground as he gazed up to examine Raditz. I find you genuinely amusing. You do things others dare not, speak words others would never risk. This is precisely why I have come to tell you something. What is it? I wish to erase this universe. Zeno smiled. That smile was a child's smile, innocent, pure, carrying not the slightest hesitation or burden. For I have already erased several universes. Each time some defiant ones spring up. This time I shall simply wipe out the entire 7th universe entirely and create anew a batch of obedient ones from scratch. What do you think of that? Raditz gazed down at that smiling face. Round, smooth, with curved brows and eyes. Had it not been for the absolute coldness lurking in the depths of those deep blue pupils, anyone would have thought him merely a kindergarten child begging for candy. Are you certain? Raditz asked. Certain indeed. Zeno nodded. I have already spoken with the great priest. We begin tomorrow. Therefore I came today to give you advance warning, so that you... Raditz thrust out his hand. It passed through the invisible barrier surrounding Zeno through that absolute shield, which even the destroyer could not approach, piercing it as easily as tearing through paper. His 5 fingers closed around Zeno's slender neck. Zeno's smile froze. His mouth still held that innocent curve, but his eyes had changed. The deep blue pupils contracted sharply, and for the first time something other than confusion appeared within them. Shock. You. Raditz lifted him upward. That plump, round body swayed twice in the air, tiny legs kicking helplessly, the hem of the white cloak rustling and trembling. So you're the supreme ruler of all universes. Zeno's mouth hung open, yet he did not struggle. As a being of supreme existence, he had never experienced any physical sensation. Never once had anyone been capable of touching his physical form. Yet now the warmth of that hand pressed unmistakably against his skin, the pulse of a heartbeat transmitted through the palm, that crushing pressure locking his entire body in place. His authority, his power, everything about him appeared feeble before that single hand. You can actually touch me. Zeno's voice had diminished. Not only can I touch you, Raditz drew closer, their faces nearly touching, I could crush you into a ball. Do you believe that? Zeno fell silent. Those deep blue eyes fixed upon Raditz, gazing for a very long while. The frozen patrons within the seafood stall maintained their postures from the previous moment. Bu remained suspended with his hand extended toward the oyster. The night wind had stilled the glow of the charcoal, no longer flickered. The rhythm of the entire world had been locked in this single instant. Only Raditz and Zeno continued to move. Raditz loosened his fingers and set Zeno back upon the ground. Those small booted feet finally touched the paving stones with a soft pat. Return to your realm. Raditz said. The affairs of this universe are not your concern. I shall watch over them. Zeno stood upon the ground, that round head slightly tilted. The smile upon his face had faded somewhat, yet it had not transformed into fear or fury. Rather, it was some more complex emotion, like the bewildered wonderment of a child discovering that his beloved toy had suddenly begun to speak. Then I shall take my leave first. He turned and took a step. The rift in the air reopened, and his body rose into it. Before completely vanishing, he glanced back once more at Raditz. The tomorrow he had spoken of he now let pass unmentioned. The rift sealed shut. The starlight dimmed. The street was reclaimed once more by the glow of neon signs and the orange warmth of charcoal fires. The frozen patrons simultaneously drew a breath of relief, lowering their heads to resume drinking and chatting as though nothing whatsoever had transpired. Bu finally obtained that oyster, stuffing it into his mouth in a single bite, his face radiating waves of blissful contentment. Raditz settled back into the plastic chair, lifting his cold beer for a sip. The chill was penetrating, bittersweet. He gazed down at the surging foam within his glass, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. Round little brat. Just like that. When King Zeno passed through the crack in the sky and returned to his own realm, his feet trod upon a patch of soft white cloud. His divine palace floated in the void, surrounded by eternal radiance and quietly rotating star charts. The Grand Minister stood at the entrance of the divine palace, awaiting him, a smile upon his face, yet those eyes had captured an extremely subtle shift in King Zeno's expression. Upon landing, King Zeno said nothing. He walked to the seat that belonged to him at the center of the divine palace, did not sit upon it, and simply stood there with his back turned to the Grand Minister. Your Majesty, the Grand Minister's voice gentle and patient, it seems you encountered some unexpected matters on this journey. King Zeno fell silent for 2 seconds. He touched me. The Grand Minister's smile froze for a fleeting moment. For him, that was already an exceedingly rare emotional fluctuation. Who? That's Saiyan Raditz. King Zeno turned around, his round face etched with a complicated expression, lips slightly pursed, a thin sheen of light swirling within his deep blue eyes. He grasped my throat with his hand, and I could feel the warmth of his skin. No one has ever been able to touch me. The Grand Minister stepped closer, his expression regaining composure, though his voice carried a newfound caution. Did he cause you any harm? No, he merely squeezed once, and then released me. He said, return to your divine palace, so I came back. King Zeno's eye sockets began to redden. As those tears seeped from the edges of his deep blue pupils, their form was extraordinary. Not rounded droplets, but square pixelated granules. One by one they rolled down his cheeks, landing upon his white cloak with an almost inaudible ticking sound. Each pixelated tear shimmered with a faint luminescence like shattered diamonds. He makes me feel. King Zeno's voice dwindled, so strange. I have lived for so long, and no one has ever made me feel fear before. The Grand Minister bent down and squatted before King Zeno. He was the only being in the universe daring enough to do so, and the only one who could remain serene amid King Zeno's emotional turbulence. Your Majesty, you need not be afraid. Your authority surpasses all existence in the universe, including that Saiyan. But he can touch me. My protections are useless against him. The Grand Minister was silent for several seconds. He raised his hand and gently brushed away a pixelated tear from King Zeno's cheek. That tiny cube shimmered for a moment between his fingers before dissolving into scattered motes of light that drifted into the air. This is indeed an unprecedented event. I will monitor his movements closely. Should he make any move against you, I will take corresponding measures. King Zeno sniffled, and the tears on his round face finally ceased. He said he would crush me into a ball. He said he would. But he did not, your majesty. He chose to let you return, which indicates he holds no genuine malice toward you. King Zeno pondered for a long while, his massive round head tilting this way and then that before his expression gradually shifted from grievance to something suspended between curiosity and reverence. Then I shall postpone erasing the universe for now. Let me observe what he does next. If he does something entertaining, I shall spare him. If he does something dull. He lifted his head, and a faint gleam returned to his deep blue eyes. Then you shall deal with him. As you command. The Grand Minister rose to his full height, stepped back 2 paces, and resumed his eternally composed smile. Would you like to rest? I wish to sleep. King Zeno climbed onto that seat, wrapped his white cloak tightly around himself, and curled into a small ball. His eyes closed, his breathing evened out. Traces of those pixel tears still lingered on his cheeks as faint glowing trails like meteoric contrails slowly fading away. The Grand Minister stood at the entrance of the divine palace, the tip of his staff in hand emitting a faint glow. He gazed into the depths of the void, his eyes seeming to pierce through boundless space and alight upon that blue planet. His smile remained gentle, but deep within his eyes something flickered silently. Earth. The seafood stall was nearly closing for the night. Raditz tossed the shell of the last oyster into the trash bin, picked up his phone from the table, and glanced at a message from Bulma, asking whether he would be returning to sleep at home. Raditz replied, not coming back. A bench by the roadside will suffice, and slid the phone back into his pocket. Bu let out a contented burp, his round belly swaying gently in the night breeze. Will King Zeno come again? Yes, but next time he will bring something. He will not come to fight. How do you know? Because I made him understand one thing: no matter how formidable he is, he remains nothing but a round sphere whose neck was once squeezed. He has tasted that fear, and henceforth before doing anything he will think of my face first. That is deterrence enough. Bu nodded with half comprehension, then suddenly broke into a smile. What did that little guy look like when he cried? Pixelated tears, Raditz said. Little cubes rolling down his face one by one. Quite beautiful. Bu's eyes lit up. Pixelated tears. Can I go watch him cry next time? That depends on whether you have the courage to enter his divine palace. Yes, I am extremely brave. Just take me in. Raditz chuckled without responding. He stood at the entrance of the stall, feeling the night wind against his face, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing up at the sky. That expanse of stars was identical to before. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens, overhead starlight, flowing in quiet languid currents. Yet Raditz knew that beyond that starlight, within some divine palace, King Zeno lay curled upon his seat, in slumber, pixel tear marks still faintly visible upon his cheeks. The supreme ruler of the universe had become a weeping child after Raditz had squeezed his throat a single time. The situation itself was absurd. Bu handed him a skewer of unfinished grilled shrimp from beside him. Would you eat this? I cannot finish it. Raditz took the skewer and bit into the shrimp. The meat was sweet and bouncy, the aroma of garlic blossoming across his tongue. Not bad. This establishment has skill. I shall return another time. The two made their way along the deserted street toward the heart of the city. Street lights elongated their shadows. Occasionally a stray cat leaped over a wall, casting a swift silhouetted darkness beneath the lamplight before vanishing in an instant. In the distance, the deep and lingering whistle of a train entering the station sounded as though the city itself were shifting restlessly in its dreams. The city had grown still. All battles, all negotiations, all displays of dominance and intimidation had drawn to a close. The warm yellow halos of street lamps illuminated the empty streets, shining upon the two retreating figures, one tall and lean, the other short and round, merging their silhouettes into the depths of the night. Wind swept in from the alley mouth, rattling the plastic menu hanging at the entrance of the seafood stall. The proprietor was packing up, stacking tables and chairs one by one, and carrying them indoors, humming a tune too indistinct to discern. Earth's night had finally sunk into its deepest slumber. On the morning after Omni-King's departure, Raditz sat up from a bench in Central Park, rubbing the back of his neck. The temperature had dropped a few degrees during the night, and the dew on the bench had soaked a dark patch into the plaid shirt on his back. He stood up, nonchalantly wrung out the shirt, and water droplets splattered onto the grass like a tiny drizzle. Bu was still curled up asleep on the grass nearby, his round body resembling a pink furball, his snoring so loud it made the surrounding blades of grass tremble slightly. Raditz didn't wake him. He walked alone toward the edge of the city at a moderate pace, passing through streets that were just stirring to life in the early morning. Steam billowed from the steaming baskets of breakfast stalls, and a few joggers passed by him, but no one noticed this long-haired man. He stopped by a river at the city's edge, squatted down, cupped some cold water to wash his face, then stood up and gazed at the void above the river's surface. That space appeared different to his eyes than to ordinary people. He could perceive a nearly invisible membrane-like structure undulating slowly, the boundary of cosmic rules, a layer that ordinary beings could never touch in a lifetime. He extended 2 fingers and made a gentle slicing motion toward that direction. Space opened. The rift was just wide enough for one person to pass through sideways. The light emanating from within was neither white nor black, but a nearly transparent gray that hovered between the two. Raditz slipped through the rift sideways, and the opening closed behind him, leaving no trace. On the other side of the rift was nothingness. No stars, no dust, no temperature, no concept of up or down, only an infinite absolute blankness, where even time became blurred. This was the interstice between universes, a domain accessible only to beings of Omni-King's level. Any ordinary creature stepping here would be reduced to fundamental particles, not even leaving a soul behind. Raditz stood in the void. There was no solid ground beneath his feet, yet he walked as if on level ground. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing through that grayish transparent emptiness, and locked onto a small object floating in the distance. A piece of bone roughly the length of a forearm, silvery white, all over its surface entwined, with fine golden patterns, with faint light flickering at the broken end. That was something he had casually torn from the edge of Omni-King's domain during his last visit to cause trouble. A solidified structure formed from Omni-King's domain fragments. Theoretically something only Omni-King himself had the right to touch. But Raditz had simply reached out and grabbed that bone-shaped substance, then forgotten it after tossing it into the void layer. He walked over and scooped up the bone fragment. It was cool and smooth to the touch, and the golden patterns on its surface radiated a faint warmth in his palm. He scraped its surface with his fingernail to test its hardness. It was incredibly tough, immeasurably harder than Earth's diamond, and its edges and corners were sharp enough. Perfect, he said, twirling the bone in his hand. There's a piece of oyster shell stuck between my teeth from last night that I couldn't get out. He sharpened one end of the divine dragon bone, then held it up and meticulously picked his teeth. The bone tips scraped back and forth between his teeth a couple of times, dislodging a tiny paper-thin fragment of oyster shell. He blew the fragment away and smacked his lips with satisfaction. Works well. I'll keep it as a portable tool. He tucked the divine dragon bone into his pants side pocket, leaving a silver tip with golden patterns protruding. It looked like a strangely designed high-end toothpick. The void was utterly silent. No wind, no breath. But he could hear his own heartbeat echoing in the emptiness, steady as a clock. He stood in the blankness and pondered for a few seconds. Omni-King should still be crying in his palace, and the Grand Minister was probably consoling him. The 7th universe was safe for now, at least for the next tens of thousands of years. No large-scale purges would come. Life on Earth could continue peacefully. All right, he stretched and his bones emitted a series of subtle cracks. Time to go home for breakfast. When he tore open space and reappeared by the river, the sun had already risen to the height of 2 or 3 bamboo poles above the horizon. The mist over the river was dissipating, and someone in the distance was walking a dog. Everything was as usual. When Raditz returned to Central Park, Beau was already awake. The pink fatty was crouching on the lawn surrounded by a group of children who had come out for an early morning walk. Beau was holding a beetle he had caught from the grass, showing the kids how it flipped over. He turned the beetle onto its back in his palm, and the little creature's 6 legs flailed in the air for a while before it managed to flip back over. Beau chuckled, and the children laughed along. When Raditz walked over, Beau looked up, his eyes brightening. You're back? Where did you go just now? Went to the universe's interstice to pick my teeth. Pick your teeth? Where did you go to pick your teeth? Went to find a divine dragon bone. Raditz pulled the silver bone from his pocket and waved it. A good thing. I'll carry it with me from now on. Beau leaned in to look at the divine dragon bone, reached out to touch it, but Raditz pulled his hand back. Don't touch it. It has residual energy from Omni-King's domain. It'll make you uncomfortable. Beau withdrew his hand, eyeing the bone curiously. Looks like a big bone. Can you make soup with it? Never tried, but it probably won't soften. The kids crowded in to see the bone too, and Raditz held it higher. Kids, don't look. This is an adult's tool. Beau waved at the children. Okay, no more looking. Let's go feed the pigeons. The pink fatty led the group of kids scampering toward the other end of the park, leaving a trail of cheerful footprints and laughter on the lawn. Raditz stood in the morning light, tucked the divine dragon bone back into his pocket, and headed toward the park exit. The sunlight cast a short shadow of him. The sky overhead was a clear, transparent blue, and a few sparrows flew up from the branches and swooped past his head. In the distance, Beau was feeding pigeons with children jumping and shouting around him. The flapping of pigeon wings mingled with laughter scattered by the morning breeze. Raditz walked with his hands in the pockets of his plaid shirt. The divine dragon bone rested quietly against his leg, carrying the faint chill of Omni-King's domain. He had used this object, one that even Omni-King himself might not casually wield, to pick his teeth, and now he kept it in his pocket, planning to use it again in the future. There was probably no one else in the world who could handle the domain fragment of the supreme being of the universe in such a manner. When he reached the park gate, he stopped and looked back at Beau, who was still wrestling with the pigeons on the lawn. Fatty, after breakfast it's time to get to work. Beau tossed out the last handful of pigeon feed and sprinted toward Raditz. Coming. What's for breakfast today? Jianbing guozi. Yage. The pink fatty's voice echoed in the morning breeze, crisp and clear merging into the city's just-begun bustle and vitality. Behind them on the lawn the pigeons were scrambling for the food crumbs Bu had left their wings flapping in a cacophony. Sunlight bathed every corner of the park, and even the dewdrops sparkled on the blades of grass. There were 7 or 8 people in line at the gymbing stall. Bu stood at the very end stamping his feet in agitation. His round pink face was scrunched into a frown, his eyes locked onto the pancake being flipped in the vendor's hands, a muffled growling sound escaping his throat. Raditz leaned against a nearby telephone pole scrolling through his phone. Bulma had sent him a string of messages. You didn't come back last night. Will that cat come again? Your brother came looking for me again this morning, asking how to turn his hair red. So annoying. He swiped through the messages and replied with 3 characters, can't be bothered. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket. The line moved forward 3 spots. Bu swallowed hard and continued waiting. Raditz lifted his head, his gaze drifting above the gymbing stall through the haze of cooking fumes toward a direction he rarely paid any attention to. In Universe 10, a surge of intense obsessive energy was fluctuating erratically somewhere within that universe at an extremely high frequency, like a machine that had broken down yet refused to stop running. The Human Zero Project, Raditz frowned. That guy started chanting again. Bu came scurrying back with his finally obtained jianbing, taking a huge bite. His cheeks puffed out like 2 small hills. MMPH. What did you say? There's some lunatic who wants to annihilate all of mankind. I've got to go take a look. Bu swallowed hard, fighting through the food in his mouth. I'm coming too. You stay here and finish your breakfast. I'll be right back. Raditz turned and walked a few steps into the alley, his figure disappearing around the corner. Bu still had the jianbing in his mouth, mumbling something incoherent, then lowered his head to continue his battle with the food. The Kai's palace in Universe 10 floated within an emerald green starfield. Zama stood on the observation deck outside the palace, both hands resting on the railing, his gaze piercing through the star chart before him into the depths of the universe, where countless life signals clustered like stars. His lips carried a smile both pitiful and cold, a smile belonging to one who had already convinced themselves they were the sole embodiment of justice, where all who disagreed were errors that needed to be purged. Humanity, he murmured to himself, will only solve problems through violence. They only repeat the same mistakes. They only destroy everything they themselves create. Such beings do not deserve the universe's grace. He raised his right hand, energy gathering at his fingertips into a sphere of light. Within that sphere, a real-time projection of a distant planet was reflected. Humans there were at war, artillery fire igniting vast forests, cities burning, children weeping among the ruins. Look, they're killing again. This is the true nature of humanity. And yourself. A voice came from behind Zama's. He spun around sharply to find a long-haired man standing at the edge of the observation deck, hands stuffed in his pockets, a freshly closed spatial rift lying at his feet. Raditz raised his head, sweeping his gaze across the surrounding scenery. Nice place here. Way more impressive than Universe 7's Kai's palace. Too bad the residents don't have working brains. Zama's pupils contracted. Who are you? How did you breach the Kai realm of Universe 10? Raditz, Scion from Universe 7. He tilted his head. You're Zama's, right? The one planning this Human Zero project. Zama's expression darkened. You know of my plan. I know a bit. You spend all day muttering about eliminating humans because they wage wars, cause destruction, have selfish desires, so they don't deserve to live. You think you're superior to humanity. Raditz walked over and leaned against the railing of the observation deck. But you just said humans only solve problems with violence. Your plan to eliminate humanity. Aren't you also using violence? Zama's lips pressed tight together. This is the execution of justice. It is fundamentally different from humanity's violence. How so? When you use your fists to kill people, it's justice. When they use their fists to kill, it's evil. Does your logic have the same problem as your digestive system? Raditz turned to look at him. I've heard that same old speech 800 times across the universe. Every nutjob who wants to play savior uses the exact same lines. I'm right, you're wrong, so me killing you is completely justified. Zama's fingers tightened around the railing's edge, his knuckles blanching. You wouldn't understand. I am a Kai candidate. I've observed the histories of countless planets. Humanity's flaws have never changed. They can only exist. Raditz cut him off. Humans do stupid things, wage wars, hurt each other. But they also eat, laugh, have children, hold the ones they love, while sleeping at night. After watching for a few hundred years, you only notice the bad parts. Did your eyes grow in crooked eye? A dark crimson fury flooded Zama's face. He raised his hand toward Raditz's palm, filling with an emerald green energy sphere. I don't need to argue with you. Since you've chosen humanity's side, then you like them should be. Raditz reached out and grabbed the energy sphere. The emerald light burst in his palm, then was crushed between his 5 fingers until nothing remained. Zama's expression shifted. That pellet had been condensed from his ki. Even if it could only destroy a single city, being crushed barehanded meant the opponent's power far exceeded his current perception. That Human Zero project of yours, Raditz brushed the light dust from his hand. You'd better stop it right now. Otherwise I'll personally come break the fingers you used to execute justice. Zama's retreated half a step. On his face, fury and wariness were locked in fierce battle. Raditz didn't press further. He simply straightened his posture and stepped toward the edge of the observation deck. I'm leaving. Think it over carefully. Do you want to be the kind of lunatic spouting nonsense in a temple, or do you want to be a normal Kai? The spatial rift opened again. He sidestepped through it. The moment the rift sealed shut, the final words Zama's heard drifting in were Zero Project. You can't even handle a single Scion. What zero are you zeroing? On the observation deck, only Zama's remained. He stood there, his clenched fists slowly relaxing. The residual light from the crushed energy sphere still drifted through the air, reflecting in his pupils like a dying firework. By the time Raditz returned to Earth, Bu had already finished the Jianbing and was squatting by the roadside, licking the sauce off his fingers. When he spotted him emerging from the alley, the pink fatty immediately stood up and waved. You're back? How's that lunatic doing? Still trembling with rage in the temple. Raditz walked past him. But a man like that won't change his mind without a beating. He'll definitely try something. He'll probably use something like the Dragon Balls or a time ring to get himself a new body. Bu finished licking his last finger and thought it over seriously. So can I come along and punch him next time? Depends on how he decides to get himself killed. If it's a big scene, I'll bring you along. 2 days later, at a certain point in time and universe, Tenna Zamasu stood before an altar suspended in the starry void, hands clasped together, facing an ancient set of ritual instruments. His face bore an expression of both piety and twisted fervor as his lips moved, murmuring archaic incantations. A luminous projection before him displayed a real-time image of the blue planet in Universe 7. On Earth, Son Goku was chopping wood in the mountains, chatting with Chi-Chi about mundane matters, while Son Gohan practiced his ki control nearby. A perfect vessel, Zamasu's voice carried a suppressed frenzy. The power, the talent, the potential of the Saiyan Kakarot. You use that body to protect those inferior beings. But once I take over, I will use it to purify this world. The radiance on the altar blazed brilliantly. The fabric of time and space twisted violently in that region. Zamasu's body began to turn translucent, while the distant figure of Goku flickered with a blurred resonance. The two bodies exchanged places in some unobservable dimension. Zamasu, now inhabiting Goku's physical shell, slowly opened his eyes. The eyes were no longer Goku's gentle, curious black pupils, but Zamasu's own sharp, cold, pale green vertical slits. He looked down at his newly acquired hands. The muscular contours of the Saiyan body were clearly defined, and the ki, gathering in his palm, surged with power several times greater than his original form. This body is even better than I imagined. Zamasu clenched his fist and curled his lips into a cruel smile. The Saiyan combat instinct, the infinite potential for evolution, and all the unique opportunities that only Son Goku has encountered. Now I possess them all. He raised his head, gazing towards Universe 7. Raditz, you humiliated me last time. Now I'll settle that score using your brother's body. You should be delighted to see this face again. Earthwest City. Raditz was picking out watermelons at a roadside stall. He was bent over, tapping and feeling the melons on an old farmer's cart, while Bu squatted nearby, watching him expectantly. The sun was blazing, beads of water rolled on the watermelon rinds, and the old farmer fanned himself with a straw hat, extolling the virtues of one melon's sandy flesh and another's juiciness. Raditz chose one and was about to pay when his hand paused. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over the flimsy plastic sunshades above the stall towards the distant horizon in the west. A powerful ki was descending towards Earth, astonishingly strong. And it was a ki he recognized, Son Goku's. But the tone within that ki was completely wrong. The gentle, magnanimous quality that belonged to Goku was gone, replaced by a cold, hard malice filled with intense bigotry and contempt. Tisk, Raditz put down the watermelon. He actually went and swapped bodies. Black Goku decelerated outside Earth's atmosphere, his body piercing through the clouds and landing in a field on the outskirts of West City. The Scion's feet sank into the soft, loamy soil, flattening a patch of rice seedlings around him. He straightened up, flexing every joint in his new body. He clenched his fists and released them, feeling the satisfying sensation of air rushing between his fingers. This body is indeed perfect, he muttered to himself. Then he looked up and saw a figure approaching in the distance. A long-haired man in a plaid shirt and jeans, followed by a big pink fatty. Raditz walked with a lazy swagger, as if out for a stroll. He didn't even quicken his pace upon seeing Black Goku. He stopped about 5 or 6 meters away, looking the man up and down. Goku's face, Goku's build, Goku's spiky black hair. But the eyes and brows carried all the sharpness and malevolence of someone else entirely. Zamasu, Raditz said, you really have no shame. Stealing my brother's body for your own use. Black Goku smiled. A cold, smug smile that had never appeared on Goku's face before. Your brother's body belongs to me now? This power, this potential, this Saiyan combat instinct. I will use it to execute the Zero Mortals plan. You will be the first. He assumed a fighting stance, a habitual opening posture of Goku's, but the aura around it was completely different. Raditz stared at this creature wearing his brother's face and making such a spectacle, and fell silent for 2 seconds. Do you know what you look like right now, eh? Like what? Like a thief who stole someone else's coat. The coat looks nice, but you can't pull it off. You're just a pathetic imitator. Black Goku's mouth twitched. Your tongue is still sharp. Will you still be saying that when I've torn your head off? He moved. The speed of this body was more than double that of Zamasu's original Kai body. The Saiyan neural responses and explosive power allowed him to close the distance to Raditz in an instant. A fist wrapped in purple-black, he hurtled towards Raditz's face. The fusion of power and murderous intent was more ferocious than any version of Goku Raditz could remember. Raditz didn't dodge. He raised his hand and caught the fist between two fingers. The impact sounded like clashing metal. A shockwave erupted from the point of contact, flattening the surrounding rice seedlings in concentric rings. Black Goku's expression stiffened. What? You stole my brother's body, yet your punch is about as strong as my brother's was 10 years ago. Raditz tightened his fingers. The pressure around Black Goku's knuckles produced an unsettling creak. And you want to use this body to complete your pathetic plan? You can't even touch me. Black Goku gritted his teeth and yanked his hand back, leaving two faint red pressure marks on his fist. His pupils contracted for a moment, but the Saiyan body's instincts kicked in. Anger ignited the power deep in his bloodline. His ki surged rapidly, and faint red markings began to appear at the corners of his eyes. Anger makes me stronger. The potential of this body is far greater than I thought. Your anger? Raditz took a step forward. That's Son Goku's anger. You stole his body, and even your anger is borrowed from him. Where are your own emotions? Besides feeling self-important, do you have any other feelings? Black Goku froze, just for half a second, but that was enough. Raditz's hand was already at his forehead, his fingertip touching it gently. The force of that single finger was not immense, but Black Goku was sent flying as if struck head-on by a train at full speed. He was lifted off his feet, tumbled through the air 7 or 8 times, smashed through a distant barn, shattered the stacked burlap sacks inside, and rolled all the way to the irrigation ditch at the edge of the field, before finally stopping. Covered in mud, he pushed himself up, looking down at his tattered GI and bruised skin. The faint red markings at the corners of his eyes were rapidly fading. Raditz's voice came from afar, as clear as if he were whispering right into his ear across the entire field. Go back and find your own body. Stop parading around in someone else's clothes like a fool. If you ever dare show your face in front of me again, I'll break every bone in this body before returning it to Kakarot. Black Goku's lips trembled. He gripped the ridge of the field and stood up, his whole body aching, but his gaze remained stubborn. He stared at the distant figure standing against the light for a moment, then finally turned and flew up into the sky. That trail of purple-black energy streaked away and vanished into the clouds, leaving only the flattened rice seedlings and a collapsed barn above the field. Buu came running over from the other side of the ridge, still carrying the watermelon Raditz had picked out. He ran away. Yeah, but he'll be back. Raditz took the watermelon and weighed it in his hand. Next time he comes, it won't be with this face. Hopefully his own face is a bit more pleasant to look at. He tucked the watermelon under his arm and turned to head back towards West City. Buu bounced along behind him, chattering on about how that punch was thrown, how the barn collapsed, and how they were going to eat the watermelon that night. Raditz casually brushed off his questions, his voice dissolving into a faint, cheerful echo across the afternoon field. In the distance inside the collapsed barn, grains of wheat were still trickling out of the torn burlap sacks, mixing with the mud and emitting a simple, faintly sweet fragrance. When Raditz walked back to West City with the watermelon in his arms, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Buu followed behind him, kicking stones along the roadside, still asking whether the watermelon should be sliced thick or thin and whether it could be eaten with chili powder. Just as Raditz was about to answer, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He glanced down at the emerald green watermelon cradled in his arms, then looked up at the ashen sky obscured by clouds overhead. His sensing net expanded to its maximum range, extending outward from Earth's surface and piercing through the paper-thin barrier of the temporal dimension to reach another parallel timeline. On that timeline, Earth was shrouded in 2 familiar auras, Zamasu's and Black Goku's. 2 versions of the same soul jointly ruled over a dead blue planet. Future timeline, Raditz said, handing the watermelon to Buu. Hold this for me. I'll be right back, and we'll cut it when I return. Where are you going? To clean up the mess in that world where their bodies were stolen. A spatial rift opened before him, revealing grayish-white light from within. Raditz stepped through sideways, and the rift closed behind him. In the future world, this timeline lagged roughly a decade behind the main Earth. That once thriving blue planet had become a colossal gray graveyard. The city lay in ruins, streets overrun with wild grass, while among the wreckage of buildings lay rusted cars and weathered bones. The sky was forever shrouded in gray-brown dust, with sunlight barely penetrating the thick haze to cast dim yellow shadows across the ground. The surviving humans huddled deep within the ruins and underground shelters, fewer than 1% of their original numbers. They lived like rats in burrows, evading the 2 elusive hunters who stalked the skies. Atop the rubble of the tallest skyscraper, 2 figures stood side by side, overlooking the city. Zamasu, the Zamasu of this timeline, wore a gentle yet chilling smile. Can you feel it? The human presence grows thinner with each passing year. In a few more years, this planet will fall completely silent. Beside him stood Black Goku, wearing the same smile on Son Goku's face, but with brighter, more eager eyes. The cleansing is proceeding smoother than expected. Before long, this universe will be restored to its proper purity. I wonder what those mortals in other universes would make of such news. A voice echoed from behind them. Both figures froze, simultaneously spinning around with such speed that they tore through the air, but the sight before them made them both catch their breath. Raditz leaned against a rebar protruding from the edge of the skyscraper. Rubble arms crossed, his gaze calm as he regarded them both. His shadow stretched across the rooftop in an elongated dark band beneath the dim yellow sunlight, covering nearly half the surface. You? Black Goku's pupils contracted for a moment. How did you get here? You don't belong on this timeline. I came to see what kind of mess you two have made. Raditz's gaze swept across the ruined city beneath their feet, the barren fields in the distance, and beyond them, the collapsing overpasses and withered forests. Just the two of you, and you've reduced a perfectly good Earth to this state. Zamasu stepped forward half a pace, his expression shifting from shock to a fanatical resolve. Are you trying to stop us? Mortal, even a powerful one like you should not interfere with this purification. Humanity. It's not your place to purify humanity. Raditz rose from his lean against the rebar, drawing his hands from his pockets. You two are the same brain split into two shells, each more self-righteous than the other. And you, the one who stole someone else's body. I don't like that face of yours. And you, authentic Zamasu, you're even more detestable than the body stealer, because you carry that extra layer of disgust, the arrogance of, I'm the original, therefore I'm greater. Both Zamasu's faces darkened simultaneously. Black Goku moved first, his body far stronger than what Raditz had encountered on the main timeline. Having ruled Earth for years and devoured countless lives, his combat power had surpassed its original limits. He charged forward, a purple-black aura trailing behind him, like an unfurled banner, his fist aimed straight at Raditz's heart. Raditz reached out and caught his fist, then pulled him toward himself. Black Goku lost his balance and stumbled forward. Raditz's knee drove into his ribcage, and the crisp sound of breaking bone echoed across the empty rooftop. Black Goku's mouth opened wide, but only a short gasp escaped. The force of the knee drive sent him flying backward, smashing through half a wall and crashing onto the floor of the level below, sending rubble and dust billowing upward. Zamasu made no move to help his companion. Instead, he pressed his palms together before his chest and condensed an emerald green orb of energy, its volume swelling rapidly to a 2-meter diameter as the storm of energy within emitted a high-pitched shriek. Even if you can defeat one of us, you cannot stop the will of God. I am immortal. Immortal. Raditz walked toward him. Your voice was trembling when you said that. He raised his hand and slapped the surface of the emerald green orb. All the energy storms within were instantly suppressed, like a hand pressing down on the lid of a boiling pot. Then he raised his other hand and grabbed Zamasu by the throat. The same experience as Piccolo replayed. Zamasu found himself pinned, his boasted divine protection pierced like paper, every struggle rendered futile against that crushing grip. You've turned Earth into this hellish state. Raditz's fingers began to tighten. You've destroyed so many buildings and killed so many people. Now that I'm here, what do you think will happen next? Zamasu's lips moved several times before he managed a broken utterance. You cannot kill a god. You're right. Conventional methods indeed cannot kill an immortal body at the level of a king of gods. Raditz glanced back at Black Goku, who was pulling himself from the rubble. But I'm in a bad mood today, so I'll use unconventional methods. He released Zamasu's neck and reached toward the spatial rift that had already formed in the air. He thrust both hands into the rift's inner layer, grasped something invisible, and tore outward with all his strength. It wasn't space he was tearing, it was the timeline itself. The entire future timeline crumpled in his hands like paper being crushed, folding, twisting, compressing. All events that had occurred on this timeline. Zamasu's ambition, Black Goku's massacre, the survivor's flight, were all kneaded into a single mass by that brute force, compressed into a gray orb the size of a fist. This timeline has no future, Raditz said, holding the gray orb. Because I have no intention of letting it continue to exist. He squeezed his hands together, and the orb detonated in his palms, scattering into countless fine particles of light that drifted in all directions. The gray-brown dust in the sky began to churn violently, fading, dissipating. The ruins on the ground started to blur like an old, faded photograph, curling and burning in fire. The two figures of Zamasu also gradually became transparent, thin, and ultimately vanished completely in that fading, without even a scream escaping their lips. Raditz stood atop the skyscraper rubble, watching the entire world beneath his feet melt and reform. New space was being reconstructed upon these ruins. Blue sky and sunlight penetrated once again through the dispersing dust clouds, and streets once overgrown with wild grass began to reveal their original appearance from decades ago. He turned and stepped through the spatial rift behind him, returning to his own timeline, and brushed the dust from his shoulders. Bu was still waiting where he had left him, cradling the watermelon in his arms. You're back? Why did it take so long? Things were quite messy over there. I cleaned them up. So are we cutting the watermelon or not? Yes, we are. Raditz took the watermelon from his hands. Let's find a cool place to cut it open and eat. The two of them walked along the street toward the park, and behind them, the spatial rift slowly closed. The future timeline had vanished along with all the suffering and sorrow contained within it, like a nightmare thoroughly erased. And at this very moment the watermelon lay cool in Raditz's arms, water droplets still clinging to its rind sparkling in the afternoon sunlight. When the watermelon was sliced open, the red flesh glistened with moisture, and the black seeds shone like polished obsidian. Bew squatted on the park grass devouring a huge chunk of watermelon with his head bowed low. Juice ran down his chin onto his chest, but he took no notice, his face smeared crimson from the flesh. Raditz sat on the bench using that fragment of divine dragon bone to carefully pick out each watermelon seed one by one and place it on a napkin beside him, his movements unhurried and deliberate, as if engaged in some exquisite craft. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled spots of gold on the two of them. Somewhere in the distance children climbed up and down a slide, their crisp laughter carried softly on the breeze. Everything was quiet save for the crunching sound of Bew gnawing the rind. Raditz finished picking out the last seed, took a bite of the sweet flesh, and the sugar bloomed across his tongue. Just as he was about to speak, his chewing faltered. The detection net had registered another signal. It bore a resemblance to the higher dimensional resonance of the previous Supreme Kai, but this carried a thread of familiarity. The residual frequency left behind when that future timeline he had shattered and reforged once brushed against his existence. Two filaments twisted together within the same signal. TCH. He set the watermelon aside. There's another one. Bew looked up, watermelon seeds clinging to the corners of his mouth. Someone else coming. Another Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai from another timeline. The one whose remnants had not fully perished after I crushed that future, drifting into the interstitial layer and reassembling. He is heading this way now. Bew blinked twice. He's here for revenge. I don't know, but since he's coming, let's go meet him. He left the watermelon on the bench and walked toward the open lawn at the park center. Before he had taken more than a dozen steps, the sky overhead plunged into darkness, and a fissure spanning dozens of meters slowly tore open high above. What tumbled through the rift lacked the refined elegance of last time. It resembled a porcelain vessel smashed and pieced back together. The Supreme Kai's rotund body webbed with cracks, half of his deep blue pupils fractured, his left arm gone, leaving only an empty sleeve fluttering in the wind. His face retained that childlike roundness, but his expression carried something the previous Supreme Kai had lacked: hatred. A hatred honed through utter devastation, reforged with obsession and madness. Raditz. The voice was shattered and hoarse. You destroyed my timeline, my universe, everything I owned. I clawed my way back from the ruins with my last breath solely to let you know. Even half of what remains of me can drag you straight to hell. He raised his remaining hand, and the sky above the entire planet began to warp at his fingertips. The atmosphere curled like paper crumpled in a colossal grip, clouds compressed into jagged shapes, and everything on the ground trembled. He intended to compress the entire planet into a single point and bury it alongside Raditz. Raditz looked up at the sky, watching the clouds twist into grotesque forms and the sunlight gradually distort. He turned his head and cast a glance at the pink figure behind him, still happily munching watermelon. Bew get into a spatial rift and hide for 10 minutes. Bew swallowed, his mouth full of flesh rose with the remaining watermelon cradled in his arms, and a rift opened behind him. He waved to Raditz and slipped inside, the rift sealed shut. The distortion in the sky intensified. Distant buildings began tilting, streets split open, and fragments of stone lifted from the ground, drifting upward. The Supreme Kai's pupils blazed with deranged light. His hand continued to tighten. He meant to crush this blue planet and his enemy into oblivion together. You ruined me, he rasped, and I will ruin everything you hold dear. Raditz stood his ground, hands still in his pockets. You're wrong. Wrong. First, I didn't destroy your timeline. I merely shattered and reforged it. If you had been willing to accept the new timeline circumstances, you could have thrived. And second, you think this planet is what I care about most. He raised his hand, aiming directly at the frenzied Supreme Kai hovering above. You charge in to take revenge without even knowing what I value. Tell me, who deserves to fail more, you or me? The moment his palm aligned with his target, his released energy blanketed the entire sky in a fraction of a second. The space surrounding the Supreme Kai's remnant was locked, severing the power that compressed Earth at its source, like a hand grasping the wrist of someone wringing out a towel, freezing every motion instantly. The Supreme Kai's pupils contracted violently. His tightening hand was frozen midair, every fingertip immobilized. You? How is this possible? You suppress even the authority of a Supreme Kai. Double the roundness, Raditz said. Not bad to handle. His fingers closed. Space itself contracted within his palm. The region where the Supreme Kai's remnant resided was seized by an invisible grip, shrinking, compressing, folding in on itself relentlessly. His cracked round face displayed a flicker of bewilderment in those final moments. Then came the twin streams of pixel tears, larger and denser than the previous Supreme Kai's, pouring from shattered eye sockets and dissolving midair into a cascade of shimmering luminous cubes. Then he was gone, compressed into a fist-sized gray sphere of light that settled into Raditz's palm. Raditz glanced down at the sphere, weighing it slightly. If you merged with the other Supreme Kai, you might have formed a complete one. But never mind. Keeping you would serve no purpose. He gave a gentle squeeze, and the sphere shattered into motes of light that dispersed into the air. All distortion in the sky ceased. Clouds unfurled. Sunlight streamed through once more. The tilted buildings slowly righted themselves. Cracks in the earth sealed one by one. Floating stones fell back to the ground with a continuous rustling. The entire city seemed to awaken from a nightmare. Bew poked his pink head from the reopened rift. Is it over? It's over. Raditz returned to the bench, picked up the half-eaten watermelon, and resumed gnawing. 2 supreme kais handled in one go. Next time any remnants surface, I'll just bundle them together and send them back in one package. Bew emerged from the rift and sat back on the grass. He glanced down at the half-watermelon he had protected in his arms and exhaled in relief. Good thing the watermelon survived. Watermelon matters more than a supreme kai. The two of them finished the watermelon under the restored sunlight. In the distance, children began climbing and sliding on the slide again, their laughter drifting once more across the grass. Those few minutes of catastrophic upheaval seemed as though erased from everyone's memory entirely, leaving no trace behind. Only a few discarded rind fragments dotted the park lawn, carried by the wind until they rolled beneath the roots of a tree, becoming shelter for some passing ant. Bew finished his last bite, leaned contentedly against the leg of the bench, and let out a satisfied burp. Warm sunlight poured down from above, gently heating his pink skin. Raditz sat on the bench, using that fragment of divine dragon bone to scrape the sticky juice from his fingers, then tucked it back into his pocket. He treated the divine dragon bone, impervious even to nuclear blasts, as nothing more than a toothpick. That was likely the universe's exclusive luxury. Not dealing with anything today, he said. We'll see about tomorrow. I sit in the void using a Dragon Ball bone as a toothpick to clean my teeth. The next morning, Raditz woke earlier than usual. The dew on the bench in Central Park of West City was heavier than usual. He sat up and wrung his shirt, water droplets splashing on the grass with soft sounds. Bew was still curled up beside him, his snores making the bench legs tremble slightly, his pink belly rising and falling slowly in the morning light. Raditz didn't wake him. He stood up and walked alone through the empty morning streets, washed his face by the river, then strolled along the embankment. When the sun rose between the buildings, its light was orange-red, carrying the warmth of something just out of the oven, shattering into countless scales across the river's surface. He watched the light flowing in the river water and stood there quietly for a moment. The Dragon Ball bone in his pocket pressed against his thigh, cold and hard. That fragment torn from the edge of Zeno's realm had been lost in the void for days, and in the end, he casually used it as a toothpick. This was probably his style, treating the most supreme things in the universe as everyday items. Zeno was the same, the Dragon Ball bone was the same, and that future timeline he had crushed and reshaped was the same. Everything was merely a tool, only life itself was the purpose. He stood by the river for a long time until the sun fully rose above the water's surface and the light turned from orange-red to bright yellow. Only then did he turn back toward the park. Bew had already woken up, crouching on the grass, confronting a crow. The bird had snatched the half-rind of watermelon Bew had left on the bench last night, and he was arguing with it, his pink fists waving through the air. The crow perched on a branch, tilting its head to look at him, completely unfrightened. Forget it, let it take it. Raditz walked over. That rind was useless anyway. Bew grumbled indignantly, but crouched back down. Raditz sat on the bench and took out the Dragon Ball bone from his pocket, carefully picking at whatever had remained between his teeth from last night. After finishing, he wiped the bone's tip on his shirt hem, then put it back in his pocket. He watched the lawn bathed in morning light, the pink fatty chasing butterflies on the grass, the young mother pushing a stroller in the distance, and the old man reading a newspaper in a wheelchair. This earth was the same as yesterday, the same as the day before, the same as countless days to come, ordinary and bustling with fragments of daily life piling up to constitute a living world. He would stay within it. Being an ordinary person who didn't quite seem like a god, a Saiyan who occasionally helped neighbors repair their roofs, a landlord raising a pink fatty. He would use the remnants of the highest ruler of the universe's domain as a toothpick bargain, with neighborhood aunties at the market for tomatoes at 3 yuan a jean, and on rainy days curl up under some bridge, watching rainwater drip from eaves into transparent threads. Because he had finally understood, true invincibility wasn't about crushing everyone, but after crushing everything that needed crushing, being able to sit down peacefully and eat a bowl of noodles without chili. He had grabbed Zeno by the neck until the god cried pixelated tears. Future Zamasu had been crushed by him until the timeline turned to light dust. The highest rulers of all universes were round little brats before him, but at this moment, he sat on the bench, the Dragon Ball bone in his pocket pressing against his thigh. In the distance, Bew had finally chased that crow away and was strutting back triumphantly to show off. The world hadn't become more complicated just because he had become stronger. It was still that earth where every day there was breakfast and dinner waiting for him, where new jokes and old troubles took turns appearing. That was enough. Raditz stretched, stood up from the bench, and rolled his shoulders. Fatty, what do you want for breakfast? Bew's eyes lit up instantly. Jianbingguozi. An extra sausage. All right, extra sausage. He turned and walked toward the park exit, Bew hopping along beside him, his big pink hands swinging, humming an off-key little tune. Morning light fell behind them, stretching both their shadows into 2 slender black lines, merging into the street that was gradually coming alive at the park's end. The line for the Jianbing stall had already wound around the corner. The vendor was spreading batter on the griddle. Sizzle. A savory aroma arose mingling with the hot mist of eggs and green onions drifting through the morning air. The line moved forward 2 steps. Bu stood on tiptoes peering ahead. Raditz stood behind him, one hand in his pocket, the other touching the edges of that Dragon Ball bone. He had used this thing which even Zeno himself couldn't casually touch as a toothpick countless times. Now it rested obediently against his thigh, no different from an ordinary toothpick. He lowered his head and smiled. Boss. When it was finally his turn, he addressed the vendor behind the griddle. 2 Jianbing, both with egg and sausage. One without spicy, one with 5 times the spice. Coming right up. The vendor skillfully began spreading the pancakes. Beside him, Bu was already clutching the first freshly made Jianbing and digging in, his cheeks puffed up like 2 little mountains, mumbling something through a full mouth, probably praising how delicious it was. Raditz accepted the second Jianbing and took a bite. The fragrance of egg, the crispiness of the wrapper, the scent of green onions, and the salty sweet of the sauce mingled together on his tongue. As he chewed, he glanced up at the sky overhead. Blue sky, white clouds, a bird gliding over the rooftops toward the distant horizon. The strongest being in the entire universe's schedule at this moment was finish the Jianbing. Guazi take a walk by the river, find a cool spot for an afternoon nap, and decide what to do in the evening based on his mood. Good, fulfilling, and very Raditz. Chewing his Jianbing, he walked toward the depths of the street, morning light spreading across the entire road, gilding every passerby's shadow with a pale golden rim.